Volume 3. Chapter 201, Aroused. Chapter 201, Aroused. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
Sun jumped off the horizon and painted a golden sky.
Susanna quietly looked off into the distance, squinting.
Anfey sat behind Susanna and held her in his arms.
Susanna tossed and turned the whole night and could not fall asleep.
Later that night, she decided to get up and watch the stars with Anfey. She could not forget about that mercenary group with 7 mercenaries. They had chased her for over half a year.
How could she forget about them?
From Grus Principality to Elazan Empire, from Elazan Empire to Mayho Empire, that mercenary group had closely chased after her breath by breath. To protect Shelley, she had to experience many dangerous moments and finally hid in the magic beast forest. Susanna felt like she had a gigantic stone on her chest, and she could not breathe as she recalled her past.
That time was like hell to her.
She took Shelley with her and fought against the whole world. She did not have anyone to trust, to help her, not even the man who had grown up with her. On the face of it, he had looked like an attractive gentleman, but he had stabbed her in the back.
Susanna could not help touching her right side as she thought of him.
That guy led her into a trap that the mercenary group set up. They ran to her like 7 starving wolves from the dark and surrounded her.
Susanna had been shot in the right ribs by that elf.
She still had the scar to show for it.
Anfey gently held Susanna's hair and gave it a hard sniff with his eyes closed. He thought the nice smell from women were from cosmetics, but Susanna never used any.
Naya used to recommend some fragrance powder to her, but Susanna did not wear it.
Where was the nice smell on her from? Anfey thought this question was worth pondering a little more. Susanna quietly turned her body halfway and stared at Anfey's face as he was thinking about the biological problem of how Susanna could give off a nice smell without the help of cosmetics. Susanna used to think she would neither believe anything in anyone nor have attachment to anything after experiencing so many lies, traps, and murders. She only wanted to raise Shelley and take back what belonged to Shelley. However, Anfey had come into her life. They quickly built a relationship and were bound for good or ill. The first time Susanna saw Anfey, she wanted to kill him so badly, especially when he hung her on the tree. She had wanted to rip Anfey apart. She thought she would get raped, but Anfey left without any reluctance and had no intention of staying around. The experiences that Susanna had shaped her own way of thinking. No man would let an easily caught lamb go, but she met one. Was she not attractive? What did those men with greedy eyes mean then? Susanna was confident about her appearance.
Anfey had a bitter smile on his face to try to cover that fact he felt bad about Susanna.
Back then Susanna subconsciously felt Anfey should be a trustworthy man as she watched him walking quickly away.
Of course, Susanna still thought Anfey was a bad guy, only with some moral standards.
As time went by, Susanna learned more about Anfey and started to trust him more.
Anfey had one big difference with the guy she grew up with. That guy liked to make beautiful promises and describe their happy life in the future. However, nice things were only created with his lips. Anfey rarely promised anything, but he did things for her. Just as this time, even though Anfey told her all kinds of excuses for fighting hard with 7 mercenaries, Susanna knew it was because Anfey had noticed the hatred Susanna felt towards them.
Anfey used some excuses to attack the mercenary group for her.
If it had been Susanna's childhood friend, he would have said he did everything for Susanna, even the real reason could have had nothing to do with her. He could do that without any shame. Anfey took revenge for her, but argued that it had nothing to do with her.
There was a big difference in how they acted. Susanna suddenly thought Anfey as a hero. Susanna would love to be with Anfey forever.
At that moment, Anfey was still thinking about the biological question of how Susanna smelled nice without using fragrance power.
The nice smell should be created by perspiration and skin oil.
Diving deeper on this question, it seemed that some animals attracted the opposite sex by secreting hormones.
Maybe human beings inherit this ability as well.
Anfey suddenly realized he had not had sex for a long time.
Susanna got upset after she saw Anfey zoned out as he played with her hair.
This man rarely expressed himself. He never told her how much he liked her or where they were in their relationship.
Women always wanted to know though. Susanna bit her lips and swung her hair at Anfey's face on purpose. Anfey was shocked, but it made Susanna laugh. "Are you feeling better?" Anfey asked with a smile.
Yes,
Susanna nodded.
Thinking about the old times had made her depressed, but she always felt better if she had Anfey with her. It had nothing to do with how powerful he was.
She only wanted to have someone she could rely on. "We have been sitting here half of the night. My butt started to hurt. Let's go take some rest."
"We need travel tomorrow," Anfey said.
"No." Susanna suddenly acted like a little kid.
She leaned back and threw herself in Anfey's arms again. Anfey held her in his arms and suddenly remembered that he had not figured out the question he had before. An assassin without self-control was a failure.
Anfey never had any problem with self-control.
The princess from Shansa Empire was a beautiful girl, the best of the best, but Anfey was never aroused by her even when she flirted with him. It had been a habit for Anfey to always have self-control.
He had fought the attraction from that princess by instinct. Anfey liked Susanna because she won his trust with her bravery and performance on the battlefield. There was a big difference between flirting with Susanna and that princess.
Anfey started to feel aroused having Susanna in his arms.
Susanna seemed to feel the same way.
She was getting more clingy and breathed a little heavier.
Anfey!
Rizka yelled. He sounded like someone striking a broken gong. In fact, Rizka's low and coarse voice usually sounded pretty manly, but this time it sounded very shrill to Anfey and Susanna. It really sounded similar to striking a broken gong.
We are up here. What are you yelling about? Anfey yelled harshly. Susanna quietly left Anfey's arms.
Everyone knew they were dating, but it was not appropriate to let others see them being too intimate.
Huh? Rizka was shocked for a second.
He was not so sure why Anfey was so upset.
He instinctively looked around to try to think of something to talk about. Anfey, Susanna disappeared.
You disappeared.
Susanna did not sound too happy either.
Rizka suddenly realized his mistake. He cleared his throat a few times and broke a random branch from a tree.
He aimlessly doodled on the ground.
One was his bro and leader and the other was Anfey's future wife. He had to take it, even though they were not too nice to him.
Anfey, why have you not asked about my past? Susanna asked quietly as she tied up her hair. I am waiting for you to tell me.
Anfey moved closer to Susanna and grabbed her soft hand.
I won't tell you if you don't ask. Susanna was not too happy with his answer and rolled her eyes at Anfey.
However, she did not take her hand from Anfey's and just let him hold her. Anfey smiled without arguing. He held Susanna's small waist with the other hand. He never wanted to tell others about his background and history, so he never bothered to ask anyone's either.
Anfey, Susanna murmured as she put her head on Anfey's shoulder. Yes, Anfey said. What do you wish for most? Susanna asked. A safe and happy life. Marry a girl named Susanna.
Anfey did not like to express himself, but he still knew how to flirt.
I hate you. Susanna slightly pushed Anfey away. I am still going to marry you even though you hate me. Anfey nodded vigorously. Susanna sighed and said quietly, it would not be easy for us to live a safe and happy life.
Why do you say that?
Anfey asked. Think about yourself. Susanna smiled.
You have pissed off Master Swordsman Philip and Shansa Empire's royal families. You even caught the princess of Shansa Empire.
We have too many enemies. Indeed, many enemies, Anfey said proudly, but they are nothing to me, but... Seriously? Susanna looked at Anfey. She never remembered Anfey having this kind of look. Yes. Philip is just a coward. I sent him a challenge letter. He would not even take my challenge, Anfey said. Challenge letter? When did you send him the challenge letter? How come I never heard of it? This was huge. Susanna looked nervous.
A long time ago, Anfey said.
What did you write in that challenge letter? Susanna got even more nervous when she saw Anfey's serious look.
Challenge letters were not casually sent out or accepted. Once the challenge letter was sent and accepted by both parties, nothing would get in the way of the fight proposed in the challenge letter. They had to come to the fight even if one of them was about to die from sickness. They would leave themselves a bad name for a long time if they did not come to the fight. Even they were too sick to walk, they had to crawl to the fight arena to fulfill their promise, otherwise they would disobey the holy rules of the challenge letter. I have challenged Philip to a fight in Blackwater City in 20 years.
It was a deal between us, Anfey said. You? Susanna did not know whether she should cry or laugh.
She realized Anfey was just kidding with her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 202, Home. Chapter 202, Home. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Finally. Anfey said, looking at Moramach in the distance.
After he attacked the Shansa army and fought with the mercenaries, he spent another 2 days in the forest. Shansa Empire must have realized they were not easy targets, and sending small teams would achieve nothing.
The search ended and no one looked for trouble with them.
After making sure the Shansa soldiers had all left, Anfey, Susanna, and Rizka turned towards the northeast.
They were all very worried about Moramach.
If Dardanabri really decided to go to Moramach, those who were left there would be no match for an archmage. Even though the three of them would not be much help, but they had to return. Anfey had long learned that fear solves nothing.
What was coming would come no matter what.
Sometimes, being fearless created opportunities. The most precious things he could have were courage and hope. Without those, he was as good as dead. Furthermore, Anfey did not want to run forever, or else he would have stayed on the island. Choosing to leave with Saul and Ernest and becoming Saul's student meant that he had responsibilities.
Sometimes he did not have a choice.
Anfey just wanted to be proud and not ashamed when he met Saul again. Anfey always imagined the worst possible outcome when he made a plan, even though he knew that it would be an unlikely outcome. The Archdruid Bruzeriano seemed like an important person. Judging from the way he spoke, he was in good relations with Saul.
Slanbria appeared friendly as well.
As long as they were around, Dardanabri would not do anything.
Killing Anfey might not be a big event, but murdering all the residents of Moramach would make headlines.
Dardanabri was a court mage and should know very well how the act could impact him and Shansa Empire. Even though Anfey knew it was unlikely that Dardanabri would attack Moramach, he still felt relieved when he saw the town. Susanna walked beside Anfey and smiled sweetly when she heard him call Moramach home.
Rizka, go check on the tunnel entrances, Anfey said.
All right, Rizka said, raising into the air.
Susanna, Anfey called quietly.
Yes?
What do you think a home should look like?
Anfey said carefully.
He wanted to know if Susanna had a particular preference.
This way, he could decorate a home according to Susanna's taste and surprise her. A large, soft bed, a warm heart, a clean kitchen.
That is all I want in a home, Susanna said.
Kitchen?
You know how to cook?
Of course I do, Susanna said proudly. I wish I could try your cooking sometimes, Anfey said, smiling.
But, Susanna, it seems like you are missing something in your home.
What is it?
Think, Anfey said. Really, what is it that I'm missing?
Anfey leaned over and whispered into her ear, me.
Susanna blushed furiously and pushed him.
Who cares, she said nervously.
Oh, and another thing.
Shut up, Susanna said, jumping away from Anfey and covering her ears with her hands.
Shut up. Don't you even dare. If you have nothing serious to say, don't say it at all.
I am dead serious, Anfey said. He looked at Susanna, and kept his face as sincere as possible.
What is it this time? Susanna frowned and asked.
A kid, or a few kids, Anfey said laughing. He ran down the hill. Every step he took he was stepping on a wind blade. For people who really wanted to perfect their skills, there were plenty of opportunities to practice in everyday life.
Susanna looked at Anfey and smiled. If Anfey was still there, she would be embarrassed. Now that he wasn't watching, there was nothing to hide. Anfey was right about what she wanted in a home. Why aren't you chasing me? Anfey stopped and asked. Why are you smiling like that?
Why do you care?
Susanna asked, lifting a brow.
You look like a fox that just ate a chicken, Anfey said.
Ah, I see. You want kids too, don't you?
Susanna thought that Anfey would try to run if she chased after him, and would not finish his sentence.
Anfey, however, did not try to run. He just stood there and waited as Susanna walked down to him.
The two of them stared at each other, but neither moved. Some girls liked the little things, like hugs and kisses, while some were more introverted.
Susanna would usually be the latter. She would lash out only when she was too embarrassed.
Now, as she was staring into Anfey's eyes, she did not know what she should do.
Anfey raised his hand to her head. Susanna, he murmured.
His voice was deep and gentle, and made Susanna's heart flutter.
What is it? Susanna asked. Your dream is also my dream. I will try my best to make it a reality.
What?
Susanna widened her eyes, realizing what Anfey was implying. She reached over, embarrassed, and tried to grab his arm. Anfey jumped back to avoid her advance.
He jumped onto a wind blade that propelled himself a dozen feet away from her.
Stay exactly where you are. Susanna called angrily.
She summoned her combat power and chased after Anfey. Perhaps it was because she trusted Anfey too much, she allowed him to trick her time and time again. The two of them ran into the town, and reached the back of the town in no time. This spooked Rizka, who was checking the markers they left there before their departure.
Did something happen? He asked anxiously.
Yes, Anfey said.
No.
Rizka, don't listen to him, Susanna said, following Anfey.
What? Riska frowned and asked. Don't worry about it. Riska sighed and shook his head.
Then he turned around and returned to checking the markers.
No one has been here, right? Anfey asked.
He had reminded Christian several times that they should leave the tunnels unless Anfey, Susanna, and Riska returned.
If the markers had disappeared, it must be that outsiders were there. It's perfect, Riska said, walking towards the tunnel entrance. No one's been here since we left. Anfey summoned his fire sword and followed Riska.
The three of them quickly found the gate to the tunnels and knocked on the large metal door.
After a few moments, a quiet voice asked, "Who is it?" If the three of them weren't standing still, they would have missed it. "It's us," Anfey called. "You guys are back." Anfey recognized Christian's voice. "Quickly! Open the doors. Feller, go tell everyone. They're back."
The door opened slowly, accompanied by a cacophony of chains rattling.
After Anfey, Susanna, and Riska walked through, the door closed slowly.
About 100 feet away, Christian appeared from one of the side tunnels.
"Welcome back," he said happily.
His voice was very high, and he was walking very fast, with his arms out. Christian was normally a reserved and quiet person, and did not easily let his emotions show through. His actions now proved that he was overjoyed.
Anfey walked over with a smile and embraced Christian. He looked at Christian and said, "You are so pale. You look like a proper toy boy now." Christian shook his head and said, "If you lived here, you would be too, but..." "How is everyone? Is everything all right?" "Everyone is good. Let's go back and talk."
"Oh, and Black 11 is back."
"He's back?"
"I thought he had stayed in White Mountain City," Anfey said, surprised. Bruseriano had told them that Black 11 was attacked on the way to White Mountain City and suffered serious injuries. He had survived, but Anfey expected him to stay in the city until he was in better condition to travel. "If it wasn't for the High Priest of Light, Slambria, he would still be in bed," Christian said. "He's worried about you guys, but he's also worried about us. So he came back after just 2 days of rest."
"Come on, everyone will be so happy that you guys are back."
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 203, Very Sick. Chapter 203, Very Sick. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. After turning the corner in the tunnel, Blavi and few others waited in the underground city.
The important people in the Legion were all there, no one was missing.
Naya stood in the front with a smile.
Black 11 was with them with crutches.
He looked like he could not move easily. "Anfey, are we good? Can we go out now?" Naya yelled when Anfey was still 7 or 8 yards away.
Naya cared the most whether she could go out. It was torture for her to hide in the dark underground. She dreamed of running out and sunbathing.
"What are you rushing for? Just wait for another 2 days." Anfey laid his eyes on Black 11. "How is your wound?" "I am fine."
Black 11 smiled and patted his chest hard to show he was doing well.
I have not finished yet," Naya hurriedly interrupted. "Anfey, did you bring us any gifts?" "Gifts?"
Anfey thought a little bit and took out an item from his dimensional ring and passed it to Naya.
"What is it?" "Smells great." Naya looked at the little stone in curiosity. This stone gave out a nice fragrance to make people feel good. It smelled like thousands of flowers.
Anfey scanned the room and laid his eyes on a stranger.
He was shocked to see a stranger. This is my companion. He brought you 2 good news."
"We will talk about it later," Black 11 said in a secretive manner.
"Hello," the stranger nodded at Anfey with a smile. "Hello," Anfey responded. "It is not fair. Why did only Naya get a gift, but we do not get any gift?" Hagen yelled.
"Oh, right, I got a short bow from an elf, but I could not pull the bowstring apart."
"What do you think?"
Anfey turned his hand and there was a green short bow in his hand.
Hagen's attention was totally drawn to it. He took over the short bow and looked at it for a while. "This is a contract bow. Only its owner can use it."
"Of course, you cannot pull it apart."
"Can you take the contract off the bow?" Anfey asked. "I cannot tell you now. Let me do some research on it. Can I have it for now?" Hagen looked up. "Do you have anything else good?"
"I have a gigantic shield." Anfey took out a gigantic shield from his dimensional ring and tossed it on the floor.
"I have some small things.
They are with Riska."
"What is this made of?" Hagen squatted and knocked on the shield in curiosity to see its texture.
Anfey scanned the other side of the crowd and saw a lonely figure in the corner. She looked helpless and cold. She did not fit in with this happy crowd. He was unsure whether she had abandoned the world or the world had abandoned her.
Anfey felt bad for her.
The figure was very similar to one side of Anfey that he hid so well in himself.
Anfey used to feel as lonely and isolated by the world as she did.
He heaved a slight sigh and walked slowly to her.
"Hey, you came too."
"Yes," Alice said casually.
"This is your gift." Anfey took out another piece of the stone that could give out nice fragrance.
"Thank you," Alice said.
"You are welcome."
Anfey blinked. He felt he had nothing else to say. Actually, he did not have anything to talk about with this princess from Shansa Empire.
"Okay, I need to go over there first."
"Sure," Alice said.
As Anfey was about to leave, Naya came over and asked, "Anfey, what did you say to that bitch?"
"Nothing, I just greeted her."
Anfey was actually explaining to Susanna standing behind Naya.
"How did you greet her?"
Naya seemed ready to ask about every detail.
"Okay, Naya, let's talk over there."
"Let these guys catch up," Susanna said, smiling at Anfey. She tried to grab Naya away.
"Naya, where is Shelley?
Why is she not here?"
"She had a headache last night and did not sleep at all. She is sleeping soundly now, so I did not wake her up," Naya said.
"Is Shelley sick?" Susanna's face suddenly changed. "Come on, take me to see her." "She is okay now." Naya smiled.
"Look at you. Your face has changed.
Stop acting like a kid."
Anfey did not know if he should laugh or cry when he heard what Naya said. He thought to himself, in the whole legion, Naya is the one acting like a kid the most. Birds of a feather flock together. You hang out all the time with little Shelley.
How dare you pretend to be the mature one?
Huh, right.
Naya suddenly yelled, "Anfey, go look at the little guy. The little guy is so sick."
Little guy? Anfey did not realize who the little guy was immediately.
Yes, Huiwei said unicorns could not live in the underground too long. They could die from it.
You should take a look at the little guy now, Naya yelled.
What exactly happened? Anfey asked as he stared at Huiwei. "Anfey, just as people cannot live without water and food, unicorns cannot live without moonlight and sunlight."
If the little unicorn could not get any sunlight, he would die, Huiwei said slowly. "I have planned to ask Christian to take the little guy outside, and I will take over tomorrow during the day. You told us not to go out when you left, but we could not wait and see the little guy dying in front of us. Now you finally came back, you decide whether we can take the little unicorn out," Blavi said.
"Where is the little guy?"
Anfey asked with a worried tone.
Anfey felt worried.
It might be because he took the tier of stars.
The little unicorn was not just a magic beast for Anfey.
The little unicorn was more like Anfey's kid. How could he not get worried when he heard the little guy was about to die? He wanted to blame Christian for not being flexible, but he kept his mouth shut.
He did give the order to stay in the underground, and Christian just strictly followed it. "Let's go. I will show you the way." Naya trotted ahead before Anfey could say anything.
Everyone had different power abilities, but they were all part of the Legion family to Anfey. However, Naya felt that she only had two friends, Shelley and the little guy. Besides Anfey, she felt the worst about the little guy. As they walked to the end of the tunnel, Naya rushed to open a stone chamber door. Anfey rushed in and saw the little guy lying on his stomach on some dry grass on the floor. The stone chamber was very bright. Christian took almost all the everlasting lights to this stone chamber. However, everlasting lights did not seem to work for the little guy. When the little guy saw Anfey, he moaned loudly and he tried to stand up. However, he was so weak that he could not hold himself. Naya had tears in her eyes. She rushed over and held the little guy in her arms.
"Christian, can you open the door?"
"Let's go out now," Anfey said in a worrying tone.
"Okay."
Christian immediately turned around and walked out of the stone chamber. Suddenly, without knowing what substance had caused the little guy to struggle, he jerked hard in Naya's arms.
He had been so weak, but now he even bit Naya's hand. "What are you doing? Are you going to eat me?" Naya screamed in surprise. Her imagination was great.
Huiwei, standing at the door, suddenly thought of something. As Naya pulled her hand out, he saw something shining. That was the gift Anfey gave her, and she had not had time to put it away and held it in her hand.
"Did the little unicorn want that little stone?"
"Naya, give the gift Anfey gave you to the little guy," Huiwei said urgently.
"What?" Naya was shocked for a second and opened her palm.
The little guy bit the stone immediately. He leaned his head back and swallowed the stone.
Do not eat it. You will have stomachache. Naya got worried. He will be fine. Hui Wei had a smile on his face. Anfey, did you get those stones from a gigantic butterfly? How did you know? Riska stared, wide-eyed. This is the power of knowledge.
Hui Wei had a confident smile on his face and stuck his chest out.
Stop it. Anfey slapped Hui Wei hard on his back. Hui Wei's confidence seemed to be patted away. Tell me, what happened? Anfey asked. How many stones do you have? Hui Wei asked with a bitter smile. Many, Anfey said.
Take them all out and give the little guy a good meal, and then take him to get some sun.
Stay overnight there.
Tomorrow at this time, the little guy should be fine, Hui Wei said.
Really? Anfey asked.
Of course.
Why would I joke about it? Hui Wei said. Anfey took all the stones out without any hesitation.
This little guy did not have much energy, but he ate quickly. He had dozens of stones in a few bites.
Hui Wei, tell us what happened, Riska asked. You guys saw an angel butterfly.
This kind of butterfly was not very useful, but there were very few of them.
Do you know the perfume dream elf?
It was made from this kind of stone, Hui Wei said.
Huh, I thought I smelled something like this before. I could not think what it was right away, Naya said. Hui Wei, is the little guy really going to be fine?
Anfey, wanting to confirm it, asked as he caressed the little guy's head.
Yes, but he needs moonlight and sunlight as well. Hui Wei nodded.
The little guy gave a quiet moan.
He took his front legs off Naya's arms and held them towards Anfey. This looked too much like a human being. The little guy looked like a little kid wanting a hug. Anfey held out his hands and took the little guy from Naya.
Naya did not look like she wanted the little guy to leave her arms. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 204, Victory. Chapter 204, Victory. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
The unicorn recovered significantly under the sunlight.
It was lying next to Anfey, glancing at what was going on around it. Once in a while it would nudge Anfey's arm, in case he had forgotten about it.
Susanna sat next to Anfey, and Shelley was leaning against her shoulder. The sisters hadn't seen each other in days, and were very excited to be reunited. Susanna wanted to stay with Anfey, but she also wanted to spend time with her sister, so she brought Shelley along.
Naya was strolling and humming to herself.
She had always been treated like a princess, and was not used to living in an underground tunnel.
In the entire team, Naya was the only person that could make Anfey compromise.
He had agreed to let her sleep somewhere she could see the moonlight and breathe the fresh air. Of course, he had agreed to let the others do the same, as well. He did not want to make the others feel like he was treating Naya better than anyone else. It would affect the team in a negative way. Black 11 walked over slowly with his colleague and nodded at Anfey and Susanna. Anfey smiled at them. The man with Black 11 glanced at Susanna, then turned to Anfey and said, I need to discuss something important with you. I'm taking Shelley for a walk. You three talk, Susanna said. She was very aware that the stranger wanted her to leave. Let me introduce you, Anfey said, taking Susanna's hand. This is my fiancée, Susanna. I trust her with everything. If you want to talk, I believe she has the right to hear it too. The man frowned and turned to Black 11. Black 11 nodded and shrugged. Don't worry, he said with a smile. I apologize, madam, the man said. It seemed like he understood how important Susanna was. As you may know, I am Armin's colleague. People like us are required to follow our superior's every order. My superior ordered me to speak with Anfey alone, and I hope you do not mind me following my orders. It is fine, I understand, Susanna said, smiling. She wasn't interested in what they had to say at all, but after Anfey had specifically requesting that she stay, she did not want to leave either. You are very kind, my lady, the man said. He turned to Anfey and said, let me introduce myself. My name is Appa, and, unlike Armin, who belongs to the Black faction, I belong to the Blood faction. His Majesty is a straightforward man who dislikes naming his people with pretentious names. I think someone as smart as you should be able to figure out how my duties differ from Armin's. Of course, Anfey said. At first, Anfey did not like how Appa tried to get Susanna away from the conversation. Now, seeing that he had handled the situation very well, Anfey could not bring himself to dislike him anymore.
You are a very talkative man, Anfey said. I am sure speaking with you is never boring. Of course, Appa said with a smile. He knew Anfey wanted to get straight to the point. I have two pieces of good news for you. One is perhaps more personal for you than the other. Which one would you like to hear about first? I am a selfish man, Appa. I want to hear the one more personal to me. Appa nodded. Everyone was selfish, but there were very few people who would openly admit that. He decided to change his tone and make the conversation more lighthearted. Madam, I have some good news for you, he turned to Susanna and said. Susanna blushed. This was the second time Appa had referred to her as madam, and for an unmarried woman like Susanna, it was strange to the ear. Please just tell us the news, sir, she said. She knew that she should not act naive, and she must be the one asking the questions. Your fiancé has received a large piece of land as a reward for his bravery. He will receive the Medal of Mars, handed out by His Majesty himself. Appa turned his gaze to Anfey, observing his expression. Really? Susanna turned to Anfey and said, Dear, did you hear that? I am so proud of you. It was natural for a woman to be giving her lover compliments after receiving such good news, but Susanna's heart was pounding because it was the first time she had referred to Anfey as dear in front of others. It was what was expected of her, however, and she needed to play the part of a loving fiancé. Anfey was smiling and trying to disguise his true feelings. No one could read anything from his face if he did not want them to. Judging from Black 11's expression, however, Anfey already knew how important this honor was. This honor, however, had too much underlying information. So much that Anfey was slightly panicking. Most importantly, Yolanthi expressed his gratitude towards Anfey and his companions with this honor. Anfey and the master swordsman Philip had a turbulent relationship, and this award would make Anfey a hero. Philip would have to be more careful. If a master swordsman and some archmages attacked and destroyed a Griffin aerial squadron, they may succeed, and it would to be a surprise. If a small mercenary band attacked and destroyed the squadron, it would be considered a miracle. Anfey used this as a message to Yolanthi, showing that he was willing to work for Mayho Empire. Yolanthi clearly understood what he was trying to convey. This was a huge award, but Anfey knew that he was not completely safe yet. Tell me the second one, Anfey said. Seeing that there was no change in his expression, Appa shook his head disappointingly. He quickly changed his attitude, however, and said with a smile, We won. We won? Yes. We've won the war, Appa said. Nuyoheim, the leader of the Dark Moon Magic Legion, used a forbidden spell. However, Archmage Sol took the opportunity and used the Great Dimensional Sweep, disrupting the elements and rendering the spell useless. Lord Barry seized the chance and attacked the Legion, forcing them into a surrender. Master defeated Nuyoheim? Does that mean he is more powerful, then? No, it is purely because of luck. I am not doubting Archmage Sol's power, of course, Appa said with a smile. As far as I know, Lord Barry, Philip, and Ernest were all involved in the battle. Nuyoheim is the most powerful Archmage, but there is no fairness in war. Was Nuyoheim captured? No, unfortunately. They had a temporary transmission portal, and everyone over the rank of captain was transported elsewhere, Appa said with a sigh. As you know, people like Nuyoheim have thousands of ways to save themselves. It is almost impossible to capture them alive. They have surrendered. Did you accept the surrender? Of course. His Majesty had given up those lands to defeat that legion. If it was me, I would not have accepted that. Appa and Black 11 glanced at each other. There are people you cannot kill, you know, Appa said. No one would want to destroy a treasure trove. What do you mean? Take Lord Barry's Roaring Death Legion, for example. There are hundreds of non-combatant workers, mostly scribes. They are scions of nobles' houses sent to the army. To gain experience. Yes, Appa said with a smile. There are hundreds of people like that in Dark Moon Magic Legion. They can trade for a fortune. As for the real mages, they will be sent to quarries as workers after their magic has been banished. Our diplomats will prolong the process of negotiation. The mages won't last long in places like quarries. As you know, mages are typically not physically fit. The other slaves will try to make their lives as difficult as possible, as well. They are doomed. Which means, Dark Moon Magic Legion is practically non-existent, Black 11 said with a smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 205, Huge Business. Chapter 205, Huge Business. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Does everyone know about it? Anfey asked slowly. He had some concerns. Manhwa Empire had won a big military victory, which was big news for them. Everyone was happy about getting reunited. If they had known about the victory, they would have been exhilarated about it. They do not know about it yet, Appa said, shaking his head. The king asked me to let you know it first, and you can decide whether to tell others. Appa smiled. He recalled the words Yolanthi told him. Of course, he would not tell Anfey the exact words. I do not get it, Anfey said. It would only take at most 1 month to clean up the battlefield and deal with the aftereffects of the war. That means the second prince of Manhwa Empire and Master Saul would come back to Sacred City in 2 months. Anfey suddenly realized they could go home if Saul was going home. This was definitely a good thing, but it meant Alibaba mercenary group would be dismissed. For various reasons, they all needed to go back to Sacred City. However, it was still unknown if they could come back to the underground city. There was still something he did not get, especially what Yolanthi was trying to hint to him. Can I ask where exactly my estate is? Anfey asked. I knew you would ask. I brought the map with me. Appa took out a scroll from his shirt with a smile and unrolled it. The remaining sunset had dyed the sky a golden color. Violet City is here. Congratulations. Violet City is a wealthy city. Although your nobility title did not change, your estate is as big as a duke's. Here is. Anfey asked. This is Blacania City, Appa answered. After a bit of thought, Anfey finally realized what Yolanthi was trying to hint to him. Violet City and Blacania City were next to each other on Manhwa Empire's border. It was not only a military center, but also a commercial center. Shansa Empire attacked Manhwa Empire through a different country, which caused a lot of damage to Manhwa Empire. It messed up Yolanthi's badly. By that time, Yolanthi had switched his attention to the country of mercenaries. Thinking about the locations of Moramach, Hangwan Valley, and Violet City on the other side of Hangwan Valley, Anfey believed that Yolanthi hoped Anfey could maintain his Alibaba mercenary group, since he could help Yolanthi get into the country of mercenaries. I heard the Empire lost most of the eastern area and only controlled Blacania City now. Did Violet City have a lot of damage? Anfey asked slowly. I am not sure about it, Appa said, shaking his head. Anfey went quiet. He knew it was hard to understand what was on the king's mind. The reason he finally got what Yolanthi was thinking was due to his street smarts. People with power had much experience fighting for political power. They were far better than Anfey in that sense. He might beat Yolanthi in a physical fight, but even if Anfey were a king, he could be played by Yolanthi. Anfey wanted neither to turn Yolanthi down nor bargain with him, especially when he had nothing to bargain with. The only thing he could do was to do better with what he had. Black 11, can you tell everyone this news? Anfey asked in a low voice. Sure. Black 11 nodded. I need to leave now that I have passed the information to you, Appa said with a smile. Watching Black 11 and Appa walking away, Anfey was quiet for a while and said, Susanna, No matter where you go, I will go with you, Susanna said gently but firmly. She sounded like she was promising Anfey something. It said that a couple could communicate without words if they were in love. It looked like that had happened between Anfey and Susanna. Susanna seemed to know what Anfey was trying to tell her before he could finish his words. Anfey nodded hard. No matter what he was going to say did not seem enough. All he could do now was to hold Susanna's hands tight. Soon a group of people screamed and rushed out of Moramath. The people outside the town were startled by what they saw. Halfway up the hill, Naya had been singing a folk song and waving the hem of her dress. She stood shocked and froze in place. She had no idea why people went nuts at the foot of the hill. The happy crowd surrounded the people outside the town in the blink of an eye. Then they rushed up the hill. Naya learned from different conversations about what had happened and cheered with the crowd. Naya had been through such a tough time. Home is the most warming and comfortable place, and no other place could compare. She lost herself in such joy that she even held her arms out and hugged Christian. Christian looked like he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Anfey watched the crowd joyfully. He thought Yolanthi did very well to win people's hearts. It would not be a bad choice to work for a king like him. The cheerful crowd moved up to the top of the hill. They did not care if Anfey knew about the victory. They only wanted to pass their joy to everyone around them. Naya started to yell from the distance, Anfey, we won. We can go home now. Anfey slowly stood up and wore a smile on his face. In fact, he did not want to look like he could not fit into the happy crowd, but smiling was all he could do.
He rarely lost himself since he was a little kid as far back as he could remember. No matter where he was, he would at least keep himself sort of calm. He would never be able to scream, laugh out, and cheer.
Susanna looked calm as well.
The victory of Manhwa Empire had nothing to do with her.
She only wanted everything to go well with Anfey and everyone in the Legion.
As it was getting dark, there were bonfires along the hill and on the top of the hill.
No one seemed sleepy and just gathered around the bonfires, talking.
Many legions in history were able to win people over and work together for their shared aims in difficult times.
However, they would have different ideas in peaceful times. This was human nature.
They would not simply achieve harmony as people wished.
Anfey held Susanna's hand and they walked together. Anfey overheard people talking here and there.
Some people said they had better go to the Forest of Death to hunt some magic beasts to make some gold coins before they went back. These people should be regular civilians.
Others said they would definitely go back right away.
They thought they had contributed so much for the country that Philip would not dare to do anything to them.
In addition, their master was coming back soon. Naya was one of them. Still others thought it was fun and exciting to be a mercenary.
They felt the country of mercenaries was a good place to get experience. They wanted to go back to the country of mercenaries after they went back to see their master. One group said their lives were not stable. They could not do any deep research since they had no magic labs.
They hoped to continue their practice under their master's instruction when they went back. Anfey had been quietly listening to their discussions.
He was neither a politician nor a military master, but he knew the importance of taking advantage of the opportunities as they presented themselves. He would put himself in a bad situation if he could not take the opportunities. The reason he could take everyone here and have them listen to him was because of the huge threat from Philip. The fact that survival was the priority for everyone at that time was the opportunity. Now, everyone wanting to go back to Manhwa Empire was also an opportunity.
Having different ideas was normal.
In philosophy, people want to look for reasons to unite with different voices, since each individual had their own ideas.
Anfey, Christian's voice rose. Susanna, do you want to go back with us? Of course, Anfey answered for Susanna. She will go anywhere I go. Susanna blushed and pushed Anfey for saying it. Anfey fell on his but with the momentum from the Susanna's push. Come, Christian, let's talk. Sure, what do you want to talk about?
Christian sat across from Anfey with a smile.
Feller, can you guys leave for a second? Anfey asked. Yes.
Feller stood up and patted the dirt off from his butt. He took his whole gang with him and left Christian and Anfey alone there.
We finally can go home. Isn't it exciting?
Anfey said in a casual tone.
Of course, how about you? Are you excited? Christian asked. We are in similar situations, Christian. We have come out for a long time. I think your parents must worry about you. Did you contact them? Anfey asked. Anfey, don't beat around the bush, just get to the point. Do you want to ask me where my family is and what my parents do? Christian smiled.
He was a gentle and humble guy, but it did not mean he did not get what Anfey was trying to do to him.
Can I say something? Anfey looked at Christian curiously. Sure. My family, My father is a businessman, Christian said. He is running a business? What kind of business?
Anfey was shocked for a second, since what he guessed was quite different from what Christian told him. However, he knew Christian would rather dodge his question than lie to him.
Business. This word is interesting. Christian thought for a moment and said, a huge business. I did not know about it, Christian, Susanna said in surprise. Is your family well known? Yes, my family is indeed pretty well known, Christian said.
Christian had not told them the name of his family, which usually stopped people from continuing the questions.
However, Anfey became even more blunt. What is your father's name? Christian could not help smiling bitterly.
He tried, but nothing came out of his mouth.
Never mind, let me ask you a different question. How big is your family business? Anfey asked. Huge, unimaginably huge. I got it. Anfey smiled. What is the largest business in the world?
It was not a difficult question. It seemed that his guessing was right. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 206, Who to Leave Behind. Chapter 206, Who to Leave Behind. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. In the days that followed, everyone was very relaxed.
Black 11's men had discovered that Shansa Empire had panicked after learning of Elazan Empire's defeat.
The overall power of Manhwa Empire was very strong.
It had been fighting Elazan Empire to the north and Shansa Empire to the south.
If it could combine the two forces, Manhwa Empire's army would be very terrifying.
In order to protect themselves, Shansa Empire had ordered all of its troops to retreat from Manhwa Empire immediately. General Meyerich and the commanders at Blacania City began to execute their plans to end the siege. The army there would begin to shift from a defensive strategy to an offensive one. They wanted to eliminate as many enemy soldiers as possible and take the enemy supply lines. Yolanthe had agreed to the plan, but after the news of that reached Blacania City, the Shansa soldiers had already all retreated. The supplies had been left where they were.
Normally, unused supplies should be destroyed during a retreat. Perhaps because they wanted to surprise the Manhwa soldiers, the Shansa army did not destroy or take any of the supplies with them. Meyerich was full of regret.
Half of the mages under his command were dead at that point, and he had ordered an end to scouting missions to ensure the safety of the remaining mages. His job was to secure the city, and he was not planning on attacking the Shansa army. Blacania City was very large, and it would take at least 80 mages to watch the entire city with eyes of the sky. These mages would be practically useless in combat because of their magic depletion.
Shansa Empire did not care for Anfey and his crew.
There were armies marching through the Transverse Mountain, but no one tried to look for trouble at Moramach.
Shansa Empire would seek retribution, but now was not the time. Interestingly, after Manhwa Empire's war was over, the situation in Country of Mercenaries became very tense.
The four major mercenary groups had been trying to ally themselves with weaker mercenary groups in trying to find more partners. They seemed to think a country with four leaders was too chaotic, and all four were determined to be the sole leader of the nation. None of the mercenaries had discernible advantages over another, and only time could tell who would become the sole leader of the Country of Mercenaries.
After he had gotten recognition and trust from Yolanthe, Anfey did not try to bother the Shansa army. It was not like his small mercenary band could really make a difference. It was the wiser choice to just observe from a distance. The others were relaxed, but not Anfey. Ever since he came of age, he had not had a normal day. He was always fighting for something. When he was on the island, he had to train for hours on end to stay alive. Things had not changed much now. He could not relax as long as there was a threat. The unicorn became more clingy, perhaps even more than Susanna. When Anfey was meditating, it would sit and watch him. When he went on a walk, it would stay very close to him. When Anfey was sleeping, it had to sleep next to him. Even though Naya, Shuli, and Susanna tried to convince the unicorn to play with them, it would ignore them and stay stubbornly by Anfey's side. There was one time the unicorn was lying on his chest, trying to eat the leaf hanging from his neck. After a few minutes of futile work, the unicorn lied down again, disappointed. Anfey realized it must have felt the leaf's power, and that was the reason the unicorn was following him. As Anfey sat under a tree, Christian walked over with Black 11. Anfey was reading a book on magic. In order to succeed, he must combine theory and practice, especially when his path was so unusual. Anfey, Christian called. What is it?
The prince and Master Saul are heading back to the city, Christian said softly.
You're saying we are free to return, as well? Christian nodded.
I'm worried, Anfey said with a sigh.
Who knows if Master Saul will blame me for getting everyone into trouble?
What he had done lately proved that he was hiding a lot of secrets, and he did not know how Saul would react if he found out.
You are worried? Christian asked with a chuckle. In his mind, Anfey was a considerate and controlled person who was not worried about anything. Everything he did, from killing those men at Saul's place, to inducing chaos in White Mountain City, to attacking the aerial squadron, proved that he was very brave. Anfey smiled but did not say anything.
He was not afraid of threats, but he was afraid of retribution. He had always lived by a very simple set of rules. He would repay kindness with kindness. He treated people coldly because he could not afford any emotional entanglements. We should start getting ready, Christian said, sitting down next to Anfey. There are a lot of things to take care of.
What about Moramach?
Black 11 asked, sitting down on the other side of Anfey.
The unicorn lifted its head, unhappy that Black 11 had blocked Anfey from its vision.
It moved over and squeezed between the two, and lied down again.
Are there people who want to stay? Anfey asked. They could not give up Moramach. He needed a foothold for Manhwa Empire's future expansion into Country of Mercenaries. Christian and Black 11 fell silent at the question. It did not matter if people in the team wanted to return to the sacred city. Who should they leave behind?
Black 11 had received an order from Yolanthe that requested him to accompany Anfey back to the sacred city, so he could not volunteer to stay. The person who stayed must be able to handle troubles, should trouble arise.
Why don't you go back?
I will stay, Christian said slowly.
No, Anfey said immediately.
He trusted Christian enough to leave him there, but he would also anger some very important people back in the sacred city.
I have an idea, Black 11 said suddenly.
Who?
Do you remember the woman we saved from the slaveholders? We saved a lot of women from the slaveholders. Which one are you talking about?
Christian asked.
The prettiest one, Anfey said. He knew immediately which one Black 11 was talking about. I've talked to her a few times before.
She doesn't talk much, but she is a very sensible person.
When did you talk to her? You didn't have ulterior motives, did you? Anfey asked, smiling.
I'm serious, Black 11 said, waving his hand. As a spy, he was almost as good as Anfey at controlling his desires, perhaps even better. He approached Alice because he was curious about her, and wanted to know more about Shansa Empire.
Don't you know?
She is dangerous, Anfey said slowly.
Have you noticed?
She never tries to initiate conversations, but she always smiles when other people try to talk to her.
Have you ever seen her eat?
No, Anfey said. Why should I care?
Anfey was good at observing details, but not with Alice.
Perhaps it was because Alice once tried to seduce him, he would try to stay away from her as much as possible. Even if she was sitting in front of him, he would intentionally ignore her. Therefore, he had never really observed her. She eats regularly, and every time she eats she is very careful. Sometimes the food was not ideal, and the others would not finish their meals. Sheep, on the other hand, would finish every last bit, Black 11 said slowly.
She is very healthy. Normally, people in her position would sink into the pit of depression, but she hasn't yet. She wants to live. She won't seek death.
Anfey frowned and tried to recall his interactions with Alice.
You're right, he said, nodding. She won't able to return to her homeland again.
Being a slave was a shameful thing, and she would be a joke if she ever returns, Black 11 said.
Anfey, she is homeless.
It shouldn't be hard to get her to do as we wish.
What if? Anfey said, still hesitant. I can leave some of my men here, Black 11 said. To protect and keep an eye on her.
If she attempts to do something, my men will take care of it.
Trust me when I say she wants to live. She won't try to do anything.
In the end, she is one person, and even if she does try to do something, she can't cause that much harm.
Let me think about, Anfey said.
I think you should go talk to her, Black 11 said with a smile.
Me? Anfey blinked and asked.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 207, Ungrateful. Chapter 207, Ungrateful. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio.
Everybody started to work after the decision was made. Even if a family needed to move, they had so much to pack.
A legion with hundreds of people would have much more to do.
In addition, they had captured many treasures from the war. When everything added up, they just had so much stuff.
Feller was the busiest among them.
He was in charge of logistics, so he had to run around to categorize stuff into important, useful, and not important for right now. He did not want to designate his authority to gnomes and dwarves. Dwarves could be trustworthy, but gnomes were cheap and liked to steal things if the opportunity presented itself.
Can you be in charge when I am gone?
Black 11 and his crew are good with fighting, but they cannot look at issues from different angles.
I hope you can help them if something happens.
I am just worried they will make trouble, Anfey said slowly.
Can I really give them commands? Are they going to listen to me? Alice looked cold.
Of course, Anfey said.
Alice went quiet. She did not want to argue with Anfey.
Anfey seemed confident, but she knew well that they would not listen to her because of who she was.
To be more frank, she did not believe what Anfey said. She was not totally sold on it.
We also have some hired mercenaries.
They could die for the money.
I was worried that they would make mistakes.
Can you watch them? Anfey was in thought for a while. I will leave you some gold coins.
If something happens, you can use gold coins to ask those mercenaries to work for you.
Are you leaving those gold coins to me? Alice asked.
No, Linfu will hold the gold coins.
Whenever you need them, you can ask Linfu. I will introduce you to him in a little bit, Anfey said. I see. Alice smiled. Anfey looked a little awkward.
There was saying that one should trust a person in a high position. Anfey wanted Alice to work for him but did not give her any real authority or resources. He could not cover the fact that he did not trust her. He knew there was more to it when Alice said I see. Anfey felt he had to be careful with Alice. If Alice decided to use all the gold coins Anfey left her to hire those mercenaries, no one would know what would happen. There were good odds there could be internal conflicts in Moramatch. If there is anything you cannot handle, retreat to the underground city. Do not fight with them. Wait for us to come back, Anfey said. You look like you really care about me, Alice said. Of course, I care about you. I care about everyone in our legion. Anfey looked serious, as if he was giving a speech at a press conference. He tried not to say anything that could make Alice have second thoughts. Thank you. You are so kind. It was a loss for the church that you could not join the Church of Light, Alice said. I am flattered, Anfey answered, a bit awkwardly. I heard you have wiped out a Griffin aerial unit, Alice said. Where did you hear about that? Anfey asked. Everybody seemed happy for the past few days and they gathered and talked. I overheard their conversations. Alice looked off into the distance. I also heard you are going to receive a Medal of Mars and an estate from Yolanthi. Is it true? Yes, Anfey said. Violet City is a beautiful and elegant city. It looks like King Yolanthi likes you a lot, Alice said. He, I have to say I am lucky, Anfey said. Many things have nothing to do with luck. You were so brave to take your crew to attack Griffin aerial unit. It has proved that you were certain you could win that battle. Everyone knows that how dangerous it can be to attack a Griffin aerial unit unprepared. It is nothing different than committing suicide. In fact, a Griffin aerial unit is not as powerful as you think. It may be because you have lived in Shansa Empire for a long time and heard too many legends about them, Anfey said. Really? Alice shook her head with a smile. Okay, I am not going to bother you more. Someone is going to get mad at me. Anfey followed Alice's eyes and saw Naya dragging Susanna over. Susanna was telling her something with a smile. Alice had left when Anfey turned around. She walked around to avoid meeting Naya and Susanna. Obviously, she did not want to have any conflict with them. In the Legion, Alice was not in an advantageous position. If she had conflicts with Naya, no one would be on her side, no matter whether they were arguing or got into a physical fight. Anfey, I did not know you are this kind of person, Naya said, staring at Anfey angrily with her hands on her hips. What is wrong with me? Anfey did not know if he should laugh or cry. Okay, Naya, Anfey only had something to tell her. Susanna tried to take Naya away. Don't pull me, Susanna. You are too weak. Don't worry. I got you. No one can do anything to you. Naya beat her chest loudly. She totally forgot how powerful Susanna was on the battlefield, while she hid in the safest place. There are so many people in the Legion. Why do you have to talk to that bitch? Tell me, Anfey, Naya said. Susanna stuck her tongue out at Anfey with a helpless look. In fact, she did not think it was a big deal when Anfey talked to Alice in private. Naya dragged her here. She was worried Naya was going to yell and cause a scene. She had to follow her. She was also concerned Anfey would get mad at Naya and hurt their relationship. She was in such a dilemma. Naya, everyone is going back to Mayho Empire. We could not leave Moramatch here without anyone taking care of it. I talked to her to see if she could help, Anfey explained. Why don't you find someone else for it? Why did it have to be her? Naya did not believe Anfey. Naya was very possessive, perhaps because she had been spoiled since she was little. When she was dating the second Prince Grandin, she would get super mad if Grandin chatted and laughed with other girls. Now that Naya saw Anfey talking and laughing with Alice, she felt bad for Susanna. She could not stand any playboy. Who else do you want me to talk with then? Anfey asked. Christian, Rizka, Blavi, they are more capable than that bitch. Why do you have to ask her to do it? Naya said. Naya, everyone wants to go home. Do you want Christian to stay when we all go back to Mayho Empire? Anfey asked. Naya was confused and did not know how to respond to Anfey. Since you are so against it. Okay, I will apologize to Susanna. I am not going to talk to that bitch. Anfey pulled Susanna closer. But, someone has to be in charge here. Naya, if you are against Alice being in charge, why don't you be in charge? Anfey said. Me? Naya immediately panicked. But I was never in charge of anything. You can learn. No one is born to know how to manage things, Anfey said. No, I cannot. Knowing she could go home soon, Naya was so happy that she was even singing in her dream. After Anfey asked her to stay, she looked so disappointed, dark in the sky over Moramatch. She felt bad for Susanna, but now she felt bad for herself.
Naya.
Anfey's voice became very quiet, and he looked very serious. Think about it, we had you stay in a safe place whenever there was a dangerous situation since we left Sacred City.
We had you eat first at dinner. We never asked you to be on watch. Look over there, everyone is busy, but you can walk around. Ask yourself, what have you done for everyone? Nothing. Now it is the time for you to do something for everyone. Can you do it for us? Anfey asked. Naya was torn.
On the one hand, she wanted to go home so badly, but on the other hand she believed what Anfey said to her was right.
She was not a little kid anymore. She could not act like a loser all the time. She needed to prove she could be valuable. What Anfey asked her to do was not too much anyway.
He neither asked her to fight with a vicious magic beast, nor asked her to do any impossible mission.
He only asked her to stay.
Naya frowned, her eyes got moist and she started sniffling.
After a while, she finally agreed. Okay, I will stay. Are you sure you want to stay? Anfey actually was a little shocked by Naya's answer. Yes, Anfey, can you tell me what I should do? Naya said with a trembling voice.
She wanted to cry, but she could not cry here. Naya planned to go to the back of the hill to cry her eyes out when she was alone.
Ha ha ha. Naya, I was joking with you. Anfey suddenly laughed. If I do not allow you to go back, Professor probably will kill me. You, Anfey. You asshole. Naya stared wide-eyed.
She jumped as she screamed.
She kicked at Anfey. The kick without combat power could be ignored. Anfey only wanted Naya to feel better.
He even backed up few steps and made painful faces. Suddenly, a white figure passed by as fast as lightning.
Naya screamed and stepped back.
She held her thigh with a painful face.
Anfey faked his painful face, but not Naya. The little guy stood between Anfey and Naya. The innocent blue eyes now looked cold.
The fur behind his neck was blown by the wind.
He looked like he was ready to fight. Anfey did not fool Naya and Susanna. Naya had wanted to add another kick. The little guy actually got fooled. You, ungrateful little unicorn. You are the same as Anfey.
Naya was so angry that her fingers started to shake when she saw the little unicorn attack her. She was mad that the little unicorn did not remember the time she took care of him.
Let's go back. Susanna hurried off, bending down and patting lightly on little unicorn's hindquarters. She walked back to Naya and tried to comfort her. Impulse is the devil.
Anfey held the little unicorn in his arms and pointed at his nose a few times.
He walked over to Naya. The little unicorn did not look feisty anymore. He lifted his head and looked around.
He seemed to understand what happened. He closed his eyes and fell asleep.
Interesting to know that not only humans knew how to fake sleep to avoid any awkwardness.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 208, Split. Chapter 208, Split. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. The group finally began their journey back to the city.
Their caravan, made up of nearly 30 carriages, headed towards Transverse Mountain. For a man that had been living in the desert, the lushness of the landscape would appear heavenly. For someone who had been living in such a landscape, however, it was nothing to be excited about.
No one in the caravan seemed to be interested in the scenery outside.
Everyone stayed inside their carriages and chatted.
After 7 days of eventless traveling, the caravan left Transverse Mountain behind them. Ahead was a small checkpoint with the flags of Manhwa Empire. With Black 11 and Appa, the caravan quickly passed through the checkpoint and was not inspected. There was a large worksite behind the toll building, with thousands of people scurrying about, digging a deep trench. Manhwa Empire had learned its lesson, and was about to build a defensive wall that was better at keeping enemies out. Everyone lifted the carriage's curtains to look at the workers, and the topic of their conversations changed to the recent war. Anfey looked out the window, but did not become excited like the rest of the group. After the carriages left the mountains, his power became very limited. Without forests, the leaf was practically useless. What's wrong? Susanna, who was very perceptive to Anfey's mood changes, asked. I can't see anything anymore, Anfey said. He hid the leaf behind his shirt carefully. Don't worry, Susanna said with a smile. I'm still here. It's all right, Anfey said. It's just strange.
It was easy for a man to get used to a life of luxury, but it would be hard for him to try and get used to his old life after he had experienced a life of luxury. Anfey was used to being able to observe his surroundings, but now that was taken away, he felt strange. Black 11 said that a mansion is already being constructed in Violet City, Susanna said softly. We can plant plenty of trees there. Don't worry, Anfey said with a smile.
Susanna, I am leaving tomorrow morning.
No one knows except for Black 11.
Where are we going? Violet City.
Why? To do something we have to sooner or later, Anfey said with a sigh. Due to his occupation, Anfey was very opposed to appearing in front of a large crowd of people. Now, however, it was not up him to decide. After he accepted the medal from Yolanthe, he would become a public figure no matter what he wanted. His mansion could become the center of attention. At that moment, there were two threats to his and his companions' lives. One was Evil Mist, and the other was Philip.
Surely they would try to make a move after hearing that he would be getting a mansion in Violet City.
He had to have a plan beforehand.
I'm going with you, Susanna announced.
We have to leave Shelley behind, then, Anfey said.
We can't bring her. Susanna nodded silently.
Shelley won't get angry that I whisked her sister away again, would she?
Don't worry, Susanna assured him. Shelley understands. There may be people waiting for us. We will leave during the night, Anfey said. Black 11 will take care of everything. What will you do with the unicorn? Susanna asked, pointing at the unicorn, who was sleeping next to Anfey. It's staying here. You can't, Susanna said. Didn't you hear what Christian said? The last time you left it went crazy.
It was too magically powerful so they couldn't do anything until it got tired, but...
Anfey scratched his head and frowned. He did remember Christian talking about it.
Christian set up an array with 2 magic crystals to trap it while it slept, but it didn't work, and they ended up wasting crystals.
It got sick the next day. I know.
He said that it used up too much energy but it didn't have a way to replenish it, Anfey said.
That was in the tunnels. It couldn't get out if it wanted to.
We are outside, and Christian won't be able to keep an eye on it all the time.
He has other things to do. If someone caught it.
Susanna shook her head and her voice trailed off. She stroked the unicorn. She would not allow it to be captured by people with malicious intent.
The unicorn opened its eyes and stood up.
It moved over to door, poked its head through the curtains and whinnied.
It was instinctual, done to ward off other powerful magic beasts.
The horses pulling the carriages were only normal horses, and were not familiar with the unicorn.
For common animals like horses, it was only natural to fear magic beasts.
The horses started and bolted. The carriage lurched forward. Thankfully the driver was very skillful, and managed to remain in control over the horses. Stop that, for goodness sake, Susanna said. She was glowing faintly, and grabbed the unicorn's tail to pull it back into the carriage.
Anfey's body turned and he balanced himself. Is everything all right, my lord? Someone outside asked. Everything's fine, Anfey replied. Keep yourselves under control, Susanna said sternly, tapping the unicorn's head.
She spoke softly, however, and did not sound threatening.
The unicorn looked at Susanna, and turned its head away.
Even though it had been dragged back into the carriage by its tail, it was still a proud creature.
Anfey raised his hand and slapped the unicorn's head lightly. The unicorn whined and lay down on the floor, looking at Anfey fearfully. Seeing the unicorn's eyes, Anfey sighed and did not hit it again.
Taking it will expose us, he said to Susanna. It was no longer a secret that his team had a unicorn. A unicorn itself would be a surprising sight and would attract a lot of attention. It would make their journey harder than it needed to be.
We have to, Susanna insisted.
She was rarely stubborn, but she cared a lot about the unicorn.
Why didn't it grow up?
It's been a while now, Anfey said, frowning. If it's as big as a horse, we could make a suit of armor for it so it would be harder for people to realize it's a unicorn.
You can't compare horses with unicorns, Susanna said.
Horses are too short-lived compared to unicorns. These things can live for hundreds, even thousands of years.
Are you serious? Anfey said, his eyes wide.
He had talked to other people about the unicorn, but no one ever told him about its lifespan. You're not saying that I won't ever get a chance to ride it, are you?
Let me think, Susanna said.
I think it has a 3-year-long infant stage, then it would start growing.
I think there is a correlation between its energy intake and the time it matures. We can go ask Hagen and Wei Wei about it.
I'm sure they know about it more than I do.
Let's go later, Anfey nodded and said.
He stared at the unicorn and said, I wish we can just put it in a dimensional ring.
Susanna rolled her eyes.
Anfey, Black 11 called from outside of the carriage.
Come in, Anfey said.
Black 11 lifted the curtain and entered the carriage. He smiled at Susanna, then sat down on the ground. I already took care of everything, he said in a hushed voice. I had my men rent a room in Kolo City up ahead.
We can leave during the night. Appa will come with us. This was the difference between Black 11 and Appa.
When Appa was speaking to Anfey, he wanted Susanna to leave because he did not trust her. When Black 11 was speaking to him, he did not care if Susanna was there.
He that knew that he could trust Susanna. Him? Who would take care of the caravan if both of you leave? We have already passed all the checkpoints, Black 11 said. There shouldn't be any troubles. Appa spent 7 years in Violet City, and is more familiar with it than all of us. He will be very helpful.
All right, Anfey said, nodding. I'm afraid we have to take one more with us, though.
Who is it? Anfey looked at the unicorn, who was still crouching on the ground.
Black 11 frowned and said, it will bring unnecessary troubles.
It's Lady Susanna's order, Anfey said.
I do what she says.
Is it? Black 11 said, smiling.
Susanna blushed and glared at Anfey and Black 11, but her gaze was not intimidating at all.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.
Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 209, Amazing Rewards. Chapter 209, Amazing Rewards. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey, Susanna, and their crew quietly left the hotel at midnight.
Anfey felt good about leaving, since they should be safe going back to Mayho Empire. There were not many things to deal with, except he needed to make arrangements for the female slaves. He believed Christian could totally take care of it for him. Compared with other people in the Legion, the female slaves seemed a little worried about going back to their hometowns.
After passing the border, the smiles on their faces were diminishing.
They gathered in groups and chatted quietly. It was not an honorable experience to be enslaved. They could not hide the fact they were slaves, since their family and friends had seen them being taken away by the Shansa Empire's soldiers. No one knew what their future would be. People might welcome them or back or make fun of and look down upon them.
Anfey seemed to have similar feelings to female slaves.
He unconsciously wanted to avoid Saul. Anything he had tried to hide from Saul had been exposed.
How would Saul see him?
In fact, Anfey had decided to secretly go to Violet City this time.
This must have to do with his timidity.
He was like a test taker who subconsciously wanted to know his grades as late as possible, since he was not so sure about the answers he wrote.
Black 11 was pretty powerful in White Mountain City and Blackwater City. He was amazingly powerful in this place. He was incredibly efficient when he ran errands for Anfey. Black 11 had planned everything well before Anfey could even think of it.
A wagon with 8 horses, and official approval to leave at night, 6-inch-high files with everything Anfey wanted to know, including the Violet City geography after the war, backgrounds and updates of royal families in different sizes, and even the profiles and religions of civilians. As day broke, the Violet City gate opened. A wagon that had been waiting outside of the city for a while finally slowly drove into Violet City. No one had slept, but all 4 of them were not regular people, so they did not look sleepy.
Anfey, do we go directly to your Earl's Court? Susanna asked as she looked around the city in curiosity.
No, madam, I have sent people to let the mayor know that you are coming. He will wait for us at the Botanical Gardens, Appa said with a smile. Maybe because he had not forgotten that he had offended Susanna, or because Susanna was already a senior swordswoman and could possibly become a master swordswoman, he was very polite to her.
Botanical Gardens? Anfey asked. It is the name of a hotel.
It also has the most beautiful garden in Violet City.
Appa thought for a second and said, right now we still have enough time. Why don't we drive around the city for a while?
This way, Master and your wife could know Violet City better.
Some things can't be found in the official files. Is Violet City large? Anfey asked in a low voice. Not small, Master. Look at this map. Appa pointed at the map.
If you walk along the main streets, you would not finish walking all of them until noon.
Anfey looked at the map carefully. There were 6 main streets, 3 horizontally and 3 vertically. Each main street crossed the whole city.
If it would take a half day to walk through the main streets, Anfey could figure out the scale of Violet City.
Such a large city is all mine now? Anfey asked with a suspicious tone.
He did not get too excited when he learned that Yolanthe rewarded him Violet City.
When he walked into Violet City today, he was clearly intrigued. Looking through the crack in his window, Anfey saw the street was so long that it seemed to have no end. Anfey thought to himself, is this big city all mine? Anfey normally had good vision for life, but he was still just a person who owned a condo in the other world. The law said the condo owner only had the property title for 70 years. No one could argue with the law. Anfey was really shocked to see such a big city actually belong to him. Anfey had to admit Yolanthe was somebody. People who received Yolanthe's rewards usually were very happy. Only giving out plenty of rewards could make his followers feel grateful and want to work for the country and him. Anfey could not help thinking of the time of Chuhan Rebellion. Xian Yu had to give out nobility titles to reward his followers. He had rubbed the seal so much that the edges of the seal got rounded, but he still could not decide what kind of rewards he would give out. He was brave like Robin Hood. He shed tears for soldiers, and killed many enemies on the battlefield. He only had military power, but lacked leadership qualities and a generous personality. If he just wanted to be a general, being stingy did not seem to be a problem. However, he wanted to be an emperor. In the end, people betrayed him one after another. Anfey was shocked by Yolanthe's rewards. He did admire him as well. Yes, master, Appa smiled. It will belong to me forever? Anfey asked. Well, master, your nobility title could not be inherited, Appa answered. Anfey's excitement was cut in half. This was no better than a 70-year property title. He was over 20 years old now. Could he live longer than 100 years? If you serve our country with distinction, our king is always generous with rewards, Appa added. What kind of power do I have in Violet City? Anfey asked. Appa explained to Anfey in detail. As the owner of Violet City, he had great powers. He could appoint anyone to be the mayor. He could even be the mayor himself. He could change any rules, but had to follow the laws of Manhwa Empire. If a city owner killed a person on the street, he could not get away from it according to law. After Yolanthe took over the throne, he spent over 10 years demolishing the inheritance system and the impunity in royal families with various tactics and bloody fights. It was like lighting up a candle in dark for a corrupted country. Of course, when royals committed crimes, they would have less serious punishments. A king had to take the royal family's benefits into consideration to avoid any conflict with them. What he did was solely to try to constrain royal families and stop them from committing too many crimes. Compared with other policy changes he made, the only benefit of this policy change was to help Yolanthe win people's support. If anyone dared to talk bad about Yolanthe, no matter who he was, he could be beaten to death by an angry mob. Compared with other kings, its benefits were more obvious. Both Elazan Empire and Shansa Empire were not politically stable. Shansa Empire only sent a Griffin aerial unit to the battle this time because there were riots by a large group of civilians and slaves. The conflicts among different social classes in Manhwa Empire started to get better. No matter which world, or what time, civilians were usually simple. As long as they had food and could survive, they would not risk their lives to riot. Seeing Appa's emphasis on strictly following the laws, Anfey was laughing inside. Anfey was able to see further than regular people. Big royal families used to have the authority to make laws, which caused different bills to pass in different cities. Take stealing as example. Some thieves could be sentenced to death in some cities, their hands could be cut off in other cities, or taken to jail but also bailed out in other cities. On the one hand, standardizing the laws in different cities could make the country more transparent and prevent royals from harming others. On the other hand, it also foresaw the development of centralization of authority. Anfey had an idea how strictly laws were enforced. Looking at it from an evil point of view, the criminals were fine if they were not caught. Anfey was an assassin in the other world. He had killed many people, even though he believed those people deserved it. However, he did kill people. From a hypercritical point of view, there were too many loopholes in the law. The lawyers would be unemployed and starving if there were no loopholes in the law. Anfey killed the grandson of Philip and over a dozen of others, but he was considered an honorable person in Manhwa Empire. Even Manhwa Empire would argue that Anfey was just killing in self-defense, but how could it make sense if he killed more than a dozen of people? If Yolanthe got to know he tried hard to subdue Philip and removed all the charges against Anfey was still so critical about the laws in Manhwa Empire, Yolanthe probably would become incensed and curse Anfey and his whole family. While Appa was explaining details to Anfey, he had driven the wagon from the northern wall to the southern wall in Violet City. Anfey looked out of the window to look at the sun. He suddenly asked, Appa, if I am guessing right, the color of blood red should mean taking action, right? Yes. Appa nodded. Are you an assassin? Anfey asked. Yes, Appa answered. You do not look like an assassin, Anfey said. Master, what do you mean by that? Appa did not get Anfey's comment. You covered yourself very well. I could not tell what you do for a living by just talking to you. Although Anfey was smiling, he sneered inside. What do I mean? I meant you talk too much, Anfey thought to himself. Master, you must be joking. Appa shook his head with a smile. I would have died a long time ago if people could tell what I do for a living. Black 11, the main part of your job is to seek information, right? Anfey asked. Yes, Black 11 answered. I think you guys should switch jobs. One could really talk and look like a person seeking out information, while the other one always has a poker face and looks like an assassin. Me? When did I have a poker face? No, you have a poker face. Black 11 rebutted angrily. When I just met you, you wore a black cloth on your face. Luckily, I am not a chicken, otherwise I would have been scared to death, Anfey said. Had we not just met? I did not know you. Black 11 felt a little awkward and tried to explain. And, I have a scar on my face. I could be identified easily because of it. You give very short answers too. Look at Appa, he knows how to talk. You should learn from him, Anfey said. Okay. I will change, okay? Black 11 said with a helpless tone. Appa smiled in response to Anfey's compliments. Anfey praised him for the talking skills, which in turn made feel uneasy to continue talking. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 210, Sheriff. Chapter 210, Sheriff. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Appa ordered the caravan to turn and headed towards the inn around noon. According to Appa, the sheriff of the city, was a very capable man. After the city fell, he hid in the slums with the homeless and the beggars, and thus avoided the Shansa soldiers' search. After the soldiers left, he came out of hiding to maintain order in the city. Normally, the city would have been plagued by chaos due to the power vacuum. Was the one that stabilized the city and prevented further damage. Violet City was famous for its beauty, but because of the Shansa occupation, it was nothing close to beautiful. The streets were filled with filth, and the homes that lined the streets were mostly destroyed. There were only a few people on street, and their expressions were apathetic at best. Appa told Anfey that out of the 200,000 people that had inhabited the city, around 3,000 were killed, and over 10,000 were missing. Most of the missing were women between the ages of 15 and 30. Over 5,000 women were confirmed captured by the Shansa soldiers. Which meant at least 5,000 families had lost their daughters and wives. Anfey asked Appa whether it was possible to find the missing persons, but Appa simply shrugged and said it was almost impossible. The women would not be treated well. If they were sold into slavery, the slave owners at least would not beat and starve them. If they remained with the Shansa soldiers, their fate would be much worse. The siege of Blackania City had been going on for too long, and the soldiers were frustrated. When the soldiers became agitated, they would take it out on the women they kept as prisoners. Many of the women could be found if someone tried to dig through the Shansa campsites. 5,000 was only the number of the confirmed casualties. Manhwa Empire lost 17 cities on the Eastern Front. What would the combined casualties be? The number would be terrifyingly large. When a kingdom prospered, its people thrived. If a kingdom suffered, however, the people suffer even more. Manhwa Empire would ask for a large sum of money for retribution, but it would be used on rebuilding cities and armies. The people would not get any compensation for their losses. Appa jumped out of the carriage first after they arrived at the inn. He knocked on the roof of the carriage and told Anfey and Susanna that it was safe for them to get off. Anfey lifted the curtain of the carriage and pointed at a basket. The unicorn looked at Anfey and saw that he was very serious. It stood up and moved into the basket unhappily. In order to avoid trouble, Anfey trained the unicorn to sit still in the basket. Even though the high-tier magic beasts were intelligent, the unicorn was still too young to understand the commands. Susanna took the basket and covered it with a piece of black fabric. She wanted to talk to Anfey and release the unicorn, but it was not possible. She knew Anfey too well, and she knew that the unicorn's gaze could soften her, but not him. The four of them walked into the inn. The inside of the inn was quiet and empty. It was a large inn, but all the tables were empty. 2 maids were napping on the counter. Hearing footsteps, they started awake and turned, visibly relaxing when they realized it wasn't Shansa soldiers. The 2 maids glanced at the 3 newcomers, and their gazes fell on Susanna.
They were shocked by how beautiful she was, and the fact that she had been spared by the soldiers.
Appa walked over and said something to the maids in a hushed voice.
The maids nodded, and one of them turned to lead the three towards the second floor.
She stopped in front of a door and opened it for Susanna and Anfey.
She kept staring at Susanna, which made her uncomfortable.
Susanna was afraid that the maid would discover what was in the basket.
Black 11 closed the door behind him, shutting out the prying eyes of the maid. The first thing Susanna did was take the fabric off of the basket and let the unicorn jump out. Even though it had only been confined to the basket for a short amount of time, it was unbearable for a magic beast who loved freedom.
"Sir, do you need anything?" the maid outside asked timidly.
"Not yet," Black 11 said.
"Appa, where is that sheriff? Shouldn't he be waiting for us?" Black 11 already knew what was going to happen.
Yolanthe had ordered him to help Anfey in his future endeavors, which meant he must look out for him. Anfey was the new lord of this city, and it was very rude to keep him waiting.
"I don't know," Appa said with a shrug. "He's busy. Maybe he got held up." Black 11 shook his head disapprovingly and sat down on a nearby chair. After a few moments, a knock came. Appa walked over and opened the door. A man in his mid-30s walked into the room. He smiled at Appa apologetically.
"I apologize," he said, "for my lateness. We've just discovered some bodies and I was needed at the scene."
Anfey looked at the man.
Judging from his appearance, he was just an ordinary person. No one, however, acted the way they looked. There were many things, such as body language and expressions, that could be used to judge a man's characters. After he jumped out of the carriage, Anfey had observed his surrounding. The streets were almost empty, and there were no carriages on the road. Even if the sheriff had arrived as soon as they entered the inn, he would still not knock on the door this fast.
He was either already around, or already in the inn.
"I shouldn't be the one you are apologizing to," Appa said with a smile.
He glanced at Anfey and said, "This is Erder, the sheriff of Violet City." The unicorn walked over curiously and looked at Erder. Susanna stood and called, "Come here." The unicorn bounced back to Susanna and rubbed itself on her leg. It knew very well that it should never anger Susanna. If it angered Anfey, Susanna would try to protect it. If it angered Susanna, no one would protect it from Anfey's anger.
Erder narrowed his eyes. Everything, from the way it walked to its speed, indicated that it was not just a common pet.
What kind of men keep unicorns as pets?
"Please wait for a few moments. I have some things I need to take care of," Erder said. He walked over to the door and called down the corridor, "Don't wait for me."
"Yes, sir," someone outside replied.
Erder closed the door behind him and glanced at the people in the room. His eyes fell on Anfey.
"What did you want to talk about, my lord?" "Let's sit and talk," Anfey said.
No. I am quite all right standing, if that does not bother you," Erder said, smiling.
"Just sit down," Susanna said.
She pulled out a chair for Erder and smiled at him. It was strange to go from a mercenary to the lord of a city.
Susanna was still getting used to it. Thank you, Erder said.
He glanced at Anfey, then sat down slowly. "I'm not going to waste any time," Anfey said.
"I'm Anfey, and I need some information, since this will be my home from now on." Erder's eyes widened. "You're Lord Anfey, then?" Due to political needs, Yolanthe had described Anfey as a hero.
He was fearless, and was ready to face challenges such as the Griffin's aerial squad.
Erder now knew what kind of men kept unicorns as pets. "You know me?" Anfey asked.
He wasn't sure what Yolanthe had done, and was surprised. Even if Erder had found out he was the Lord of Violet City, he should not be that shocked. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 211, A Masterpiece of a Sword. Chapter 211, A Masterpiece of a Sword. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio.
Everyone in Manhwa Empire has heard about your achievements, your honorable master. I do not know what you exactly would like to know, Erder said.
Important stuff, anything you think is important, Anfey said. Important? Erder gave it some serious thought. Master, the priority for Violet City right now is to rebuild the city. The budget is very tight. I could not do anything without funding.
That is not right, Appa said in surprise.
The Empire has allocated money to the fallen cities. How could the budget be so tight? Master Appa, Violet City is a special case. Some of the allocation was already spent.
The rest of the funds could not be touched, Erder said.
What did you do with the money? You did not pocket the money, did you? Appa asked in a joking tone.
I do not have guts to do that, Master Appa.
Glanced at Anfey out of the corner of his eye.
He hesitated for a second and said, I spent the money on Earl's Court. The Earl's Court project just started, and we might need to put more into it later on.
I wouldn't dare divert the money to do anything else. Appa was silent after hearing what told him.
Earl's Court was built for Anfey. Usually the royal families with estates had to build their houses with their own money, but Anfey's case was a little special.
Anfey had not been in the Violet City.
Asked permission from Yolanthe to build Earl's Court for Anfey, so he did not do anything wrong. It was also wrong to say he used his power to kiss his boss's ass.
Anfey was shocked for a second but did not say anything.
If he was asked about the structure of the human body, how much weight bones, joints, and tendons could take, the flexibility of blood vessels, nerve distribution, and other things, he would have a very deep understanding of them and explain in every possible detail. However, when it came to managing a city, he had so many things to learn.
It seemed a little inappropriate to build his own house with the budget for the city.
It also seemed to be a problem for Anfey to figure out a reason or way to criticize or finish the conversation smoothly. He felt he would be laughed at if he were not careful. Felt it was not appropriate to talk about it and looked regretful that he had brought it up. He lowered his head and was quiet. After a short silence, suddenly it sounded loud outside of the wagon.
Everyone could clearly hear a person yelling crazily, "Where is Erder? Where is that *whole mayor?"
After hearing a female attendant begging him in panic, the person's voice sounded closer to them. The door of the room was kicked open.
A young man in his early 20s in fancy clothes, followed by his bodyguards, came into the room. "Master Shamash, what are you doing?"
Stood up with anger.
"What am I doing? You took my people yesterday. Why don't you ask yourself what you did?"
That young man pointed at with a horsewhip. The horsewhip almost touched nose.
The young man got even madder. "You are *king nobody to me. When the Shansa Empire's soldiers took over Violet City, what were you doing?
You hid in a beggar's house.
How can you claim you are our mayor?"
The bodyguards behind the young man laughed out loud. The face of a person in mage uniform changed when he saw the little unicorn watching everyone. "Master Shamash, we can talk in my office later if you want.
Right now I have guests. Can you leave now?"
Took a deep breath and said slowly.
"Guests? I know your master has come to support you. *K off. Let me see who your bastard master is."
The young man pushed on chest and stumbled back. The young man walked to the table like he was the owner of the hotel.
He looked condescending and looked over Anfey and his crew. Anfey and his crew wore different looks on their faces.
Appa smiled without saying anything. Black 11 looked cold. Anfey lazily sat to the side with his eyes only slightly open. Susanna quietly watched Anfey.
These four people all had stories. Even though they had different personal networks, none of them thought the young man was a match for them.
Obviously, they did not even bother to respond to him. The guy in the mage uniform stepped forward and pulled the young man aside.
He whispered something to the young man. The young man suddenly turned around, yelling, "Is that a unicorn?" That mage obviously did not expect the young man to act so inappropriately. The mage looked a little awkward. He nodded and whispered, "Yes, it is a unicorn. Nice, very nice."
The young man looked at the little guy greedily. He walked back to the table and looked at Anfey, as he was the owner of the hotel.
"I represent the Sacred Magic Academy and come to take this little unicorn. Of course, I will reimburse you with a reasonable price." "Name a price."
Rookies usually dared to do anything since they did not realize the risks ahead of them. Any person with some experience could immediately tell that the owner of the unicorn would not be a nobody, but that young man wanted to take possession of the unicorn.
"Never mind the price.
You can take the unicorn if you want," Anfey said casually. "You are such a nice person," the young man laughed aloud. He did not notice that Anfey did not talk to him in formal and respectful language. He did not notice Susanna had put her hand on the sword shaft either.
He turned around and yelled at his bodyguards, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get the unicorn."
Two bodyguards approached the little unicorn with their arms open.
They looked like they were trying to catch a little chicken.
The little unicorn felt the hostility from them.
The unicorn looked around and suddenly ran away.
The little unicorn ran so fast that he looked like a white light. The little guy jumped on the table and ran into Anfey's arms. Now the little unicorn became confident and growled with his head raised up. The two bodyguards saw their opportunity and ran to Anfey.
Susanna stood up.
A cloud of shiny sword radiance suddenly appeared. The bodyguard running in front coved his throat with his hands and stumbled. The blood from his throat dyed his clothes red in the blink of an eye, and he fell on the floor. The other bodyguard stopped himself when he saw what had happened to the first bodyguard. He stared at the body of the other bodyguard and stood frozen to the floor.
Susanna did not continue to attack him.
A masterpiece of a sword was always a masterpiece of sword, no matter whether it was hung in the palace for people to admire or laid in a corner forgotten for hundreds of years. Once it was out of the shaft, nothing could cover its shininess.
Susanna was a master swordswoman.
She had indulged herself in dating for the past few days and looked even more sweet and girly for that reason. People usually could tell she was in love, but once she pulled her swords out, she changed into a totally different person. Jaguar was not enough to describe her viciousness, lightning was not enough to describe her speed, with sword pointing at someone, she was ready for the fight. She looked determined to win the fight. Besides Anfey, Black 11 knew Susanna the best. After hearing Anfey saying you can, Black 11 already foresaw this happening. He shrugged and leaned back to sit against the back of the seat.
He was ready to watch a show. Appa was shocked and stared, his eyes wide.
He had showed enough respect to Susanna, but that was mainly because of Anfey. He had seen many bloody scenes, but never expected a slight girl could become a vicious swordswoman in the blink of an eye without giving any signs. The last time he saw Susanna, she was still watching Anfey with a lot of love, but his impression of her totally changed the next second. The mage nervously moved back a step and chanted as he held his wand. Anfey sat reclined on the chair, but he suddenly looked up and stared at the mage's throat.
If Susanna looked brave and vicious, then Anfey looked cold as ice.
The mage felt something stuck in his throat and had goosebumps all over him. He could not suppress the scare feeling and stopped his chanting.
He desperately put down his wand.
Ah! The young man jumped as an arrow hit him in the rear. He grabbed Erder and yelled, "They killed people."
#King Mayor, didn't you see it?
They killed people.
Why don't you catch them?
Erder looked at Susanna with a bitter smile, and then he pushed the young man forcefully.
He said coldly, I did not see anything.
#King. The young man crazily threw himself at Erder, but he was pulled back by the mage. Before I get mad, get the #K out of here, Anfey said. The young man struggled and tried to go after Anfey. The mage held tight onto the young man and tried very hard not to let him go as he whispered something to him.
The young man finally calmed down and gave a dirty look to Anfey, yelling, let's go. After the troublemaker left, the face of the female attendant outside changed when she saw the body on the floor.
She hurried over to close the door.
Is your name Erder?
Take a seat, Anfey pointed at a chair.
Thank you, master.
Erder slowly took a seat.
He apologized, I am sorry.
It was all because of me.
I am sorry for that. Do you know why I was not mad before? Anfey asked. Well, you are a mayor and did not want to fight with a nut. Erder tried to please Anfey with smiles. You are wrong. Anfey smiled. I was not mad only because there is someone who pissed me off even more. Master, are you saying?
Erder was shocked.
A knife appeared in Anfey's hand. The next second, Anfey had nailed Erder's hand to the table with the knife.
Erder could not help moaning in pain.
Appa jumped as he saw what happened. Anfey, what are you doing? Susanna laid her eyes on Appa, but she did not say anything. Appa did not seem like he was able to take the pressure Susanna gave him. He was not sure Susanna would do anything to him.
He slowly took a seat at the end. He looked at Black 11 and hoped Black 11 could help him and say something for him. However, Black 11 looked as if he had not seen anything happen and kept quiet. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 212, Future. Chapter 212, Future. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio.
Erder's body shook with pain, and his forehead was covered in a thin layer of sweat. His wounded hand could barely move, and the hand that was applying pressure was shaking. What was even more surprising was that Erder could still control himself. If it was a common man, he would be screaming in agony.
Why? He asked through clenched teeth. Do you really want me to tell you why? Anfey asked, frowning.
Erder took a deep breath and stared at the wound on his hand.
You showed up as soon as we did.
Then that Shamash guy showed up almost as soon as you did.
Don't you think it's a little suspicious? Anfey asked. Also, tell me. What did you mean by dog owner?
Even though he wasn't sure how Erder did it, Anfey was certain that there was a grudge between Erder and Shamash. Erder was trying to show Shamash that he had support from Anfey, or else Shamash would not have said what he said when he came into the room.
Erder smiled and shook his head.
The blood from his wound had already spread across the table, but he made no move to remove the dagger.
Truthfully speaking, I hate being used. Take this as a warning. Next time it won't be your hand, Anfey said.
He stood up slowly and ripped the dagger out of Erder's hand.
Come, let's go, he said. He did not want to talk to the man anymore.
He disliked being lied to and used. Erder's body tensed, and his breath became ragged.
Anfey did not look at the man, and began walking out of the room.
Wait, Erder called just as Anfey reached the door.
I have something I need to tell you. Is there the need for that?
Yes.
Anfey frowned and hesitated. He turned and walked back to the table. What do you want to tell me? Shamash is the sixth son of Marquis Joser.
After the Shansa soldiers occupied Violet City, the Marquis led skirmishes against the soldiers and paid dearly. 5 of his sons were killed.
Shamash is the only one left.
Why should I care?
Anfey asked, smiling. Why shouldn't you?
Erder asked.
Anfey frowned.
He had never met anyone who acted so calmly after their plan had been foiled. Erder looked like he was telling the truth, and had important reasons to do so.
Anfey sat back down and looked at Erder. Tell me then.
Why should I care? If you know anything about the history of Manhwa Empire, you should know that Marquis Joser's ancestor was one of the 10 men that helped found the nation. The family has the badge to prove it, and it had hereditary powers.
The family has been going downhill since then. However, it still had significant influence here and in the sacred city. Anfey frowned.
What Erder was saying sounded like useless babble, but no one would say useless things when his blood was dripping onto a table.
Anfey listened carefully.
The Marquis only had a few dozen soldiers, and there were over 7,000 Shansa soldiers camping here after the city fell. The Marquis, logically, could not do much, though he did sacrifice 5 sons.
Do you think His Majesty should honor him?
Of course. There are a dozen counts in this city, and only one Marquis, Erder said, staring at Anfey. Marquis Joser had sacrificed almost everything, and the only things he got were some coins and some land.
Violet City went to you, my lord, a count.
Which means that, unless the Marquis hides in his land and refuses to leave, he would have to answer you.
You're saying he is jealous? It's not only the Marquis.
The counts are jealous as well, Erder said. He tried to smile, but his muscle twitched.
Jealousy is enough to twist a man's mind, my lord. You are not in a very good situation right now. Anfey frowned. He knew that Erder was right. His future was unclear at best. Do you know how large Marquis Joser's land is, my lord? Erder asked. Only 60 acres. Not even a third of the city. You are trying to start a fight between me and Shamash because of this? Anfey asked, smiling.
I only hope you can be more cautious, my lord, Erder said slowly.
Don't be fooled by half-hearted kindness, my lord.
I've only been here for 3 years, but I already know this city very well.
Why are you helping me, then?
Because I am the sheriff, and I can never stand on neutral ground. Whenever something happens, I am the first to go down, Erder said, shrugging. I just want to pick the more capable side.
You think I'm more capable? Like I've just said, my lord, I know these people.
The only thing the Marquis has is his reputation. He is far from capable, just like his sons. His sons were killed not because they were fearless but because they were lustful cowards.
Anfey lifted a brow.
Why is that? He asked. They've long been eyeing a young girl from the outskirts of the city, but couldn't do much during the peaceful years for fear of punishment. After the Shansa soldiers arrived, they took the poor girl among the chaos.
The girl's lover was enraged and joined the Shansa army.
With someone who knew the city, none of the Marquis' sons escaped. I don't know how Marquis Joser reported what had happened, but I know that he did not report honestly. Erder paused. He glanced at his hand and continued, I've heard about what you did, my lord. I know you are much more capable than the Marquis will ever be.
I know now that you are someone who does not hesitate.
Even though he had already admitted everything, Erder was still shaking, partially due to fear. He had encountered very few men that were as brutal as Anfey. If he was aiming for his heart, Erder was sure he would be dead by now. Perhaps that was why he was able to kill Philip's grandson.
He was less like a politician and more like a killer. Why didn't you just tell me? Would you have believed me, my lord?
Anfey fell quiet. After he realized that Erder was trying to create a grudge between him and Shamash, he picked intimidation, which had always worked for him. Now, however, he realized how naive he had been. If he was older, he would not have chosen such a way to deal with the situation. In the end, intimidation would change nothing. His enemies would remain his enemies, but he could destroy potential friendships. By intimidating his enemies, he could warn them to be more careful. This was a terrible way to approach a situation like this.
I have to be honest with you now, Anfey, Appa suddenly said. I've known Erder for years now.
We trained together once, but because of a strange condition he could not use magic or combat power. They let him go in the end, and he became the sheriff of Violet City, Appa said. He knew both sides in the fight, and because of that he was in a very awkward situation.
He knew he had to lessen the tension.
Erder, why didn't you just tell me?
I can always talk to them for you. Did it get your bones? Black 11 asked, pushing himself up. He found some healing potion and began working on Erder's wound.
Well, I know how to work with you now, Lord Anfey, Erder said with a forced smile.
Everyone thinks they owe me a favor, which is a good thing for me in the long run. Anfey did not say anything.
He stared at Erder, observing his expressions.
Erder's explanation had made sense.
If he had ulterior motives, it was impressive that he was able to come up with this explanation in a short time. Anfey decided he would trust the man for now.
Is your relationship with the Marquis always so strained? Anfey asked.
Very, Erder said naturally.
Which is why I wanted to help you, my lord.
If it wasn't for the sudden invasion of Shansao Empire, they might have already found a way to throw me out of the city.
Anfey nodded.
He trusted Erder more than he did a few minutes ago, but still not completely.
He had seen too many people to completely trust anyone.
Even among his team, there were only 2 or 3 people he could completely rely on. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 213, A Sad City. Chapter 213, A Sad City. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio.
After talking quietly for a while, Anfey and others slowly walked out of their room and went downstairs. The owner and few female staff of the Garden Hotel all waited downstairs.
The owner was about 50 years old. He must have had a sight problem. He had his eyes open wide until he saw Anfey and his crew walking downstairs.
He squinted his eyes to look at them. Erder roughly wrapped his wounded hand. Seeing their mayor hurt, the owner and female staff looked at each other with confused faces.
They immediately moved their gaze elsewhere.
They knew someone had died upstairs. They did not feel like they needed to worry about it since the mayor was in the hotel. There was a saying in Buddhism, don't look, don't listen, don't ask.
Maybe it was wise to pretend they did not know anything. Master, where are you going? Do you want to come to my office?
Erder walked outside and asked in a low voice.
No, I would like to walk around first. I will see you tonight.
You need get the things I asked for ready.
Anfey looked at Erder's hand. Is your hand okay? I am fine, master.
I will get it done, Erder said, smiling. Suddenly a middle-aged woman ran towards the Garden Hotel. She stared at Susanna and yelled like a crazy woman, my child, my child. Susanna was shocked and subconsciously grabbed the sword handle. An old man chased behind the middle-aged woman. He ran really fast for his age and got hold of the woman's thigh. The woman seemed to be stronger than the old man. She struggled to walk forward and dragged the old man along with her on the ground.
My child.
The woman was only 5 yards away from Susanna.
We do not have your kids.
Erder said with a scolding tone.
Vicky, why did you let her get out again?
A few fully armed soldiers ran out of the grocery store across from the hotel and held the woman on the ground. The old man put his hands on the ground and struggled to stand up. He cried aloud before he had the chance to answer Erder's question or check his brush-burned arms for blood. From where he stood, Anfey could see pea-sized tears on the old man's face. Take all of them, Erder yelled as he waved his arm. A few soldiers took the woman's arms and legs, carrying her away. The old man was still crying on the ground. Erder gave a low sigh and walked over to the old man. He squatted down and comforted him a little bit, passed a few silver coins to the old man. The man took them as he sobbed.
He wobbled to the other end of the street. What happened? Anfey asked.
Anfey would get alert every time something happened. He took a close look at what happened, but did not find anything unusual. Old Vicky is a poor guy, Erder said bitterly.
He only has a daughter.
He raised her by himself. His daughter married a guy who moved in with them.
Later his daughter gave birth to a girl and a boy. They finally lived a good life together.
His daughter and son-in-law were capable people, so they ran a family business very well. No one would expect misfortune would fall on them.
The soldiers from Shansa Empire took over Violet City.
They also took their granddaughter away. His son-in-law had conflicts with Shansa Empire's soldiers and got killed.
The Shansa Empire's soldiers even burnt down their house.
His only grandson was burnt to death.
Such a nice family only had 2 people left now.
His daughter went crazy.
Alas.
Poor guy, Susanna said sadly. Erder had smiles on his face, but hatred showed in his eyes. There are many more people in worse situations than old Vicky in Violet City, but before I came here, I heard Violet City is a very beautiful city.
Now. Anfey could not help sighing. The previous owner of Violet City, Araben, is still in the city.
Master, if you see him, you will learn from him what kind of bastards those people from Shansa Empire are, Erder said with hatred.
People from Shansa Empire asked Araben to convince Blacania City to surrender, but they got scolded by Araben.
They cut off Araben's tendons on his wrists and ankles.
They even killed everyone in his house, including little kids. Araben himself.
Erder could not continue. His voice started to tremble.
But Araben did not surrender to them. Anfey was surprised to hear this sad story.
Monarchy was the only political system in this world. Militaries were not humanitarian, but they rarely abused royal families. Royal families were in dominant positions whether in political or military areas. For self-protection, hostile countries would not treat royal families in extremely bad ways, since no one would know if they would fall into a bad situation themselves sometime.
Even when royal families became captives, they still could be treated well. As long as ransom was paid, royal families could retrieve their freedom. This had become a rule between countries. Shansa Empire tried to take over Blacania City for a long time, but failed. The whole of Shansa Empire became crazy about it.
Anfey created a scene not long ago, which made some civilians walk out and stand on the streets to watch. If this happened in other cities, civilians would have talked about it, but not in Violet City. They were all quiet and none of them talked. They all had the same look on their faces. They did not show any emotion on their faces and kept quiet.
Where is Araben now? Anfey asked slowly.
I think we should go visit him.
He's at my house, Erder said. Your house? Anfey was shocked. His garrison residence was destroyed. He lost the ability to walk and move around. Where could he go?
Erder heaved a long sigh.
Araben saved my life before.
I have always treated him and will treat him as my own father.
Very nice of you. Anfey nodded. How is he now? Anfey was not sure how he saw Araben. It was hard to criticize people like Araben. Is he cold since he watched his family dying in front of him without trying to save them? Is he tough because he sacrificed his family for his country?
If his case was seen from emperors' and historians' points of view, he should be praised.
However, if they were Araben's family, Anfey did not think they would praise him the same way.
Very bad, but Araben said that he would try to live to the day he can take revenge on Shansa Empire. Erder slowly continued, Master, I am not flattering you. I respect you, and admire you from the bottom of my heart.
I mean it. Shansa Empire is so proud of Griffin Aerial Unit.
You wiped out the whole Griffin Aerial Unit and you did that for us.
Anfey smiled, but did not say anything. After he was quiet for a while, Erder continued to say, Master, do you know where you want to go now? I only want to walk around, Anfey said. I will have my people follow you. If something happens, I can find you immediately, Erder said. Sure, Anfey said.
Erder waved his hand. A young man just over 20 years old ran over. His name is Iliverny, smart kid.
After talking to Anfey, Erder whispered something to Iliverny.
Iliverny suddenly stared, his eyes wide.
Iliverny could not control his facial expressions.
Erder continued to whisper something to him, and then he stood aside, looking obedient.
Okay, Erder, you can leave now. Can you handle the issue upstairs?
Anfey slowly said, Susanna, you can get on the wagon now.
Aren't you coming too? Susanna was shocked. I am not riding in the wagon. Anfey shook his head.
Take care of the little guy.
He wanted to take a closer look at Violet City. If he hid himself in the wagon, he would miss out on many things. As Erder said goodbye to them, Susanna ducked into the wagon with a bamboo basket on her arm.
Anfey walked along the main street while the wagon driver drove the wagon behind him slowly.
Normal people probably thought Anfey's crew was weird. Their wagon was big and wide. It was pulled by 8 horses. The wagon looked fancy. Everyone could tell the owner of the wagon must be someone with power. It looked strange that Anfey walked instead of riding in the wagon. That no one paid attention to Anfey seemed even stranger. When people almost knocked into Anfey as they walked with their heads down, they just walked around without looking up at Anfey. The longer Anfey walked, the more he seemed to get a sense of this city. This was a quiet city, a dead city. It was a sad city in some sense. Everyone in Violet City seemed to hold something inside of themselves. The feeling Violet City citizens had toward their city was terrible. Maybe as time went by, what these civilians held in could be slowly relieved. Maybe the whole city would have a riot just as a bomb would blow when something triggered the citizens. Anfey was not sure how long he had walked, but he found himself back to the garden. It seemed that he had walked around in a big circle. This time those maids in the hotel dared not to ignore the guests. They rushed out and stood on both sides of the door. They dared not to say anything, just looking timidly at Anfey. They had no idea what Anfey would do. Anfey looked up at the sun to tell the time. He turned around and walked up to the wagon. He tapped the wagon wall twice. "Susanna, are you hungry yet?" "I am all right," Susanna said. "What does that mean?" Anfey usually could understand others well, but he did not quite understand what all right meant. "Anfey, we are hungry," Black 11 immediately interrupted. "We have not had any food since this morning." "That is right. It is already afternoon now," Appa said. In fact, they had felt hungry for quite some time. Anfey looked like he was in thought on the way, so Black 11 and Appa dared not interrupt him. They finally got a chance to say their piece now. They could not let this opportunity to slide. "Let's just grab something quick," Anfey said. Ilaverny rushed into the hotel first. He did not mean to take the food first, but to make arrangements for others. As he rushed into the hotel, a harsh and loud whistle suddenly rose on the street. Ilaverny was shocked for a second and turned around immediately. He ran outside as he whistled loudly back. "What happened?" Anfey turned around. "Master, I am not sure," Ilaverny responded immediately to Anfey. As he whistled, he ran towards where the whistle had come from. Anfey, Black 11, Susanna and Appa looked at each other confused. They did not go into the hotel. They looked around on the street to see if there was anything suspicious. After a while, they heard horses running from a distance. 2 horses came into view. Erder was riding one horse and someone Anfey had never seen before was riding the other horse. Ilaverny and a group of people ran after them, but were left far behind by Erder. Erder had rushed to Anfey in the blink of an eye. He jumped off the horse before the horse could stop itself. He almost fell to the ground. Luckily, Anfey caught him in time. "Master, I have something to tell you. Can we talk in private?" Erder said, breathing heavily. He looked perplexed. A little shocked, some joy, and mostly excitement. "Come in the wagon." Anfey looked at Erder and smiled. "Black 11, you guys come in too." "Master." Erder had followed Anfey, but he stopped when he heard Anfey invite others to come in. He said, "I insist on talking in private with just you." "Erder, what do you mean?" Appa was a little unhappy about it. The first time he met Anfey, Appa had tried to ask Anfey to leave Susanna out of their conversation. Now he had a chance to taste not being trusted. It indeed did not feel good. Erder was his friend. He even had tried to speak for him when Erder had some issues with Anfey that morning. "Sorry, Appa, it is not that I do not trust you. This is too important." Erder smiled bitterly. "Master?" Anfey went quiet for a moment and walked into the hotel. Even though Anfey and Erder had not known each other long, they had experienced things together. Anfey had already developed some trust in Erder. It must be something very, very, very important to make Erder act so abnormally, almost unreasonably. Erder followed closely behind Anfey into the hotel. He scanned around. "You guys need to leave now." The maids obediently walked out of the hotel without saying anything. The owner walked out as well. Appa and Black 11 stood outside, looking at each other. They tried to suppress their unhappy feelings. What could they do? They could not fight with Erder for that reason. What exactly happened? Anfey asked. "Master, if you were not here, I would have no idea what to do." Erder heaved a long sigh. "I think you know we are building the garrison residence for you, right?" "Yes, I know about it," Anfey said. A few slaves dug out a stone tablet when they dug the foundation. It was the stone tablet of Brunswick. Erder's eyes brightened. The muscles on his face twitched. Obviously, he was super excited. Brunswick? This name, I think I heard it somewhere.
Anfey tried to search for the name in his head as he spoke.
No way, master. You really do not know about him? asked.
I definitely heard it somewhere, Anfey said.
Master, do you know where the Palace of Sacred City was built?
smiled bitterly. It was on Brunswick Mountain.
Is it that Brunswick? Anfey asked. Master, how many Brunswicks do you think there are?
rubbed his nose. He thought Anfey would shout in surprise. He was disappointed that Anfey had no idea who Brunswick was.
What is that stone tablet about? Anfey did not think it was important information. I really do not know if you are really from this world. Gave Anfey a bitter smile again.
After Brunswick died in the sacred battle, Queen Marissa was in deep sorrow. However, she still took on the responsibility Brunswick had left. She gave commands to Brunswick's military to fight with Magic Beast tribes. After she beat the Magic Beast tribes and ended the battle, Marissa suddenly disappeared. There was a legend that Marissa had built an underground maze.
She had no other desire left for life after the battle.
She had already sent her husband's body to the underground maze.
The last thing Marissa did was to seal herself in the maze. Keep going, Anfey said.
This legend has proved true with some evidence. Brunswick and Marissa loved each other so much. After Brunswick's death, Marissa had always said she had no desire to continue to live. The only thing that kept her living was the responsibility.
Emphasized each word. Later many tomb raiders searched for her maze and found 3 in the next few hundred years. Unfortunately, those were the fake ones Marissa made to fool people. How do you know they are fake? Anfey asked. Because there was something missing.
Thought for a moment and said, there was another reason. After tomb raiders found the first underground maze, many people thought they found the real one, but there was nothing besides money and jewelry.
Later many people lost interest in Marissa's legend.
A few tomb raiders found another underground maze about 100 years later.
The layout and treasure in the maze was exactly the same as the first one. Master, think about it, why did Marissa build fake mazes on purpose? What did she want to protect? Was it only because she did not want anyone to disturb her life? Anfey did not respond to right away.
He concentrated to think of all the possibilities for why Marissa built fake mazes and how reliable this legend could be.
Master, there was one item missing with the disappearance of Marissa. No one has seen it since, said. What is it? Anfey asked. The taboo scepter.
Stressed every word.
What is the taboo scepter? Anfey asked. Almost fainted from Anfey's ignorance.
He held his hands into fists without even worrying about the pain on his hand. He grinded his teeth and said, Master, Brunswick died on the Brunswick Mountain.
After Brunswick's death, the taboo scepter broke through the block of the Magic Beast tribes. It flew back to Marissa. Do you know what it meant? That is so amazing. Anfey raised his eyebrow.
He had become used to the magic and combat power in this world.
Anfey was still amazed by an object that could have its own mind and spirit.
It was impossible to explain how it could happen. Master, taboo scepter is an amazing artifact.
A legendary artifact.
I heard that some books said the taboo scepter had some unexposed secrets. I heard even a regular human being can perform forbidden spells with the taboo scepter.
Finished his talk in one breath. He took a deep breath. Do you understand?
Yes,
but what does that stone tablet mean then? Anfey asked. There should be an underground maze, said. Maybe it is a fake one again.
It was not that Anfey was trying to disappoint on purpose. Anfey got used to assuming the worst scenario when he looked at problems.
Was speechless.
It was not normal for people to stay as calm as Anfey when they heard the news about the taboo scepter. In fact, it was who had short vision and lack of life experience.
It was easy to make Anfey lose himself. He could just say, have you seen the porn of Mutaran?
Anfey would jump really high and grab to ask him where he was from.
No matter whether it is a real or fake maze, we need to figure it out anyway.
Ask them to come in so we can discuss it, Anfey said slowly.
No, don't do it, Master. Hurried to stop Anfey.
You need to know they are my companions. I trust them with my life. Anfey looked serious.
Master, it was not that simple.
Smiled bitterly. I need to write a report and send it to Sacred City every month. I would not report anything before we can figure the maze out. Even if I have to see the king in Sacred City, I would not tell him either.
Master, only 2 of us can know about the secret. You don't have to make it so secretive. Anfey looked indifferent.
Master, if the secret gets out, Violet City might disappear from this world, Erder said worriedly. Master, do you know I have killed the slaves at the construction site? They are the captives from Shansa Empire.
I did not mean to let them live anyway.
I would not risk them leaking the information out now.
Ha! Anfey said.
Master, if all the top powers gathered in Violet City from all over the world, who could control them? Even if our king could send all the troops here, they could not control those most powerful people, Erder said.
Anfey's heart sank.
He knew how powerful those most powerful people were. Professor Saul once told him that many top powers chose to be away from the early world. They hoped to break the bottleneck to challenge God. There were so many countries on Pan-continent. Almost every country on Pan-continent had few major powers.
If these major powers all came to Violet City and gathered here, Violet City would be destroyed.
This is not about trust, Master. After arguing with Anfey, Erder's voice started to become hoarse. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 214, Bribe. Chapter 214, Bribe. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio.
Anfey paced around in the room, trying to decide what he should do. He knew that there were things he should not get involved in, but he was left with very few choices.
Erder, can you promise that no one else knows about this?
Yes, Erder said.
I can promise that.
Did you take care of all the slaves?
Yes, Erder said.
He could tell Anfey was still worried, and added, at least the only thing they found was a stone tablet.
My men noticed before they could remove it, and relayed the news to me.
Are your men trustworthy?
I cannot promise that, but they do not know what was going on.
I was the only one who knows there is an entrance under the stone tablet.
I was the only one that went inside.
Erder reached into his pocket and wished out a gold coin and handed it to Anfey.
I found this down there. Don't you have a dimensional ring? Anfey asked.
He did not know what the rings were at first, but after he learned what one was, everyone around him had one. Seeing Erder searching through his pocket was something unfamiliar.
Are you mocking me, my lord? Erder asked. I am only a sheriff.
This is a big city, Anfey said, taking the gold coin into his hand.
Your salary shouldn't be too bad. He looked down at the gold coin.
On one side was the image of a man with a large beard, and the other side was covered in runes he could not read.
My salary was less than a single gold coin, Erder said.
And living in such a city comes with a high cost.
Really, Anfey said and glanced at Erder.
Doris was from a poorer family, but she still had a dimensional ring. Erder was a sheriff, but still could not afford one. Which meant that he was an honest man who did not try to steal. In comparison, the wages of the dwarves were several times more than Erder's.
No wonder the dwarves worked so hard.
Anfey was amused, as well.
Erder earned 1 gold coin a month. How expensive could his cost of living be? Do you recognize it, my lord? Erder asked.
He had a sense that Anfey was lacking in common sense, and he wanted to be clear.
No, Anfey said, shaking his head. What is this?
This is made by King Brunswick, the last king of the Brunswick dynasty. He had no children with his wife, Marissa, who did not have any interest in power. After she defeated the magic beasts, she disappeared, leaving the court to their own devices. The nobilities warred against each other for power.
Erder sighed and shook his head.
There were a lot of powerful men in that civil war. They were loyal to Brunswick dynasty and were willing to follow Marissa's lead, but that does not mean they were willing to follow other people's lead.
That was the end of Brunswick dynasty. Were there coins like this in the other fake mazes?
Yes, Erder said gloomily. We do not know whether those mazes were fake or not. This proved that the maze has something to do with Marissa.
At least halt the construction on the mansion, Anfey said quietly. You cannot do that, my lord.
Erder said hurriedly.
Why is that?
There are already people who are curious about what had happened. If we stop the construction, it will be a confirmation, Erder said.
We cannot stop the construction.
What we can do, however, is change the place where we found the tablet into a garden.
That should solve our dilemma.
You're right, Anfey said with a nod. Erder grinned and said, well, allow me to congratulate you now, my lord.
For what? Anfey asked, tossing the coin up and down. I don't see any joyous occasions.
According to the Empire's laws, everything that is found within the land of a nobleman belongs to him. Which means now you are the legal owner of the underground maze.
Even if the Empire has laws like this, do you think they will let me keep it if it really is the tomb of Queen Marissa? That I do not know, Erder said. I am a sheriff. My only job is to assist you, my lord. You said earlier that you went into the maze alone, Anfey said. Were you not scared? I've been hearing adventurous stories for years now. My teacher once said that there is no profit without danger. I am not afraid of it. Your teacher? Have you forgotten, my lord? I once trained with Appa. Why didn't you join a mercenary band, then? I do not have combat power, nor can I use magic. No one would take someone like me, Erder said, shaking his head. There are people with those things who are still idiots, Anfey said. Intelligence is much more important than power in my mind. Come on, let's go. They may think you are trying to kill me. Me? Erder asked, almost amused. Where did all your money go? Anfey said as the two left the room. I don't have a family to take care of, but my men do. Their lives are much more difficult than mine. Anfey nodded, but did not say anything more. He walked out of the inn and towards where Susanna, Appa, and Black 11 were standing. He had spent too much time speaking with Erder, and the three of them were all curious about their conversation. Anfey walked over to his carriage and jumped in. Susanna, he called, come in. Erder, you come in as well. Erder blinked, then hurried over to the carriage. He held out a hand out of courtesy and wanted to help Susanna up. Susanna, however, did not need his help. Erder's hand fell back to his side awkwardly, and he climbed into the carriage after her. How many coins do you have right now? Anfey asked Susanna. How many do you need? 100. Susanna pulled out her money pouch and began counting the coins. A few minutes later, 10 columns of gold coins were laid out on the ground neatly. Erder, take these. Erder's expression paled. What do you mean, my lord? It is my job to assist you. You don't need to. Don't, Anfey said, interrupting Erder's protest. It's not just for you. You need a dimensional ring. Some things are only safe when you put it in a ring, do you understand? But... You can twist my intention however you want, but you will keep the money, Anfey said. Go and arrange my meeting with Araben tonight. Yes, my lord, Erder said. I will get on that. All right, Anfey nodded. Go. People will grow suspicious at the length of our conversation. Yes, my lord, Erder said. He looked at Anfey, then began to collect the coins slowly. If Anfey appeared too proud, Erder would have left immediately. However, Anfey had appeared very sincere. In the end, Erder had to break his own rule. 100 gold coins, however, were much heavier than Erder had expected. As he stood, the coins fell out of his pocket and onto the floor. Susanna grinned at the sight. Erder tried to pick up the coins quickly while hiding his embarrassment, but the coins were scattered all over the floor. Technically, this was the first time Erder accepted a bribe, and he had learned his lesson. Anfey tried to hide his smile, and did not say anything. After a few moments, Susanna stood up, and helped Erder gather all the coins. Armin, coming in, Anfey called, suppressing his laughter. Black 11 appeared, and frowned when he saw the coins on the floor. Take these to Erder's, Anfey ordered. Black 11 nodded. He waved his hand, and gathered all the coins into his dimensional ring. You know the convenience of a ring now, Erder? Anfey asked with a smile. Erder nodded hurriedly and looked at neither Anfey nor Susanna. Armin, be careful. Don't let Appa know what's going on. Why? Black 11 asked, frowning. He had already told Appa about some of Anfey's deeds. If there was something wrong with Appa, the warning was clearly too late. No, Anfey said, but still, don't tell him. All right, Black 11 said, nodding. I understand. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 215, on show. Chapter 215, on show. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. It did not work. Anfey disappointedly waved away gas series elements, which had gathered a moment ago. He walked to the window and looked out. Don't worry. You are just a junior mage right now. You still do not have a mage license issued by Magic Union yet, Susanna smiled. The problem is I do not know where it went wrong. Anfey rubbed his head as he talked. They were at a hotel at the time that was only 30 yards away from Anfey's new garrison residence construction. Anfey wanted to release Eyes of Sky to see what was going on inside the garrison residence, but he still failed after a couple of tries.
Anfey knew the procedures for releasing Eyes of Sky very well and carbon copied from Christian. He could communicate with different elements well with telepathy. Anfey believed there was no reason to fail. He needed to go back and ask Christian.
Anfey, should I go and check on it? Susanna asked. Never mind.
Anfey shook his head and walked to his bed. He picked up an old-fashioned book and started to read.
He was going to be a big landlord soon.
He needed to understand the scale of his authority and anything forbidden by the laws and regulations. The book in Anfey's hand was the legal statute of the empire. Anfey would not get to know unspoken rules from the legal statute of the empire, but it was better than nothing.
Susanna held herself on the elbows with hands on her cheeks, quietly watching Anfey.
She never dreamed to be a master swordswoman when she was little. Her mother asked her to carry the extra weight on her shoulders without consulting her if she wanted. Her father should have been a mature man that Susanna could rely on, but he was barely around her. She only remembered seeing her father 3 times. The last time she saw him he was covered in blood. Before she met Anfey, she had been living an intense life. She practiced days and nights, took the horrible tests, which made her feel like she was in hell.
She was constantly chased and in danger. She lived a nightmare. Susanna thought her life would be like this forever.
Anfey made her feel a warmth that she had never felt before.
She would never ever forget that warm feeling. Is this so-called happiness? The corners of Susanna's mouth curled up. She was always happy when she was around Anfey.
Anfey was not super powerful and could not give her a peaceful life or take care of her troubles, but it did not stop her from feeling the way she felt about Anfey. Anfey skimmed the legal statutes and flipped the pages fast.
He only wanted to get the main idea when he read.
He believed the deeper understanding of the book came through thinking, not literally from the book.
As time slowly went by, Susanna and Anfey were in totally different thinking tracks, but they still got along well. They felt at peace and warm with each other.
Suddenly, a magic signal in a distance ruined it.
Anfey was shocked for a second and tossed the book on the bed. He stood up and rushed out of the room ahead of Susanna.
It was the magic signal from Black 11. Anfey worried it would cause a scene to run with combat power.
Luckily, a wagon was parked at the hotel. He took 2 horses out. He used them as his new transportation.
He ran towards the magic signal as fast as he could.
A tense battlefield came into Anfey's sight.
Black 11 and Erder stood in the front with over a dozen patrols from the police department on one side, while Shamash led a group of personal soldiers on the other side. There were already 7 or 8 people hurt in total from both sides. The conflict was obviously there, but it seemed that both sides had some concerns that prevented them from killing each other.
The conflicts between 2 parties with weapons usually caused fatality. Right now those hurt people at least still could curse standing up.
Anfey pushed patrols to the sides to make a path and walked to Black 11.
He whispered, "What happened?"
Erder heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Anfey.
He smiled bitterly at Anfey but did not say anything. Black 11 stepped back a little bit and said quietly, "We were here to buy dimensional rings in this magic store. Shamash and his people picked a fight with us. That is him." Shamash had recognized Anfey and yelled loudly, "Look at that guy.
He killed people in Garden Hotel. Our mayor saw it but did not catch the killer.
He is even with the killer now. Does it prove where those gold coins were from?" Anfey glanced at Shamash. "What gold coins is he talking about?"
He saw our gold coins when we were paying for the dimensional rings, Erder said, smiling bitterly. Erder, you do not deserve our trust.
Shamash raised his voice even more. Shamash's personal soldiers were more powerful than a patrol.
However, this was a conflict instead of a war. He dared not to fight with what the patrol represented, a government. Now he saw the killer at the scene and believed the opportunity had come his way. He tried to stir up the civilian onlookers.
Shamash and his personal soldiers yelled and cursed, but the civilian onlookers still looked cold and indifferent.
In terms of their reputation, Erder had a lot better reputation than Shamash, since Shamash kept his hands in the pockets every day.
No one would believe what Shamash said. This guy is really annoying.
Erder did provoke Shamash on purpose for the very first conflict, so he would like to forgive Shamash for what he did. But now Shamash acted like a crazy dog.
He was so annoyed by him.
"Hand over that killer to me," Shamash yelled in high pitch.
"Hand over the killer to me. Hand him over." Shamash's personal soldiers yelled after him.
A few of them even inched in towards Anfey with weapons in their hands.
"How dare you?"
Erder stepped out in front of Anfey.
"Put down your weapons. Do you know who he is? How dare you to be so rude to him?" He is Violet City. Erder, come back. Anfey interrupted him. Erder was shocked for a second and looked at Anfey, confused. He slowly stepped back behind Anfey. Susanna, stay there and don't move until I tell you to, Anfey said. Yes, Susanna said. Anfey slowly walked to those few personal soldiers with weapons. Anfey took everything in when he tried to figure out an issue and make it complicated, but sometimes he liked to simplify problems as well, depending on different situations. Now he had become the owner of Violet City. If he bore something with unreasonable anger or was unable to accept challenges when others challenged his authority, it would make sophisticated people suspect him. People who could take a lot in life or plan far and in details must be sophisticated. This always made sense. If Anfey went to extremes to solve this problem, those old men probably would just laugh at him if they heard about what happened later. They might critique him by saying, Anfey is too young and acts too much on impulse. He needs more practice. They would put their guard down toward Anfey. There was a saying that it is a tactic to let others' guards down. In fact, there were skills involved in reporting to supervisors as well. There was a general in Qin dynasty. He was about to lead his military unit to travel far to the border to fight with the invaders. He was worried that the king would suspect him of getting too powerful. He knew this battle would last a long time. Officials being far from the central government had the potential to control the military and overthrow the king. Before he went on the journey, he asked for a large amount of money, jewelry, and land on purpose. He wanted the king from Qin to believe he cared about money over other things. The king from Qin agreed to all his requests and gave him the support he wanted for a long time during the war. This general was one of only a few officials who did not get set up, tortured by the king even after the war ended. The key strategy to report to kings was to let kings know one's weakness or expose one's weakness on purpose in order to let the king's guards down. Kings were afraid of people too perfect. For kings, it was important to take control and balance the power. The problem was the reign, the power to control and balance. What if there was a person who could not be controlled? Simple. Just destroy him. If that person could not be destroyed, then kings would wait for the opportunity to present itself. There was no trust at all. Those few personal soldiers did not expect Anfey would step out himself. They could not help looking back at Shamash. Shamash gave them a look and yelled, "Catch that killer." Those personal soldiers understood what Shamash meant. They rushed towards Anfey. Their swords, covered with combat power, were pointing at parts of Anfey, where they definitely could cause fatal damage if they got him. This was not to catch Anfey. They wanted to kill him. It looked like Shamash wanted to teach Anfey a lesson. However, targeting Anfey was a huge mistake. Erder's face immediately turned pale, but Susanna and Black 11's faces did not change at all. They knew about Anfey's fighting ability. Appa heard a lot of stories about Anfey from Black 11. There was a junior swordsman among those few personal soldiers, but they believed Anfey would be fine. Anfey did not dodge until the sword radiant was close to him. His moves looked slower than usual for some reason. A sword radiant swept above his arm and another sword radiant brushed over his shoulder. Susanna screamed in surprise. Suddenly Anfey accelerated and ran back to Black 11's side. He looked at Susanna and Black 11's shocked face and smiled. He pointed at the blood on his shoulder and asked, "Erder, is this enough for the evidence?" Erder suddenly realized what had happened and raised his voice, "Shamash, how dare you try to kill Master Anfey? Do you want to fight against our government? You guys, catch the people who tried to kill Master Anfey." Erder said it loudly. It was enough. Those patrols definitely did not have the ability to catch those personal soldiers. They would be lucky if they did not get killed by them. Anfey waved his hands and countless little fireballs appeared around him. The little fireballs turned into a gigantic flaming shield and a gigantic flaming sword. Anfey ran towards those few personal soldiers. Susanna pulled her sword out in anger, but she was stopped by Erder. "Madam, don't go out now." "What?" Susanna was shocked. "Master is pretty powerful, isn't he?" Erder asked immediately. "Of course, he has no problem taking care of these trash." Black 11 answered for Susanna. "If Master could handle it himself, we had better just stay here. It will be good for the Master." Erder smiled at them. "Erder is right," Appa responded. Before he came here, King Yolanthe had told him a lot of things. There was another reason to give Anfey the feudal realm in Violet City besides setting things up for their plans on the country of mercenaries. King Yolanthe wanted to set Anfey as an example of a hero to give people hope that the empire could and would protect them. Right now it was a show for the hero. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 216, A Good Fight. Chapter 216, A Good Fight. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio.
A man would only regret something after he had done it. He would not know how terrible something was until he had experienced it himself. The soldiers were not afraid when they heard Anfey's name. Their employer was one of the few Marquis left in the empire. Even though he was far from the center of the political playing field, Marquis Joser's influence in this area was unmatched.
Even the old city lord, Arabin, feared the Marquis.
The soldiers were used to doing whatever they wanted without any consequences. They didn't care who this young man was.
The soldiers had some experience with fighting.
Seeing that Anfey came at them alone, 2 of the soldiers took a few steps back, and the rest ran around him.
They were trying to block anyone who was trying to help Anfey and gain an attack angle.
The fire sword in Anfey's hand swept forward and flame on the tip of the sword burned brightly. The junior swords master waved his sword and blocked the attack. The soldier on the other side was able to block the attack as well. The fire sword clashed with long swords, sending bright sparks flying. The 2 men felt their arms growing numb and tired, but they were still able to block the attack. The 3 soldiers who were behind Anfey saw an opportunity and lunged at him together, their swords aiming at his unprotected back. The swords master smiled. If Anfey turned around and tried to block the attack, it would give him the chance to attack. If Anfey didn't, then the 3 soldiers behind him could easily kill him. Before he could rejoice, however, he realized Anfey was suddenly moving again. He widened his eyes as a large fire shield came crashing down. He screamed then jumped back, the shield missed him by a few inches. The other soldier, however, was not as lucky. Anfey thrusted his sword forward and blocked the man's attack, then plunged the sword into the man's chest. The air smelled of burning flesh. If he was fighting a master swordsman, then maybe his opponent could deflect all of his attacks.
However, Anfey's opponents were normal soldiers and a junior swordsmaster. His opponents were not skilled enough to stop his attacks. Anfey jumped aside and chased after the swordsmaster. He looked like a large meteor with the fiery shield held out in front of him. Before he even engaged the men in combat, he already knew how powerful his opponents were. However, he was still very cautious and did not want to get distracted. In close combat, getting distracted could mean death. The swordsmaster knew that his opponent was superior to him and did not try to engage in combat. He kept jumping away and waving his sword, trying to distract Anfey. The 3 soldiers followed Anfey. Shamash, who was observing the fight, frowned and called, "What are you doing? Attack!" The rest of the soldiers joined the fight before he could finish his sentence. Anfey suddenly stopped and, without a moment's delay, jumped aside and out of the path of the 3 soldiers. Before the 3 men could react, Anfey brought the sword down on one of the men's head. The man fell to the ground. The other soldier slashed at his target and began running back, but before he could get away, the fire shield knocked him down. His body slid across the ground due to the force, and when he stopped, he did not move again. The deaths of his companions gave the survivor a chance to react. He did not choose to run, however, and instead he lunged at Anfey, thrusting his sword forward. Anfey looked at the man, but did not move. When the sword was less than 3 feet away from him, he suddenly ducked down, and the sword missed its target. Then he plunged his sword into his opponent's chest. The fire sword pierced the man's body, but there was no blood, since the heat of the sword was enough to cauterize the wound. Anfey waved his sword and threw the dead body towards the remaining soldiers. The soldiers stared at the body, but none of them moved. Seeing 3 companions dying in such a short time made them hesitant. The soldiers stopped, but Anfey did not. He held the shield out in front of him, and began walking towards the soldiers. The way he approached the soldiers showed that he did not care whether they lived or died. There was no point in being just. There was no justice in the world, and the only people that cared for justice were the weak. Anfey already had a plan before he even started attacking.
According to Erder, his arrival would be met with resistance from Marquis Joser. Compared to the Marquis, Anfey had no networks and no experience. More importantly, he did not want to fight with the Marquis. He was a skilled combatant, but he knew nothing about politics. It would be stupid for him to try and play political games with the Marquis. He needed to scare him enough that he would not try to do anything. In comparison to Anfey, Shamash's men appeared weak and cowardly, especially the swords master. Technically, he should be the most powerful one, and he should be at the front. Now, however, he was too terrified to lead the counterattack. He kept backing away, and was almost behind Shamash. This made the soldiers even more terrified.
"What are you doing? Why aren't you attacking?" Shamash questioned angrily. He raised his foot and kicked the swords master in the back.
The swordsman stumbled, but did not try to lead the attack. Instead, he stopped in place. He had led the initial attack with 4 other soldiers, who were all killed. If he wasn't backing away, he would not be standing there. He would rather be jobless than die. Anfey suddenly took a long stride forward, then thrust his sword at one of the soldiers. He did not use his full strength, because that would make it harder for him to move after each attack. He was able to move around because he had preserved parts of his power. Now, however, the soldier were not as daring, and Anfey was switching up his tactics. Now, his strategy was more intimidating but more dangerous for him. The soldier tried to block the attack, but his strength was far inferior. The fire sword was only slowed, and came down onto the soldier. The man's head burst into flames. The soldiers around him gasped in horror. Anfey turned to the left and struck out. The soldiers were caught off guard, and could not block the attack. One soldier's sword plunged into another's chest. The second man fell to the ground. Anfey's every move was full of power. The soldiers were too scared to fight back, and those that did try to fight back were slaughtered mercilessly. The swordsmaster had already abandoned his sword and disappeared into the crowd. Shamash, however, did not even notice. This was not a fight. It was a massacre. If he was simply fighting, Anfey usually stayed very calm. Now, however, he felt a strange joy when he saw his opponents falling like leaves before him. Soon, there was no one standing around Anfey. All the remaining soldiers were behind Shamash, and no one tried to protect him. The mage next to Shamash whispered several spells, but didn't release any of them. Right now, he cared only for his own life. Anfey stood in front of Shamash, who was sweating furiously, and did not feel any pity for the man. This man must die. There were a lot of men willing to work for the nobility, and it did not matter if those men died. The only way to make the nobility fear him was to kill Shamash. I remember him, someone in the crowd suddenly called. Isn't that the guy that terrorized Shansa Empire? People in the crowd began whispering to each other, and the sound of their voices became louder and louder. They had been hearing a lot about Anfey lately. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 217, Hope. Chapter 217, Hope. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Why are you trying to kill me? Anfey asked coldly. The feeling of joy only stayed with Anfey for a very short time. Joy never dominated Anfey long because being calm was his instinct. Anfey did not forget what he should say at this moment. He actually did not talk to Shamash, but to the civilians who were looking on. Shamash was scared and forgot how to argue. He even forgot to beg for his life. You do not have to explain. Anfey turned away. He waved his flaming sword, which created a track of heat. Shamash was only a senior swordsman. He was so scared that he did not make any response before he got hit by the flaming sword. Onlookers leaned their heads back to follow Shamash's head being thrown high in the sky. The body twitched before falling on the ground. Those watching screamed in surprise. No matter what kind of reputation Shamash had, he was a well-known person in Violet City. However, he was killed like he was just a little chicken. Not only the surviving personal soldiers' jaws dropped, onlookers stared wide-eyed. Stop, stop. A loud voice arose in the distance. Master asked Master Shamash to go back now. Don't make any trouble. The clip-clop of hooves sounded closer to them. The onlookers made a path for a group of horses. A boy around 7 years old stepped back as others moved to the side. Maybe he had no guardian to take care of him, or his parents forgot to take him with them as they made the path. That boy just stood there, looking at the dead body. The little boy did not know how to cover his emotions. He looked scared and curious and totally forgot that a group of horses were coming his way. The people on the horses were only concerned about rushing forward. As people made a path for them, it became too late for them to stop in time. Everyone watched as a horse was ready to step on the little boy. A flaming fireball shot out and hit the 4 legs of the horse. The fireball flew so fast that it left a trace of red shadow. Fire elements shoot out everywhere. Anfey had to move 2 steps back to steady himself. The rider and the horse rolled back like a rolling windmill. They rolled over for about a dozen yards. Onwatchers were startled by what they saw again. Anfey felt sharp pain in his arms after the flaming shield disappeared. The flaming shield had turned into a real object before it disappeared. Others might have seen that Anfey literally crashed into the running horse. Actually, it did not happen as they thought they had seen. Anfey was not that stupid. His flaming shield hit right below the horse's neck. He pushed the flaming shield diagonally upwards. Anfey did take some hit, but not all of the hit, otherwise he would not have knocked the horse so far. The rider struggled to come to his senses and slowly stand up. Blood oozed from his nose and mouth. Obviously, his organs were damaged after taking the indirect but intense blow. He stared at Anfey, shocked and scared. He was unable to hide his emotions. Surviving personal soldiers looked at each other, but dared not to help. They could only choose to be quiet. Master Shamash. The horse rider stumbled forward. He did not forget his duty. Master Shamash. Are you guys dumb? Where is Master Shamash? The personal soldiers could not help looking at the dead body without a head. The rider's response was quick. At first, he was shocked and had eyes open wide to check the clothes on the dead body. He suddenly turned around to look at Anfey. You killed Master Shamash? Top powers were usually not constrained by regular laws. The power among them had to be balanced by other even more powerful powers. Seeing their master being killed and his crew scared to speaking for him, he immediately suspected Anfey. So? Anfey looked combative. He challenged the rider. That rider was so mad that he suddenly puked up some blood. His body shook a little and then he fell on the ground with a huge thud. His wound had gotten worse, but other personal soldiers dared not to come over to help him. They stayed where they were without doing anything. Hurry up and go home. Playing on the street is dangerous. Anfey turned to be gentle and also caressed the little boy's head. The little boy looked at Anfey with bright eyes. He may not even have realized what had just happened. Onlookers seemed to feel perplexed. Anfey had looked like a crazy killer a moment ago and killed the well-known Shamash and his personal soldiers in the blink of an eye. Now, however, he looked like a sweet brother to that little boy. No one would think Anfey faked it since he did save that little boy from the horse. Master, are you okay? Erder ran over with excitement on his face. He had heard about what Anfey had done before. He wanted to believe there was a savior for the people who were suffering. This world seemed to need a hero after the war. Seeing Anfey's fighting ability, he would totally believe he was their hero. I am fine. Anfey shook his head with a smile. He turned to look at the surviving personal soldiers. All of you go to the police station. Susanna. Susanna slowly walked up to him. Senior swordsmen were considered top powers in Violet City. When Susanna practiced combat power to try to help Anfey, she already got people's attentions. However, when Anfey has showered fireballs, they had turned their attention to him. Now Susanna walked out and everybody noticed there was a senior swordswoman. She was also a follower of Anfey. People could not be more surprised. The junior swordsman who ran away at the beginning of the fight gasped. He thought he was so lucky to make the decision to run. He was too wise for that. Susanna was a senior swordswoman. Are you going to the police station on your own or do you need someone to escort you? Anfey asked casually. Master, we can go to the police station on our own. The junior swordsman realized he should do something to make it up, so he stepped out and spoke. Anfey looked at Erder. As a mayor, Erder definitely knew what he should do. He needed to judge the case, listing all the evidence to make sure there was no way for Shamash's family to reopen this case. Erder walked back to Iliverny and gave him some instructions quietly, and then Iliverny walked to those personal soldiers with a few officers. Since the leader of the personal soldiers had died, both parties were not combative anymore. They looked like they got along well and cooperated with each other. At least one party did. Personal soldiers put down their weapons and followed behind the officers. Master, your little unicorn came out. We could not control him, Erder suddenly said loudly. Ha! Anfey was shocked. He turned around to check. The little unicorn was looking at the people around him. Anfey could not help staring at Erder. The little unicorn had been forced to develop the habit that he would not come out until Susanna gave him permission. The unicorn would never come out on his own. The reason Susanna let the unicorn out definitely had to do with Erder. Come here, Anfey waved at the little unicorn. The unicorn's eyes brightened. He turned into a white light and the next second he stood beside Anfey. He looked very close to Anfey. He rubbed Anfey's lower leg. The unicorn was still small, but his speed was phenomenal. Shelley used to play with the little unicorn, but now she did not even bother with him anymore. She could not catch him and lost interest in playing with him. My God, it is a unicorn, someone yelled in surprise. Couldn't be. Some doubted how true it was. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what your mayor said? An onlooker responded.
It has to be a unicorn.
I did not even see him run over, another onlooker said.
A magic combat twin discipliner with a unicorn?
I have only heard about it in the legends, another person commented. The little unicorn did not know he was the center of attention. He tried hard to look up at Anfey with his light blue eyes. Magic beasts had quite simple emotions. If Anfey was calling him, he could only see Anfey's eyes.
Anfey sighed and bent down to pick up the little unicorn. Changes always came faster than plans. He was supposed to keep this trip secret. The little unicorn should be a secret too. However, both of these were now known to the public. Human intelligence was too limited. In most cases, a wise person could not control how things would happen. That was why there was the saying about opportunity knocking. The crowd grew loud. Their indifference and coldness were from their disappointment. Shansai Empire had messed up their lives. Many people had died and disappeared.
Yolanthi was very wise, and he provided them a comparatively decent life, but he could not protect them in dangerous situations.
Now a hero was here. The power and kindness were obvious. In addition, he was going to be the owner of Violet City. What else could make them more excited? The hero in the legend could beat thousands or tens of thousands of magic beasts just by himself. The presence of a unicorn meant Anfey had the same power as the heroes in the legends. Heroes like Anfey should be able to protect them.
No one knew the exact answer, but they all wanted to believe. In other words, they would like to force themselves to believe Anfey could protect them.
Anfey was a little confused and anxious.
He used to hide in the dark in his past. He did not think anything good would come from being the center of the crowd.
Anfey turned around and said to Erder, "Let's go buy the rings."
"Yes, master."
Erder lowered his head.
His eyes were smiling. He had planned everything right on the money and had gotten unexpectedly positive results.
He was quite happy about it. Anfey and Erder walked up to the magic store. The crowd immediately made a path for them. Susanna followed behind Anfey. The legendary hero always had a powerful, beautiful, and loyal female assistant. So did Anfey. It only confirmed their belief. Anfey and Erder walked up the steps before they entered the magic store. A person suddenly stopped them at the entrance of the magic store. It was a chubby guy around 40 years old. His eyes avoided looking at Anfey, and his trembling fingers also showed his timidity. However, what he said sounded very harsh. "I am sorry, masters. Our store is closed today. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 218, Helper. Chapter 218, Helper. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. What do you mean?
Erder asked, his expression dark. "I'm sorry, sir, but my shop is not open for business right now," the merchant said. His voice was shaking, but he was determined.
Erder glared at the man. It was embarrassing to be blocked by a merchant in the middle of the town.
If he was alone, he would have just admitted defeat.
Now, however, he had other people with him.
The merchant was just about to tell him the price of the ring, and this sudden shift in attitude meant that he was hiding something. "Sir, this isn't the only shop that sells dimensional rings," a man in the crowd stepped forward and said. "If you don't mind, please, feel free to come to my shop and take a look." Anfey glanced at the man who had just spoken. He was young, perhaps in his 20s. He was wearing a finely made white robe, which made the youth look more handsome than he would have in simple shirts. His expression was calm, but his eyes were filled with joy. Anfey did not know if the man was happy because he was able to catch someone's attention, or because he was able to steal business from his competition.
Erder sighed and glared at the merchant again before turning to the youth.
"Where's your shop?" he asked. "Not far," the young man said, pointing to his left.
"Just down the street." "My lord, do you want to go look there?" Erder asked Anfey. He was worried that Anfey would rush into yet another decision without thinking it through. He knew the merchant was hiding something, but he was the owner and he had the right to do what he wanted. As long as there was another solution, there was no need to force the merchant to do anything. Anfey was the new city lord, and Erder was the sheriff. They had plenty of time to investigate what the merchant was trying to hide. "All right," Anfey said.
He turned and followed the young man and Erder. Anfey, however, was not trying to pressure the merchant into doing anything. He had remained quiet and allowed Erder to do the negotiation. He was the new city lord, and it was not a good idea for him to have petty arguments. The appearance of the young man was exactly what Anfey had wanted and needed. After a few minutes, they arrived at the young man's shop. The young man hurried over to open the door for his customers. The crowds, instead of dispersing, followed the group to the young man's shop.
Anfey frowned.
He turned to Erder and said, "Tell them to leave us alone."
Erder nodded and turned around.
"Everyone," he called loudly.
"Go home now, please.
It is distracting for Lord Anfey with all of you out here." Hearing Erder's order, the crowd slowly began to thin. Most people looked eager to tell others the story they had just witnessed. "That man has no professionalism to speak of," the young man said, shaking his head.
"You may not know, my lord, but he works for the Marquis. He must have received instructions from the Marquis not to sell you anything."
"I see," Erder said, nodding. He was just going to buy the cheapest dimensional ring, but Black 11 thought that a cheap ring had no real value and would be a waste of money. The two had just compromised when Shamash had surrounded them and accused Erder of accepting bribe.
Erder's men attacked Shamash for insulting their superior, and Shamash, who was intentionally angering them, did not back down.
Now that Erder had the time to think back on it, he realized it must have been the merchant who alerted Marquis Joser. "What do you want, my lords?" the young man asked. He waved his servant away and began leading Erder and Anfey around the shop. "He wants a dimensional ring," Anfey said, pointing at Erder.
"Dimensional ring?"
The young man frowned, then nodded.
"Please, come with me."
He walked over to a display case full of rings, but did not reach into the case. He waved his hand, and a small hole appeared on the wall. The young man reached into the hole and retrieved a box made of anti-magic crystal. He held out the box for his two customers to see. Erder hurried to look at the ring. Ever since he had become a sheriff, he had adhered to the rules and laws, because he did not want people to see him as a corrupt and ineffective man. He did not take bribes, and his pay could barely cover his living expenses. Even though Anfey gave him a large sum of money, he did not want to spend all of it. A black, dull ring lay in the box. Next to the ring was a magic scroll. Erder did not know what the material was, but he relaxed visibly. If the young man wanted to bribe him or get in his good graces, he would present them with a more extravagant ring. A ring as plain as this one must not be expensive.
"How much is it?" Erder asked.
10 gold coins, the young man said.
"All right," Erder said. "I'll take it."
At the last shop, the owner had asked for 25 coins. The price the young man gave was reasonable. Erder knew that cheap things tended to be of lesser quality, and this ring may not have as much storage space, but he was satisfied.
10 gold coins? Anfey asked.
Unlike Erder, he was able to sense the magic surge of the ring. He knew very well how powerful the ring must be. "Yes, my lord," the young man said. "I bought this ring for 7 coins.
I'm making a 3 coins profit here."
"I like this one," Erder said. He glanced at the display case and saw that some of the rings were selling for more than 2,000 gold coins. A ring as inexpensive as this one was rare.
"If you like it."
Anfey's voice trailed off, then shook his head.
Erder took the ring out of the box and inspected it.
The young man picked up the magic scroll and said, "My lord, please.
Put on the ring, then activate the scroll."
"You don't have to be able to use magic to activate this scroll."
"I see," Erder said.
He took the scroll and activated it. As soon as the scroll was activated, light burst from the paper and enveloped Erder.
Anfey frowned.
"It wasn't this dramatic when I got my ring," he commented. "You didn't use a scroll?" the young man asked, frowning. "All dimensional rings come with a magic scroll. It was used to activate the ring and to leave the mark of the owner on the ring."
"I just put it on," Anfey said.
"You are a student of Archmage, my lord," the young man said, smiling. "You wouldn't need a scroll." The light dispersed, showing Erder standing there in shock.
"Erder?" Anfey called.
Erder frowned and turned to the young man. "You're selling this for 10 coins?" he asked. He could not use magic, but he had common sense. The price of the ring was proportional to the storage space of the ring. Now that he could sense the ring, he knew a ring like this was worth far more than 10 gold coins.
"Yes," the young man said.
"Like I just said, my lord, I bought the ring for 7 gold coins.
I'm only making 2 coins." Erder frowned.
The way the young man tried to bribe him was very clever. He could pretend he bought a cheap dimensional ring and forget about this encounter. However, Erder could not ignore the fact that the young man sold him something expensive at a cheap price. He was a sheriff, and he could not take advantage of the people he was trying to protect. If this continued, something would go wrong sooner or later. He wanted to return the ring, but something like dimensional rings could not be returned. He had already marked the ring, and it would be worthless to other people.
"Come on, Erder," Anfey said. "Let's go visit Araben." For Anfey, this was normal.
If someone was trying to befriend him, he would be friendly with them. He was about to become the new city lord, and he needed helpers. Erder shook his head and turned to follow Anfey. Before he could take another step, he stumbled and almost fell. The young man reached over and helped him steady himself. "Be careful, my lord," he said. "Everyone's like this when they first get a ring. A few days of rest should fix it." "What?" Anfey asked. "Dimensional rings require magic. Lord Sheriff here doesn't have magic, and part of his life force was used to activate it. Don't worry. A few days of rest is what you need to recover." "He's right," Susanna said. "The more storage space, the more magic the ring will need." Anfey glanced at his own ring and recalled Saul's exhaustion with a frown. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 219, An Unusual City Owner. Chapter 219, An Unusual City Owner. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Erder's house did not look very fancy. Of course, the so-called not-so-fancy house was referenced with other royal families' houses. If it were compared with civilians' houses, Erder's house was still pretty good. At least the house was free. The empire provided residences for the government officials who worked for city management. The officials would return the houses to the empire when they left their positions. During the time they lived here, they were not charged. The empire also provided them some servants, who got paid through the empire, which definitely saved them a big chunk of money. Passing the slightly worn tall door, there was a standard living room. The desks and chairs looked outdated but very clean. A city mayor's salary was set by the empire. Erder had no control over his salary. The tidiness and cleanliness of the living room had everything to do with him, though. Some people believed that how good the house was kept had a close relationship to how well the owner of the house lived. There was a long, dark hallway upstairs. Many candlesticks were on both sides of the hallway, but they were not lit up. Some candlesticks did not even have candles on them. The candlesticks shone like metal in the dark. Erder looked a little awkward when he saw Anfey looking at the candlesticks on the sides of the hallway. He hurried to lead Anfey into a front room and moved his body sideways to let Anfey in. "Master, Araben lives in this room." Anfey nodded. He tried to regain control of his emotions before he slowly walked in. Araben had suffered the loss of his country and the pain of losing his whole family. Only he, a lonely old man, still lived in this world. What was more cruel was he saw the soldiers from Shansa Empire killing his family in front of him. Anfey thought it would be really hard to communicate with an old man who was in deep sorrow. However, Anfey had to come see him. First of all, as a future city owner, he needed to send his condolences to Araben. Secondly, he wanted to find opportunities to consult him on some issues. He heard from more than one person that Araben was a very capable city master. Under Araben's government, Violet City was prosperous, but a damn war had ruined everything. He wanted to learn some basic knowledge about the city, talk about his experience managing it, and take some advice or suggestions to take over the city and manage it. A lot of things could not be learned through experience. Governing a city was not a joke. It could cost Violet City plenty before Anfey could learn from failures governing the city. Anfey slightly cleared his throat and went over the condolence words he wanted to say. He knocked on the door. "Come in please," someone inside the room responded. Anfey pushed the door open and walked in. He was shocked when he got to see the room. It was not as he had imagined. He thought Araben would be helplessly lying on the bed with a haggard face. He thought he would either be in deep sorrow or scream his lungs out to vent his anger, frustration, and sadness. However, what he saw was quite different from what he had imagined. Araben sat on a chair, quietly watching Anfey. His light blonde and slightly curly hair was combed well, and his face was slim. He even wore some foundation on his face, which prevented people from telling the real color of his face. He wrapped himself in a long dark red mage gown with a junior mage badge hung on his chest. Anfey felt close to him immediately, since he finally met a mage at the same level as Anfey's. "You must be Master Anfey. Erder has told me about you. Please take a seat." Araben smiled and held his hand out to signal Anfey to take a seat. This holding move was very weird. Araben moved his arm, but his hand was like a decorative object hanging on his wrist. His hand shook as the arm moved. "I hope I am not interrupting you," Anfey said, and smiled as he slowly took a seat. "Master, you must be joking. It is my honor to have you come to see me, a crippled old man." Araben looked at his lifeless hand and a sadness flashed in his eyes. Anfey smiled. He could only smile because the speech he prepared seemed inappropriate now. If he had passed his condolences on to Araben, Araben did not seem sad. If he had asked him to have a good rest, Araben looked very refreshed. Anfey searched for words in his head to start their conversation.
He was here to visit Araben and learn from him about the experiences governing Violet City.
I heard from Erder that Shamash from the Marquis Josers tried to kill you.
Did you kill him? Araben helped Anfey find a worthy conversation topic. Did I act too much on impulse?
Anfey said with a smile. He did not expect Araben to go into a topic without any greetings.
Araben seemed to be direct. Anfey appreciated that. Araben went quiet for a second. Master, even though we just met, I do have something to tell you. It may sound blunt and even cause trouble for me. I am already a disabled man now. I am scared of nothing. You can tell me anything. Anfey smiled. You don't have to call me master. Erder and I are just your juniors. Rules are rules.
Araben slightly shook his head.
Then, I am going to tell you some truth. Please. Anfey felt this came a lot faster than he expected.
He thought he would have a long conversation and they would get to know each other a little better before they could talk about anything important.
It looked like Araben was more eager than Anfey to talk about important issues.
For an old man who had been a politician for so long, he should not be so impatient. Maybe the last cruel strike had changed Araben's personality a lot.
Master, you were too nice to him, Araben said slowly. What?
Anfey was shocked by his comment. At first he thought Araben was sarcastic.
Not only Anfey, but also Erder, was shocked by Araben's comment. Marquis Joser is a marquis of our empire. His family can be traced back several hundred years. Araben looked calm. For a long family tree, its roots could grow even better than the leaves.
Marquis Joser has kept a very low profile, but it could just be the roots of an older tree. We have no idea how much potential Marquis Joser has.
Master Anfey, do you think we could underestimate Marquis Joser? Araben glanced at Anfey. Are you saying? Anfey looked more serious. Marquis Joser has lost 5 sons. Do you know what he got in return? A couple of acres of barren land, some mediocre reward?
If it were not because of you, Marquis Joser would be happy to take those rewards, since their feudal lands have not increased for the past 100 years.
It could be a good opportunity for him since it would leave something good on his family history. Araben sighed. But everything changed because of you. People should not compare themselves with others.
Many tragedies and disasters came from it. You made such contribution to our empire, but Marquis Joser lost 5 sons for the empire.
Why did you become the owner of Violet City, but not Marquis Joser?
In terms of nobility titles, Marquis Joser is a marquis, while you are just an earl.
Do you think Marquis Joser would find that fair? Araben snorted. Do you think you scared Marquis Joser after you killed Shamash?
No, you only could scare some of his followers.
Those followers would go to where the power is.
I promise you, Marquis Joser will only get crazier.
Do you know you have wasted a great chance?
Shamash was trying to kill you on the street and many people saw it.
You could have taken him to your police department.
The case would have led back to Marquis Joser and wiped the whole family out.
Unfortunately, it is too late now. Araben shook his head. As long as Marquis Joser is alive, there would be no peace in Violet City. If you don't believe me, time will prove it. Marquis Joser is a marquis of the empire. Erder murmured.
Erder, you are such an idiot.
Araben raised his voice angrily. How could you do something beyond your authority? Why did you start the transmission portal magic array and send the official files to Blackania City?
You should not have done that.
We could have done something to save it, but now there is nothing we can do.
I only wanted to make sure Shamash got the punishment he deserved before Marquis Joser reports on us. If the Empire agreed with me on the crimes Shamash committed, we would have had so room to maneuver.
We could have attacked or defended as we needed, Erder said. Why are you getting even more stupid? Araben yelled in anger. We could attack or defend as we needed? There are many things we could have moved forward on instead of going back. We have killed Shamash, where do you think we could go back to?
Anfey and Erder looked at each other.
It was not surprising that Anfey felt the way he did, since he did not know Araben well. Erder was wide-eyed in shock. Erder never remembered Araben being so aggressive. Araben used to try to make everyone happy and not to piss anyone off. He had a great reputation in Violet City. He had a good relationship with royal families. Civilians respected him. However, he was totally a different person now. What should we do now? Anfey smiled bitterly. He had been in this world a long time and understood how much power a royal family could have. It was already very risky to kill Shamash. Anfey never thought he would kill Marquis Joser in a justified way. He did not forget his own profession. If Marquis Joser became too much trouble, he would assassinate him someday. Wait, Arabin said. We can only wait? Anfey asked. If I am guessing right, General Meyerich should be reading the office files sent by us. He will make a judgment soon. We will wait and see how Marquis Joser will react, Arabin said. Meyerich? A passionate and energetic image appeared in Anfey's mind. Yes, the generals are usually in charge of all the military administration during the war, so General Meyerich is in charge of it now. Master, do you know General Meyerich? Arabin noticed something unusual about Anfey. Did you forget who my master is? Anfey smiled. Master, things will get better if you know General Meyerich, Arabin said, looking excited. What relation could I have with General Meyerich? He thinks I am only a kid. Anfey could not help shaking his head. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 220, Hatred. Chapter 220, Hatred. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. If you can get General Meyerich to come to this city, my lord, I am sure it would be a good influence, Arabin said. I am not important enough to even talk to the general, Anfey said with a smile. I'm too insignificant. You may be, but your teacher is not, Arabin said. As far as I know, Archmage Saul is on good relations with General Meyerich. If you are in trouble, surely the general will aid you. Anfey shook his head and did not say anything. Seeing that Anfey did not want to accept his proposal, Arabin frowned. Arabin did not know Anfey's history, however, and would not be able to come up with a plan Anfey could work with. What Anfey did in the sacred city was unforgivable. Even though no one had blamed him, Anfey knew he was in deep trouble. He had made himself an enemy of one of the most powerful men in the empire, and brought a lot of trouble in doing so. He could not rely on Saul for everything. He must solve this on his own. Arabin, on the other hand, was trying to find a realistic solution. He knew that Saul was still busy on the northern front with Prince Grandon, or else he would have tried to convince Anfey to get Saul to Violet City a long time ago. What are you worried about, my lord? Arabin asked quietly. I'm not worried. I'm just trying to solve the problem by myself. I think you're wrong in thinking this way, my lord, Arabin said. Some things were already set in stone when you became the city lord of Violet City. If you lost to Marquis Joser, it's not just your problem. Now that everyone knows you are Archmage Saul's student, his reputation would be damaged, as well. When you are in trouble, I am certain that Lord Saul would try to help even if you do not request any help. All we have to do is to accelerate that process. Let's talk about this later, Anfey said, shifting the topic. How many soldiers do I have? You are a count right now, my lord, which means you can have 30 soldiers according to the law. What about city guards? Is there a limit on that? There were 1,200 city guards. During the invasion, they were either slaughtered or abandoned their posts. There is barely anyone left now. All right. We will start recruiting tomorrow. Yes, my lord. I will leave the recruiting to you, You have to be strict when picking the men. I will not tolerate anyone who is slacking on the job, understand? Yes, my lord. Do you have a specific standard? Anfey frowned. He recalled the Shansa general, Komaragosha, and his soldiers. Intermediate swordsmen, at least. The standard for mages can be lower. Same requirement for the knights. Frowned and stared at Anfey. Arabin frowned as well. What, is that requirement too high? Anfey asked. Way too high. Really? If we use that standard, we won't get a single recruit, said. The wage of a city guard is lower than the wage of a real soldier's. For a swordsman, the best thing to do is join a mercenary band. The life of a mercenary is dangerous, but so is the life of a civilian soldier. A mercenary can decide what mission he does, but a soldier cannot decide which battle to fight. Even if they don't become mercenaries, it's better to become an actual soldier. There is no use for them to join the city guard. The older guards were all at least 40 years old. Young, able-bodied people will not join the city guard. What if we increase the wages? For 1,000 men? Anfey fell quiet. He asked after a few moments. As a city lord, how much will I make a day?
It is all in the files I gave you, my lord, though it may not be accurate now. The city was pillaged, and it would take a while for it to recover. We barely have any income except for the money to rebuild the city. But it seems like we can't do much at this point, Anfey said, shaking his head. I will leaving the city for a few days soon. Wait for me to come back. Lord Arabin, I entrust the city to you. Anfey finally realized how difficult it would be to run a city by himself. He needed to find some helpers from Sacred City. He trusted Arabin and but he could not rely on them for everything. He needed to have his own helpers. If he relied on Arabin and for everything, it would be as if he was handing off his power. My lord, I am just an old man, Arabin said. He looked at his wrinkled hand inside. On the contrary, sir. Your experience running this city is priceless, Anfey said with a smile. Are you going back to Sacred City, my lord? Asked. It's been a while since I last saw my teacher, Anfey said. I need to finish what I started. Frankly, it is unsettling to think that I'm finally returning. You should know that the only reason I fled that city was because I angered the wrong man. Don't worry, my lord. If His Majesty gave you this city, it means that His Majesty is on your side. Philip will not do anything, Arabin said. Not publicly, Anfey said, shaking his head. Who knows what he will do in secret? Anfey doubted Philip would listening to Yolanthe's orders. You may be right, Arabin said. Maybe you should wait for Lord Saul to return to the city. To ensure your safety. I think Arabin is right, said. Maybe staying for a few more days is a better plan. No, I have some things I need to take care of, Anfey said. He did not forget about the map Susanna carried with her. The only things he took were some weapons and some treasures. There was still a large sum of money left, and now was the time to use it. Arabin and did not press for more answers. The three of them talked for a few more minutes, and Anfey stood to leave. Arabin tapped on his leg and said, I apologize for not being able to see you out, my lord. Don't worry about it, Anfey said with a grin. Closed the door carefully as he stepped out of the room behind Anfey. Inside, Arabin's expression suddenly changed. His eyes snapped shut, and his back bent over in pain. His family was slaughtered and he was crippled. It was hard to suffer through such traumatizing events. He chose to stay in Violet City and not to end his miserable life because Arabin wanted revenge. It was impossible to kill the emperor of Shansa Empire, but he didn't care. All he wanted to do, and needed to do, was hunt down the general that allowed the killings to take place. He would never forget that general's name. Helped him when he was at his lowest, and he was very grateful. For his, and Erder's future, he had tried his best to hide his pain today and tried to advise Anfey. His goal was to let Anfey know that he was important and should not be ignored. Now that Anfey was gone, he could not keep the facade up any longer. Anfey asked quietly. Is Arabin always like this? No, said hesitantly. He had always been bad, but he's especially bad today. I do not know why. Because he was too traumatized, Anfey said with a sigh. He had initially wanted Arabin to remain the city lord, but gave up on that idea when he realized that Arabin was too keen on killing the Marquis and have Anfey take over. Anfey did not know what Arabin would do after those things were done, but he knew that a city lord must remain calm and patient. Sometimes I wish Lord Arabin had died in the invasion, said with a sigh, so he wouldn't suffer like this. You are too much of a pessimist, Anfey said, shaking his head. How's his appetite? He eats, but I can tell he is forcing the food down. Anfey nodded. He already had a vague idea what Arabin wanted. What does he talk about the most? Vengeance. All right, Anfey said, nodding. We will respect his wishes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 221, On Which Side? Chapter 221, On Which Side? Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Violet City was less prosperous after the war. It used to be a busy commercial city, so it still had a business city feel to it. Anfey and Susanna walked side by side on the street and checked out the stores. Shopping with Susanna was not tiring. She did not have strong desire to buy things. Even if she saw something interesting, she would just look at it and continue walking. If it had been Naya walking for so long with Anfey, she would have carried a lot of shopping bags with her and walked very slowly with those bags. Anfey looked up at the sun to tell the time. He now had better understanding how big Violet City was. He had walked around the city with purpose and plans. He only walked half of the city so far in a half day. He wanted to see more, but he needed to leave tomorrow.
Master?
A surprised and excited call arose.
Anfey turned around to look. He asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" "My family lives here." A smiling girl walked over. "Master, Susanna, why are you guys here?" "Doris, don't you know?" Susanna asked. "What don't I know about?" Doris asked. "This city is his estate now." Susanna glanced at Anfey. "Where could we go if we did not come here?" "Oh, my God."
Doris stared, her eyes wide. "I only heard he became an earl of the empire."
"No one told me about his estate. Everybody in the city knew Anfey had come." "Didn't your parents know about it? Didn't they tell you?" Susanna asked. "Don't even mention them," Doris said bitterly. "I was so worried about them. That is why I rushed back to check on them. I already got into a fight with them after just talking to them for a little bit." "What did you argue about?" Susanna asked. "Nothing." Doris did not want to talk about her family issues. She turned to look at Anfey.
"Master, congratulations.
I did not know I would be your citizen so soon. Call me by my name, okay, just as you did in the academy." Anfey could not help shaking his head. "Call you by your name? I do not dare." Doris smiled.
"It is not important whether you dare to call by name or not. You just made me so uncomfortable when you called me master," Anfey said.
"There will be many people calling you master in the future. You need to get used to it. How about I help you out? I am going to call you master right now."
Doris joked about it, but she looked perplexed.
Life was just so unexpected. The time she and Anfey chatted and laughed at the academy seemed like just yesterday.
Time had passed so fast. Anfey had developed with amazing speed. He now had become a big wig in the empire, while she was still no different than she had been. In fact, the title of earl was nothing fancy. There were a lot of earls in the empire. Some of them were even poor. Possessing the ownership of a city meant Anfey had a lot of real power. Power was way better than titles. There was a big difference between possessing a title and power.
"If you really want to help me, you gotta listen to me," Anfey said.
His eyes were innocent and warm. Maybe only when a person had endured a lot of lonely moments could he appreciate more the bonds between people. No matter how far Anfey traveled, how high a position he attained, he would never forget a nice girl who helped pick out the right magic book for him in that library. It was not a big deal for Doris, but Anfey felt Doris had helped him a lot.
"Stop. We are old friends."
"Calling him master just makes us feel weird," Susanna said. Doris got caught by Anfey when she looked at him.
She immediately looked away. Okay, my bad, okay? How about me taking you guys out for dinner to make it up to you?" "Susanna, what do you want to have? Tell me, don't try to save me money." "Where should we go?" Susanna thought about it and said, "How about Garden Hotel? Erder said their chef is the best." "I cannot afford Garden Hotel." Doris could not help sticking her tongue out. It does not look like you really want to make up for it, does it?" Susanna said. "I am not like you, having a good man to rely on. I have to join a mercenary group to make money, otherwise I would be starving," Doris said. "What are you talking about?" Susanna blushed and posed to hit Doris. Doris ran to the other side of Anfey with naughty smiles. "Doris, if you still want to be a mercenary, why don't you join my mercenary group?" Anfey asked quietly. "Sure." Doris nodded without any hesitation. Doris's strength was that she was not pretentious. Her sincerity had caused her to fall into a wolfman's traps. If Doris had pretentiously turned Anfey's suggestion down, it would only make Anfey and Susanna feel even more awkward about their relationship with Doris than calling Anfey master. Anfey smiled. "Doris, did you tell Christian you left?" "If I had told him I was leaving, he would not have let me go. He said he would have someone to escort me after we reached to Blackania City, but I could not wait that long. I ran away from him." "You got yourself in danger by being alone and you still have not learned from it." "You cannot run around by yourself," Anfey said. Doris looked a little weird after Anfey gave her a lesson. She murmured after being quiet for a while, "I just became one of your people and you have already scolded me." "What do you mean by becoming one of my people?" Anfey did not know if he should laugh or cry. Susanna could not keep from laughing on the side. This time it was Doris's turn to blush. "I mean to join your mercenary group." "What are you laughing about?" "I hate you." "I cannot laugh?" "Mind your own business." Susanna laughed even harder. I have never seen a couple like you. Doris looked upset.
The smile froze on Anfey's face. He saw a few patrolmen rushing towards the street ahead of them.
What happened? Anfey asked. Let's go over there and check it out. Susanna saw those patrolmen too.
Let's go, Anfey said.
Should I come too? Doris asked.
Don't come with us, just in case something happens.
Hide somewhere so you can help us when we need it, Anfey said. Got it, Doris said. Anfey and Susanna walked fast to the street. They looked to the north, but there did not seem to be anything happening there. They could even see the city gate in the distance.
The patrols were still running forward.
They looked like they were running to the gate. Anfey heard more people running behind him. He saw a few more patrolmen running over. Anfey recognized the patrol running in the front. It was Illiverny. What happened up there? Anfey asked worriedly.
Violet City was his place.
No matter what happened, Anfey felt it was his business. Anfey could not help but get worried. Master. Illiverny looked happy to see him. I finally found you. The mayor is going crazy looking for you. What exactly happened? Anfey asked. Master. There are troops coming to our city.
They came from Blacania City.
Illiverny stopped next to Anfey. He turned around and yelled at the other officers, You guys go back to tell the mayor we have found Anfey. What happened? Anfey asked. Those patrolmen turned around and ran. Illiverny turned around and smiled bitterly. What could they do?
They had to run with 2 legs when their boss gave an order with 2 lips.
Master, should we go out to welcome them? Illiverny asked. What did Erder say? Anfey asked. I do not know.
The mayor did not tell us, Illiverny said.
Maybe we can wait here for a little bit. Anfey scanned around. Many civilians noticed something unusual as well.
They gathered in front of their houses to watch.
Doris hid the corner of the street in a distance.
She looked nervous. In fact, Anfey did not expect Doris to help if anything happened. He asked Doris to stay behind because he did not want her to get hurt.
If there were something Susanna could not handle, Doris definitely would not help either.
After waiting for a while, 3 horses ran over in a fast speed. They were Erder, Black 11 and Appa. When they rushed close to Anfey, Erder jumped off the horse and waved the patrols nearby to move to the side. He walked up to Anfey and whispered, Master, the troops from Blacania came this way, but we were not notified.
I already knew about, Anfey said.
I think the stuff I sent them has caught their attention, so they sent people to check it.
I wanted to ask Araben first, but he did not get to sleep until this morning.
While this was going on, he was knocked out and could not wake up, Illiverny said.
Nothing big. We do not have to bother him. Anfey smiled. Erder, what do you mean? Having a welcome ceremony for them?
Master, even if it is superficial, we still have to do it in case they picked on us for that.
Erder thought a little bit and said, But we do not know who are coming, so it would be hard to plan ahead.
Master, if you go out to welcome them while the person sent by Blackaler City was not someone important, you would become a joke.
Then let me be a joke, Anfey said in a low voice. Let's go out to see. Yes.
Erder turned around to look for a little while and frowned.
It's weird. Why? Anfey said. After I knew troops from Blacania had come, I sent people to see how Marquis Joser would respond.
If Marquis Joser was prepared, it meant this must have something to do with him.
If Marquis Joser did not know anything about it, then we have the advantage.
It has been a long time, and they should be back to report to me.
Don't worry, Appa suddenly responded. They should be fine. Appa seemed to be always confident. That was because he had the supreme ruler of Mayho Empire behind him. He also had a secret order from Yolanthi. If he showed his real identity, even the military general could not ignore his opinions.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 222, Bullied. Chapter 222, Bullied. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio.
Anfey stood on the outskirts of the city and watched the army approaching. The closer the army got, the more intimidating it was. It was a cavalry unit, and the riders all had the same armor and weapons. Even their horses appeared similar. The only man in different armor was the one in front, his silver deer a stark contrast with the black riders behind him. An army was not a place to show off. Everyone knew that the fastest way to victory was to take down the head of the army. A leader would make himself a moving target if he dressed in such an eye-catching way. This man was either a fool or was powerful enough to know that no one would try to target him. Anfey watched the army carefully. The general wore a silver mask and held a black lance in his hand. It was the only thing on him that was not silver. The stallion he rode, clad in silver chainmail, was taller than the other horses and wearing a mask like its rider. Its legs were thick and strong, but its steps were almost as light as the other ones. Anfey glanced at Erder, and the latter walked up, ready to greet the riders. The leader raised his hand, and the entire army halted. The lance in his hand pointed steadily at Anfey. Anfey felt his body grow heavy, as if under great pressure. Next to him, Susanna frowned. She handed the basket to Black 11 and stepped forward, placing herself between Anfey and the rider, her hand gripping her sword. They were originally intending to welcome the new arrivals, and it was inappropriate for her to act so hostile. She knew she did not have any other choice, however, because she could feel how powerful the rider was, even though he was still 100 feet away. Except for her mentor, Susanna had never met someone this powerful. After a few moments of silence, the rider suddenly began charging towards the group. Blinding combat power obscured the man and his horse's shape. Anfey summoned his bow quickly. He did not know what the man wanted to do or why, but there was no time to lose. As the rider grew closer, Anfey suddenly saw a familiar face, grinning at him. He stopped his movements and shook his head with a smile. Susanna, however, did not notice. She was too focused on the rider and did not notice anything else. The rider was one man, but the way he charged felt like 1,000 men. Susanna felt as if the air around her had frozen and felt a strange fear awaken within her. The crowd dispersed in fear, and Erder frowned. He turned to look at Anfey, who simply shook his head, then sighed and stared at the rider. "Stop it!" Appa called. This sudden change in things caught him off guard. He only wanted to prevent the conflict. Black 11 handed the basket to Iliverny and pulled out his sword, ready to join the fight. The rider had left all of his soldiers behind, so clearly he wanted to fight them himself. Black 11, however, did not plan to let Susanna fight him by herself. The man was too powerful, and the only way they could possibly win was to attack him together. Susanna was even faster than he was. Before Black 11 could do anything, she was already dashing towards the rider, her body enveloped in bright combat power. Susanna knew that her opponent was much more powerful than she was, and she couldn't take a blow from the rider if she was standing still. Anfey wasn't able to grab Susanna before she dashed out, but he was able to stop Black 11. He wanted to call out to Susanna, but he was too late, and Susanna clashed with the rider. Susanna's body was thrown back at the impact, and she fell to the ground with a thud. The tip of the lance was buried in the ground, and the shaft was bent. Clearly, the lance was well made, and the rider himself was powerful beyond imagination. His horse whinnied loudly. "Susanna," Anfey called. "Are you all right?" He moved to help her up. "I'll be fine," Susanna said, standing up slowly. He wasn't using his full power. Susanna felt that the man was much more powerful than she was, and thought that she was as good as dead. Even though she was thrown back, she was not seriously injured. The rider backed away a few steps and jumped off of his horse. He pulled his lance out of the ground and walked towards Anfey. He took off his mask and grinned widely. "General Meyerich," Anfey called happily. He grabbed Susanna and walked over to greet the man. Meyerich lifted a brow. "Meyerich," Anfey said quickly. Meyerich smiled and nodded. He turned and looked at Susanna, his eyes full of admiration. Appa felt awkward, standing there holding his order and his relic. He had not thought about the possibility of Anfey knowing the rider. He returned the order and the relic to his pocket, glad no one had noticed. The crowd was silent, staring at Meyerich. They all heard Anfey. Meyerich was one of the most powerful men in the entire empire. He played one of the most important roles in the recent war. Along with Saul, Barry, and Philip, he was one of the 4 most important men in the empire. His name was no stranger to anyone. What did I say? Susanna is good. 2 carriages appeared behind Meyerich, and Naya and Christian appeared. Naya hurried over, took Susanna's hand into hers, and said, "Susanna, you aren't hurt, are you?" "I'll be fine," Susanna said, glancing at Meyerich. Even though it was not clear who had won, she knew she was the loser. This was the first time she had lost to a stranger in a fair fight, and it felt strange. "I told you Susanna was good, but you didn't believe me," Naya said, pointing at Meyerich. This was all his idea. She had wanted to talk to Anfey, but changed the topic when she realized he looked slightly angry.
Meyerich frowned. He had never seen Naya explain anything to anyone before. Erder glanced at Anfey and frowned. He did not know who this new girl was, but she must be important if she could be so casual when she talked with Meyerich. Why are you guys here? Anfey asked. We heard you got bullied and we came to help you, Naya announced. Naya's voice was very loud, and everyone in the crowd looked at each other. Anfey killed the Marquis's son, and everyone knew about it. Who would bully him? Did the Marquis begin his revenge already? My lord, Erder said, walking over. The patrolmen behind him began waving their flowers. Meyerich's arrival came as a surprise, and there was no time or resources to prepare a welcome ceremony. I'm just here to check up on Anfey, Meyerich said. This isn't necessary. Yes, my lord, Erder said. He gestured his men to stop waving the flowers. Ilaverni walked over and handed Susanna the basket. Before she could take it, Naya jumped over and took it from him. It is you, she chirped as she lifted the fabric. I missed you, little guy, she said, holding out her hand. The unicorn looked at her, but did not move. This is the unicorn? Meyerich asked. Dragon riders were already things of legend, and a unicorn was the next best thing. If a rider could tame a unicorn, then the rider's strength would increase by tenfold. Don't you even think about it, Naya said before Anfey could say anything. She hugged the unicorn and stared at Meyerich, as if she was afraid he would try to take it from her. Meyerich smiled and shook his head. He waved his arm, and his men began marching forward. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 223, Questions that Interested Them. Chapter 223, Questions that Interested Them. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Erder and his patrol crew directed the crowd to move to the side. Meyerich led his people into Violet City. His bodyguard squad's fighting ability was unknown, but they looked very powerful. They attracted many people who came out to the street to see them. Erder in the back already had a headache. None of them thought Meyerich would come to Violet City, so they were not prepared. The house of previous city master was burnt down, and City Hall was half destroyed, so they could not take the guests there. Anfey's house was still under construction, the police department was too worn, his house was not in good condition. Erder could not think of an appropriate place for Meyerich to stay. Ilaverni reminded Erder of the garrison residence. As the highest-ranking official of the local military garrison in Violet City, Master Sam had secretly left after he got the news that Shansan Empire was about to invade Violet City. He even took the time to take more than half of his wealth with him. The garrison residence was tall, big and clean, so it had become the command post of Shansan Empire. Compared with other government buildings, it was damaged the least. Erder immediately asked Ilaverni to take some patrols to the garrison residency through the back roads to tidy it up first. He also sent over a dozen patrolmen to go to the garrison residence to clear the traffic and lead the way for the guests. He also ordered 2 patrols to go to the Garden Hotel and few other larger-scale hotels and restaurants to recruit chefs, waitresses, and maids in Anfey's name. These chefs, waitresses, and maids needed to go to the garrison residence as fast as they could. He also sent a few people to book all the rooms from the few large hotels in the city. They also needed to clear the hotels and make new arrangements for hotel guests to other hotels. Of course, Anfey was responsible for all the costs. Last but not least, he sent people to buy liquor, meat, fruits and vegetables, plates, bowls, kitchen utensils, seasonings and other stuff. The soldiers took Erder's order and started to run to get so many things done in time. As they were already half a street away, Erder sent people to call them back and added 600 blankets and 200 tents to the list. This was his plan B. If the bodyguard squad of Meyerich did not want to go to other places and insisted on staying in the garrison residence, blankets and tents would become handy. He could not buy them a minute before they needed them. Violet City had been economically desolated after the war. This purchase was the biggest business for the business owners in the service industry. Erder gave many different orders, while Anfey just stood by and watched Erder give out orders. He had to admit that the saying, different professions specialize in different areas, was right. If Anfey gave orders as the city master, he would have forgotten many things. Maybe he would not know to shop for food until soldiers were hungry. Maybe he would not remember that there was no military inventory in Violet City until those bodyguard squads needed to sleep. It would not kill Anfey if he messed a few things up, but it would make everyone doubt Anfey's ability. A patrolman walked 2 horses out. Anfey jumped on one of them and gave an eye to Christian to signal him to come over, and he had something to tell him. Naya in the back yelled, "There are still 2 ladies here." "You are so rude." Susanna nudged Naya with a smile.
She held her hand out to try to help her get on the horse.
Naya shook her head. I can do it.
I am just not happy that he never thinks of girls first. When they were on the run, Anfey was the leader and Naya had to listen to him. She could not show her attitude, even she was mad at Anfey.
Now she was back to her hometown. She felt she had people she could fall back on. Therefore, she dared to talk to Anfey that way. Anfey smiled bitterly. He turned to Christian and asked, "Where are they? Are they waiting for us at Blacania City now?" "They came too," Christian answered. "Did they all come?" Anfey asked.
"Of course, we will be your cheerleaders," Naya said proudly.
"It must be your idea, right?" Anfey asked.
"Yes, right," Naya said.
Anfey shrugged. Anfey actually felt relieved to see Naya act the way she did. Naya had been in low spirits when she was on the run.
Anfey worried people would think he did not treat her well if her acquaintances saw her.
Naya immediately acted the way she was before once they entered Manhwa Empire. It was actually really nice.
In order to buy Anfey some more time, and also to showcase Anfey, a dozen patrolmen in the front leading the way had walked around the whole city with the instruction of Erder.
When the guests entered the garrison residence, those patrolmen were exhausted.
They had run around crazily. They had to clear up anything on the street, keep civilians off the streets, run to the front to remind civilians about safety. Others may only walk one lap around the city, but they had run around for a few rounds. The garrison residence used to be quiet, but it became hustle and bustle today. People were running around to take trash out, clean rooms, move liquor barrels in, organize the tables and chairs, talking here and there in small groups. While they saw the patrols who lead the way had already entered garrison residence, they suddenly became quiet. People were busy running around retreated to the back of the garrison residence. There was one thing Erder missed. He asked those patrolmen to negotiate the prices with retail sellers on their own, and set the salaries for the chefs, waitresses, and maids.
He did set a bottom line for the patrols to follow.
If the retail sellers were across the bottom line, they could force those sellers to obey.
Unexpectedly, the patrols did not run into any trouble.
Even when they gave a very low price to start their bargaining, those sellers agreed with the prices right away. The saying, "there must be benefits to waking up early," was right.
Businesspeople were driven by profits.
However, people could forget about making profits for a short time as the social environment or personal experiences changed. People in Violet City were still experiencing the aftermath of war.
Those businesspeople definitely felt the pain without protection in the war.
No one respected their ownership of personal property. On top of having meals without paying, even when they had their doors closed, those Shansa Empire soldiers still could break down the door to take anything they wanted. If they were caught by the supervisors on watch, all they got was being scolded. Anything taken from them were never returned. Sometimes, their supervisors lead those soldiers to rob them. Even though they had heard of Anfey's achievements and victories, personally, Anfey was still a far reach for them.
They did know about General Myrich. If Myrich did not come to Blacania City with his bodyguard squad, Blacania City could have fallen. The problem of Blacania City was solved by General Myrich.
If this had not happened, Shansa Empire would have had no problem with military supplies, which would have ensured they could attack more cities from different directions. If this was the case, their dream of going back to the Empire would be hopeless. Because of General Myrich, their long suffering was replaced with some short-term losses. The Shansa Empire military was defeated and retreated out of Blacania City. When they heard those patrols were buying stuff for General Myrich, those greedy businesspeople forgot about their profits for the moment and agreed on the lowest prices without any hesitation.
Some of them even volunteered their maids to help.
Myrich made some hand gestures, and then about 20 of the knights followed him in.
The rest of the knights stayed outside. As Myrich slowly walked to the living room, Naya walked in the front, followed by Anfey and his crew.
The tables and chairs in the living room had been cleaned. There was a chair at the center with over 10 long tables put together on both sides. A few girls dressed in maid uniforms were setting the tables.
Myrich suddenly frowned and turned around to scan the room. Erder hurried over and said, "General, is there anything wrong? Find me a quiet place."
"I need to talk to them first," Myrich said.
Sure, please follow me." Erder walked to the side door.
Anfey was looking at the living room as Naya pushed hard on his back.
Naya laughed and said loudly, "Uncle Myrich has many questions for you. Don't you want to run away? Hurry up." Anfey stumbled.
He should not make a fool of himself with his martial arts skills, but he was helpless when he dealt with Naya. Myrich was here, Anfey dared not to use any strategies to ask Naya to behave.
Naya was the only one who dared to talk aloud and joke around in front of Myrich. Anfey believed that he would make fewer mistakes if he talked less.
Susanna had been quiet in front of the strangers. Others were even quieter, without a doubt.
Naya just seemed normal to Meyerich.
Naya would act the same way no matter whether she was in front of Meyerich or Yolanthe. Yolanthe and Saul had the relationship as king and follower in public, but they were more like friends outside of public eyes.
Yolanthe did not have a daughter and treated Naya as his own daughter.
In addition, his third oldest son received an estate outside the capital. The oldest prince and second oldest prince of Manhwa Empire had treated Naya as their little sister.
In other words, Naya was spoiled. Meyerich turned around with a smile and glanced at Anfey. He followed after Erder and walked straight ahead. Anfey walked behind them and felt a little nervous. He pulled Naya's sleeves and asked in a low voice, "What questions will Meyerich ask me?" "The questions I have always wanted to ask."
Naya leaned her head back and smiled.
"Me too," Black 11 said. "Do you know what Meyerich will ask me?"
Anfey could not help turning his eyes to Black 11.
Black 11 had been with Anfey for a quite period of time.
When Meyerich started the fight with Anfey, Black 11 fought with him. A person who had been kept away from secrets would have no idea what questions Meyerich would ask.
Those few normal questions, Black 11 smiled. "Where is your family? Where did you learn martial arts skills from?"
"I want to know the answers to those questions as well," Susanna said, smiling.
"These questions are nothing special. Why didn't you guys ask me before?" Anfey said. "You always act like, who would dare to ask you?"
Naya suddenly realized that it was not too decent to say she did not dare. She immediately rephrased her comment, "I did not want to know before, but I want to know now."
"Is that okay?
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 224, Subordinate. Chapter 224, Subordinate. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio.
The group sat down in the study around a round table. This was requested by Meyerich. He was an easygoing man, even though his soldiers may not have thought so.
If he was sitting and Anfey was standing, it might have seemed like he was interrogating Anfey. He didn't want to antagonize anyone.
The story of the attack on the Griffin aerial squadron was borderline legendary now, with more than 50 different versions circulating. Meyerich was a general on the Eastern Front, and all the information that reached him was the truth.
Among the information were some rumors about Anfey as a person.
He wanted to evaluate those rumors.
Meyerich smiled and tapped lightly on the table.
He was trying to find a topic to start a natural and appropriate conversation.
Just then, Erder knocked on the door. He walked into the room and looked troubled. "What is it?" "There is someone who wants to see you, sir."
"Tell him I'm busy," Meyerich said. He was a general, and could not meet everyone that wanted to meet him. After the war, there were a lot of people who tried to meet with him, and Meyerich did not agree to see any of them.
But he...
Before Erder could finish, the door was pushed open again.
A man in his 50s and wearing black armor walked into the room.
Behind him were two other men wearing armor. All three suits of armor were identical, and the three men seemed to be friendly. It appeared that the two soldiers were escorting the first man. "General," the first man called.
"Sneferu?" Meyerich said, shocked. "What are you doing here? Didn't you say you were going home? Do you not want to see me, General?" Sneferu asked with a smile.
"Never," Meyerich said with a smile.
"What is it? Do you want to come back and work for me?" "No, I can't do that, General. I'm too old now."
"I should make way for the youngsters," Sneferu said, still smiling. "Bring another chair over," Meyerich ordered one of his men.
"Why didn't you go home?" he asked.
"The only thing I can do if I go back is farm," Sneferu said with a shrug.
"Farm for the rest of my life, then waiting for my death in a small room. I don't want that life."
Sneferu leaned against the chair, but did not sit down.
"I came here to visit an old friend and we were planning on going to the country of mercenaries together."
But the Marquis had been very welcoming and he offered a position in his household. "I didn't want to be a farmer anyway, so I accepted his offer."
"So, right now you're here because..." Meyerich was frowning now.
"The Marquis had already set up a feast," Sneferu said.
"He invited you, General." "I've already talked to the men, and they are all excited for a feast." Meyerich slapped the table.
The wood breaking under his fingers sent splinters flying across the room.
Anfey had a fast reflex, but it didn't matter.
Everyone in the room, including Susanna, Naya, and Christian, were covered in broken bits of wood. Anfey winced, where the splinters hit him stung. He glanced around and saw that Naya was frowning, clearly in pain.
Meyerich stood up, towering over everyone else in the room.
The atmosphere in the room was very heavy, and it was as if the temperature had dropped.
Naya was only observing, and even she felt immense pressure.
Sneferu was sitting on the ground and shaking, unable to speak a word. Meyerich was an outgoing and cheerful man, but everyone had secrets. Yolenthi was willing to let Meyerich defend the Eastern Front, meaning that he trusted Meyerich enough. His Majesty had once said that everyone changes, and I have to admit he is not wrong, Meyerich said.
But don't you think you've changed too fast? What do you take me for? A stepping stone to wealth and glory? What? Sneferu asked, his voice shaking. Get out, Meyerich turned and ordered the 2 soldiers that accompanied Sneferu.
Meyerich was able to become the highest commander of the palace guards at 26 for a reason. He knew that sending the soldiers out would create rumors. Sneferu could not match him in reputation, and he knew that the soldiers were more likely to believe him. There would be rumors circulating among his men before the day was over. The soldiers left the room quickly. Meyerich walked over to Sneferu and crouched down in front of him. He saw there was confusion and fear in the man's eyes.
After a few minutes, Meyerich sighed. Do you know why I wanted you to go home and become a farmer? He asked quietly. He now knew that Sneferu did not know what he was doing, and did not know what the Marquis was planning when he made the offer. Yes.
You want me to live a peaceful life, General, Sneferu said.
That's not the entire truth, Meyerich said, shaking his head. You are a good soldier and a good commander, but you have a lot of problems. You are too trusting and you tend to see the good in people. You know how to fight, your scars can make the new recruits speechless. Fighting is your strong suit, but politics is not. Meyerich paused for a few moments before continuing, that is why I wanted you to go home and become a farmer. If you did, even if someone tried to fool you, it won't be some terrible betrayal that could cost you your life. My life is not that bad right now, General, Sneferu said slowly. The Marquis respects me. Meyerich had tried to make things very clear, but Sneferu did not have the mind for riddles. He was more of a follower when he was in the army, and did not think about his orders much. Once, Yolenthi sent Meyerich to the northern border to harden him. That was when he encountered Sneferu and recruited him. Meyerich had always placed Sneferu in charge of simply things, because he knew what kind of man Sneferu was. Sneferu had never experienced any stumbles in his life because of Meyerich's protection. If Meyerich had let Sneferu experience more hardship, he would not be as naive in politics as he was. Sneferu, listen to me. Leave the Marquis, go home. This is my last warning.
General, I have already pledged myself to the Marquis, Sneferu said, shaking his head.
I cannot abandon my post. You taught me this, don't you remember? Then we are done here. Sneferu, you should go now. Are you really not going to the feast, General? Meyerich shook in his head and turned away. Sneferu sighed and stood up. He glanced at Meyerich and shook his head, then turned and left the study. Anfey, Meyerich said, I have a request. What is it? Anfey asked. You are about to be the new city lord, Meyerich said hesitantly.
Sneferu was in my army, and I know he is a good man.
I'm hoping that you won't hurt him. I will try the best I can, Anfey said. He did not know what the Marquis did to recruit Meyerich's man, and he did not know what he would do with Sneferu. If it really came down to it, Anfey knew he would not hesitate. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 225, Shocking Past. Chapter 225, Shocking Past. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Okay, let's get back to the topic.
Meyerich's eyes looked sophisticated, like the dark sky that had so many secrets to itself.
Anfey, where did you learn the martial arts skills? Naya and the other 3 people all looked at Anfey after Meyerich's question.
They were as interested in those questions as Meyerich.
Meyerich's questioning was simple and direct. In fact, it would work the best in many cases, for example now. Meyerich closely watched Anfey's facial expressions to try to catch any change on his face. Anfey looked hesitant. He knew criminal psychology well. He had studied it to counter questioning from the police and to understand his opponents and his peers. If he told them the answer right away, it would actually cause them to doubt whether he was telling the truth. It was better for Anfey to look hesitant. It would sound more convincing after being asked a couple times. If he could find some evidence to support what he said, it would be even better. Tell us, Naya urged. Anfey, why are you hesitating? You are not thinking of lying to us, are you? I cannot. Anfey smiled bitterly.
Actually, it is not a secret anymore, Meyerich said. Master Saul has learned a lot about you from Ernest.
Anfey, please don't think Ernest was doing anything to hurt you.
He had to speak up for you and explain what happened, since Master Saul was super angry with you.
So, you all know about it?
Anfey was actually quite happy about it inside. It sounded a lot better and more convincing if Ernest told them about it instead of himself. Yes, you learned the martial arts from an anonymous old man.
The name of your village head is Ben Ladang, but you could remember the name of your village. Am I right? Meyerich asked.
Yes, I was too young when I was taken away by Jäger.
I barely remember anything. All the memories seem blurry to me.
It will be great if I could see the village again, Anfey said. Our king has ordered the whole empire to look for your village head called Bin Laden.
Unfortunately, we have not found him yet.
The areas he could be should not be too large since the island Jäger hid himself on should not be too far from it. Bin Laden should not live beyond the territory of Tumun Commercial Union and Meho Empire.
Jäger would not go beyond those territories to look for young kids to do experiments. Is my analysis right? Meyerich asked.
Anfey thought to himself, it would be a miracle if you could find a village head called Ben Ladang. People in my world have searched for him with hundreds of satellites, day and night, but still could not find him. The scale of your search was nothing.
Anfey looked like he was deep in thought.
He slowly nodded. It should be like that.
Anfey, do you remember how long it took for you to get back to that isolated island after Jäger caught you? Did Jäger use levitation magic to travel? Did you take any wagons?
Meyerich was trying to figure out the time and speed they traveled.
He could use the time and mode of transportation to do a rough calculation estimate where Bin Laden could be.
I remember I was flying at the beginning, and then I was in the wagon later. There were a few other kids with me. After about 2 or 3 days, we reached the island, Anfey said.
Are you sure you are not remembering it wrong? Meyerich asked.
I was really scared, so I remember it clearly, Anfey said.
Is Jäger that lonely and weird archmage?
Anfey, what did he do to you after he caught you?
Naya asked in curiosity.
An experiment, Anfey said with a bitter smile.
What kind of experiment? Naya asked.
Jäger started to study dark magic to break through the bottleneck. Anfey and many other innocent kids all became his lab subjects, Meyerich answered Naya. Oh my god, he is so devious, Naya gasped. She felt bad for Anfey and looked to him with great kindness.
Anfey, poor guy. Susanna felt worse than Naya.
She wanted to hold Anfey's hand to give him some courage when she saw Anfey was sad recalling his old memories. However, the round table in the center was ruined by Meyerich. Without anything to cover Susanna, she felt awkward and dared not to make any intimate movement towards Anfey. Our king has sent people to search every inch of that isolated island to seek any valuable information. We only found a few items and many magic crystals and magic tools buried underground.
Meyerich looked up to watch Anfey. I buried them.
Anfey felt he was in trouble. As he got better with magic, he slowly came to understand the value of the stuff Jäger left after his death.
The reason he led Susanna away from the group was to get the coins in the Magic Beast Forest and retrieve Jäger's estate. No one would think Jäger's estate would belong to Yolanthe now.
That island was quite large. He had hid Jäger's belongings pretty well. It meant that Yolanthe had sent a lot of people and searched for a long time. This also showed what a powerful country could do. Anfey felt bad losing Jäger's estate, but he could not show it on his face. He had to fake a normal face.
Why did you bury them? Meyerich asked.
I was left alone and scared on that isolated island. I learned a lot from the other kids in Jäger. If I had to make a conclusion, I would say people are harsh, Anfey sighed.
Jäger is an archmage. His estate would definitely attract many people, so I tried to wipe out any trace that Jäger left. This way even when someone found the island, he would only see me.
I am just a regular person so he would not have interest in me, Anfey said.
People are harsh?
Christian said in a low voice.
Anfey, weren't you just a little kid?
Kids would change as their environments change. They could grow mature fast, Anfey said slowly. Christian, you would not understand the fear those kids had to face. Every time Jäger decided to do an experiment, he would take one kid from us. That kid never came back, and then there was a new anonymous tomb on the island.
As time went by, we all got to know what Jäger's magic experiments meant.
We tried to please Jäger to live longer.
We even learned to set up other kids to make Jäger get angry at them so Jäger would take them for the experiment.
We would be living longer this way, Anfey said.
When we were sick, we could not let anyone know about it, otherwise Jaeger would definitely take you away because he did not want you to get other kids sick. We could not eat too much either even when we were hungry. We could only have a few bites to stop the hunger. Jaeger did not want others to know where he resided. Food was a big problem. He hated to go out to do grocery shopping, and hated any kid who ate a lot. He picked the kids who ate more first. We had to do a lot of chores. We had to find some chores to do if we finished our own assignments. Jaeger would think the kids useful if they could do chores. Unless there were only a few kids left, he would not think of using the kids who liked to do chores as the experimental subjects. Anfey's smiles added more sadness at the right time. We did these things to please Jaeger. We also had to be alert about being set up by other kids. To survive, kids organized themselves into groups in different sizes to help each other. Of course, it was to counter other groups as well. They would cheer if the kids from other groups were taken away by Jaeger. They also would feel sad and desperate when kids from the same group were taken away. When they heard what Anfey said, they all looked serious. The living conditions Anfey had described were hell, without doubt. What Anfey told them was true. It all came from the memory of the previous owner of this body. They learned to disclose others' weaknesses in a secret way. They mastered the skills to tell when Jaeger was happy and sad. They got used to provoking others on purpose and putting on a show as victims in front of Jaeger. All of these were to help them live a few days longer and send other kids to be the experimental subjects before themselves, Anfey said slowly. Christian, it is not too much to describe it as harsh, is it? Meyerich and others in the living room were all shocked to hear what kind of life Anfey had. They could imagine the desperate and sad group of little kids trying to survive under the threat of death. Susanna and Naya had tears in their eyes. In their experience, Anfey was a sophisticated man, but they did not think Anfey grew up in such a hell. The fear he had could have made anyone crazy, but Anfey had survived. Susanna's face has changed the most. She thought her experiences were too much. She had experienced many more dangers for her age than others. However, compared with Anfey, she definitely lived in a heaven. Were you the last survivor? Meyerich asked quietly. Yes. I would not have survived if Jaeger had not made mistakes in the experiment, Anfey said. Meyerich sighed. He was indeed touched by Anfey's story, but he also thought deeper than Christian and others. There were 617 bodies of kids found on the island. What did it mean? It meant Anfey beat all of them and hung on there to the last. It also meant Anfey was the smartest, toughest, and the most observant and flexible, since those 617 dead bodies were the proof. If adding another comment about Anfey, it would be that Anfey was terrifying. Who would know how many of those kids died because of Anfey? Of course, Meyerich did not want to continue on that issue. It had become past. What Anfey did was not totally unreasonable. He lived in conditions where either Anfey died or someone else died. Anfey had to live by sending other kids to be the experimental subjects. Meyerich had not thought too much about it when Yolenthi thought Anfey was important. Anfey had not left him much of a positive impression. He learned what Anfey had achieved later on and changed his impression of Anfey. Now he thought Anfey was extremely important. People like Anfey who got out of the hell must be very special. If Meyerich had to experience the same thing as Anfey did, he did not think he would be the only survivor himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 226, A Generous King. Chapter 226, A Generous King. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. As he was speaking, Anfey's expression changed as the story went on and was very convincing. After a few moments, however, all of his emotions disappeared, as if he was just telling someone else's story. Anfey was very good at controlling himself, perhaps it was the reason why he was able to succeed time after time. Susanna, however, did not care for formality. She gripped Anfey's hand tightly, as if she could transport her strength to him this way. Naya looked at Anfey with eyes filled with compassion. If he was closer to her in age, she would have hugged him tightly to comfort him. Unlike Naya and Susanna, Christian looked at Anfey with admiration. Anfey's story finally answered his question of why Anfey could go from a kind youth to a cold-blooded killer. Christian knew what Anfey did during the war, and he knew that they were able to go home because of what Anfey had done. He had never asked Anfey about anything, because he did not want to damage their relationship. He had trusted Anfey, and no one could change that. Anfey had more than enough skill to leave, but he brought everyone with him. That showed that Anfey was a trustworthy person. Meyerich nodded. Jaeger is an archmage, sure, but his poverty is notorious.
I have no idea how he gathered all those things in the end.
What did he have? Naya asked curiously. Can't tell you, Meyerich said, smiling. It's a secret.
He brought Naya along today for a reason.
Susanna was Anfey's lover and had the right to know everything.
Christian was Anfey's trusted right-hand man and had the right know as well. In the past, Naya was very sheltered. The older generation didn't want her to get hurt, and created an idle life for her. Now, Meyerich knew that it was not the way to raise a child.
Saul had regretted raising Naya in such a sheltered environment.
Sooner or later she would grow up and weather the storm by herself. The older generation could not protect her forever.
It was time she learned something about the world. Naya cleared her eyes and turned to Anfey.
You were on that island for so long, she said, you must know something. He was already dying when I became his student, Anfey said.
I knew nothing of magic then, and did not know what those things were.
Seeing that Meyerich did not answer Naya's question, Anfey decided he would feign ignorance as well.
Naya looked at Meyerich and sighed. You should know how rare the vacuum confinement scroll is now, right? Meyerich asked.
Yes, Anfey said, nodding. His most prized possession was the scroll. He would return Saul's scrolls, but Jaeger's was his trump card, even though all his plans had already gone to waste.
Good. Don't waste it. Of course not. Another thing.
I would advise against reading the book about black magic.
It's not just me and His Majesty.
Lord Saul agrees as well.
Anfey frowned and lifted his head. We're staying here for a few more days, then we will go to Blackania City. All your possessions are kept there. What? Anfey asked, staring at Meyerich in shock. Did you think His Majesty just claimed everything? Meyerich asked with a laugh. No, I just... Don't worry. What was Jaeger's will be yours, Meyerich said with a smile. You are still his last student, and you are the owner of his possessions.
Although His Majesty wanted to destroy that black magic book, we needed to get your permission. But I don't even have the power to use the vacuum confinement scroll yet. That's why you should work harder. It's impossible for me to get that powerful in a short amount of time, Anfey said.
I want to give that scroll to His Majesty. Surely then it could be more useful with him than with me.
He had thought that what Jaeger left belonged to Yolanthe, and it had made sense. Even if the real owners were still alive, it would still be hard to hold on to those relics. Anfey could not imagine giving away such valuable relics, even the legendary vacuum confinement scroll.
This showed Yolanthe's generosity. Meyerich smiled.
He took the sword from his belt and handed it to Susanna.
You're a swordsman, he said. You should know what it is. Susanna accepted the sword gingerly and slowly began pulling it out of the sheath.
A burst of blinding light filled the room. The light did not disperse like regular light, but instead lingered in the room like morning mist.
Is this the wing of light? Susanna asked hesitantly. Meyerich nodded. Really? Susanna asked incredulously. Meyerich took the sword and pulled the entire length of the blade out of the sheath.
The light of the blade bloomed like flowers and filled with room. Meyerich returned the sword to its sheath, and the light in the room disappeared.
Susanna's eyes widened.
She was a swordsman, and she knew very well what the wing of light was.
If you want, let's trade swords. I am a knight, and this sword is no good to me.
No, Susanna said hurriedly, returning the sword.
Do you want it? Meyerich turned and asked Anfey. Me? Anfey asked.
He knew that Meyerich still wanted to give it to Susanna. I won't take back my gifts, Meyerich said seriously. After a few moments of hesitation, Anfey took the sword from Susanna's hand.
This sword was a gift to Susanna from Yolanthe.
It would be inappropriate if she did not accept it.
A good weapon should be in the right hands, Meyerich said. His Majesty taught me that. This sword was given to His Majesty by a merchant as a birthday gift.
His Majesty gave it to Barry the next day, but Barry didn't take it.
Do you know what Barry said then? What?
Barry said that His Majesty should keep it.
Evil Mist had sent a dozen assassins after His Majesty, but they never succeeded. Barry said that a sword like this is more useful in the hands of a true discipliner. His Majesty was a swordsman? Naya asked, surprised.
Christian's expression did not change, however, as if he had already known this.
Meyerich nodded. What happened then?
Barry is a stubborn man, and it's very hard to change his mind. A month later, when Barry was leaving the capital with his legion, His Majesty gifted the sword to him in front of the entire legion and sent him away, Meyerich said with a smile. His Majesty told me that his responsibility wasn't to be a good swordsman, it was to be a good king.
What happened then?
A month after Barry left, there was another assassination attempt that left His Majesty injured. The first thing Barry did when he returned to Sacred City was go into the palace and throw this sword down in front of His Majesty. His Majesty grew angry as well, and the two of them just stood in the throne room and stared at each other.
I had to intervene to break it up.
Then His Majesty gave the sword to me.
That's very brave of him, Naya said.
She grinned, imagining Barry and Yolanthe standing in the throne room, staring at each other.
Anfey remained silent.
Scenes like this were indeed very rare. He didn't know Yolanthe very well in the past, but now he could feel how generous and open-minded Yolanthe was. He was indeed a good king.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 227, Panic. Chapter 227, Panic. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Sneferu's hands were shaking, and his steps were heavy.
He slowly walked into a civilian's house. The civilian's house looked normal from the outside, but highly secured inside. Over a dozen swordsmen and 4 mages stood in formation in the living room to protect the old man sitting in the middle of the sofa.
Sneferu, you are back. That old man stood up with a smile.
He was not tall and a little chubby. He wore a gold-colored gown.
Royal families in different countries like to pick a color to be their family color to show their royal family identity.
It was interesting to see they all chose the shiny gold color.
Regular people could not wear this kind of gown. They got serious punishment for that. The punishment could be as serious as the death penalty.
Master, Sneferu faltered. He had patted himself on the chest to show his commitment to invite General Meyerich over. No one would think Meyerich did not want to talk to him after he just retired from Meyerich's bodyguard squad a few days ago.
What a world! Sneferu was angry and resentful about it. He was also sentimental about the world. Ha ha!
General Meyerich just came to Violet City and must feel tired. It made sense if he did not want to come to socialize. Sneferu, don't make it too personal. Sneferu smiled, but his smiles were forced. Marquis Joser had been to Sacred City when he was young.
He never went back there again because he felt depressed over there.
In terms of nobility titles, those government officials' titles were a lot lower than his. The 2 prime ministers were only earls. Only a few people had the same title as he did, but he had to forget about his title and please people with smiles.
That was because he had no power or influence in the Sacred City. Marquis Joser went back to his hometown after his inheritance ceremony was over.
He would rather be the head in a small place than at the bottom in a big city. No one would show any disrespect to him on this piece of land.
Obviously, he ran into the same problem this time. Meyerich did not show any respect to him.
If only Meyerich had disrespected him, he could take it.
He was not stupid.
Meyerich commanded a military of over 100,000 soldiers. He knew a marquis title could not compare with a general with the highest military power to constrain others. However, he could not take the challenge from a young man. Anfey had killed his son on the street the first time he came to Violet City. Anfey had proclaimed the cruel and bloody war against him.
He had to make powerful strikes to counter Anfey. Master, I am going to see General Meyerich tomorrow again. Don't worry.
I'll handle it, Sneferu said slowly.
Meyerich knew his followers well.
He had said it clearly, but Sneferu did not seem to get it.
Don't worry. Marquis Joser waved his hand with a smile.
Oh, right, Sneferu, did you invite your companions over?
I just sent people out to check. Meyerich's bodyguard squad was still standing there on the street.
They have traveled dozens of miles.
They must be exhausted.
I will ask my people to help them so they could take turns resting.
Sneferu's face looked even worse when Marquis Joser mentioned the bodyguard squad.
The bodyguard squad had looked excited to see him when he showed up in front of them. They all surrounded him and joked and laughed with him. They looked weird after he was kicked out by Meyerich. No one from the bodyguard squad let him out. They looked indifferent to him as well.
Never mind, never mind.
Marquis Joser knew his previous plan had failed when he saw Sneferu's face.
Sneferu, you go upstairs to get some rest. I will call you when I need you.
Yes, master. Sneferu felt he had lost face and did not want to stay any longer. He turned half around and walked out from the side door.
Seeing Sneferu walking away, Marquis Joser suddenly said, "Did you just say Anfey's sword skill was very special?"
Yes, master. I have collected information about Anfey, but no one could give a definite answer as to how powerful Anfey is because whoever has fought with Anfey has died, the swordsman said in a low voice. Anfey's sword skill looked dreamy and not practical, but he could kill his opponent in a very short time. He is a magic combat twin discipliner. Magic combat twin discipliners usually can master only one element, but he can control several elements. His practices have been kept secret. Evil Mist is interested in him as well. They have sent 2 people to catch Anfey, but both of them got killed by him. They sent a very powerful one to catch him for the 3rd time, but Anfey has left with Saul's students before Evil Mist people reached Sacred City. Anfey also has a little unicorn. A maid in the Garden Hotel said Master Shamash wanted to take the little unicorn away in the name of the Magic Academy after he saw the little unicorn, a mage said. Shut up! Marquis Joser said coldly. He only wanted to know how he could take revenge on Anfey right now instead of getting to know what happened the other day. For Marquis Joser, it was not important who started the fight and whose fault was it at this point. In the study of the garrison residents, the talk between Meyerich and Anfey had approached the end. Meyerich looked relaxed, but he suddenly talked about the birthplace of Anfey again. Anfey, you have become so powerful with the memory left in you when you were young. Our king thinks that anonymous old man might be the only top power to go to Sacred State, but... Really? Sacred State? Naya opened her eyes wide. She thought her father was the most powerful person in the world. She did not believe anything to be real in the legends. She even thought the barns were made up and they never existed. She was startled to suddenly hear that there was a person in this world who had been to Sacred State. Susanna and Christian were startled as well. They looked at Anfey and then Meyerich, waiting to know the answer. Well, I do not know about that, but I do know he is very powerful, Anfey smiled. More than powerful. Meyerich let out a slight sigh. Ernest told Master Saul that he has learned a lot from you. It is unbelievable to hear that a master swordsman had learned from a person with another kind of sword skill. Unfortunately, I did not get the chance to learn more from him, Anfey said. I was curious how Jäger could take you away from a person who has been to Sacred State. Meyerich asked. I was really unlucky. He was in the state of samadhi and did not know what happened around him, Anfey said. Samadhi? Meyerich asked nervously. The face of Meyerich changed. As a Gold Knight, he really hoped to learn more about Sacred State. Anything could give him some inspiration. Is it the way you practice every day? Naya asked. Yes, Anfey said. Naya, how did Anfey practice? Meyerich urged. Anfey sat in a weird way and he could sit for a whole day without moving. Naya stood up and looked for an area to try to show it to Meyerich. People in Anfey's legion were curious about Anfey's practice and tried it on their own. They could only sit for a little while before their legs were getting sore, stiff, and painful. They had to give it up. Naya walked next to a desk and took a seat cross-legged. She gritted her teeth. Her bones were already stiff at her age. Without training, it would definitely hurt to sit with legs crossed. What benefits do you get from this practice? Meyerich's eyes brightened. He wanted to give a try right now, but he felt awkward to do it in front of these young people. He had to go back to his own room to try it. Enough, Naya complained. She used her hands to remove one leg off the other leg. Luckily, she did not wear a dress today. I do not know what benefits I could get. I am just used to this practice since I was little, Anfey said bitterly. Anfey could sit like this for a long time. The longest record is 2 days. He could immediately walk after it. My God, Naya spoke in exaggeration. Some people could not stay in that position for very long, even if they tried hard. They gritted their teeth to try staying longer in that position. They wobbled after they gave up that position. Naya thought it was a miracle that Anfey could walk after he finished his practice. It is nothing. That old man could sit for a month without food, drink, or talk. I was too young back then. I even thought he died. Meyerich looked startled this time. He was most surprised by the fact that an old man could live without food or drink for a month. Is he a human? He thought to himself. Anfey, why did he stay in that village? Meyerich asked. He said he wanted to challenge Tao, Anfey said. What is Tao? Meyerich asked. I do not know. It seemed to be the next level he was going to advance to, Anfey said. Meyerich almost went crazy. Sacred State was far out of his reach, while that old man wanted to advance to the next level. What would he be? God? Okay, let's talk about something else. Meyerich lifelessly waved his hand. He laid his eyes on Christian. Christian, can we? Let's talk here. Christian woke up from the shock. He glanced at Anfey and smiled. This guy has guessed who I am. You? Who are you? Why does it sound so secretive? Naya was about to go crazy. Suddenly many secrets came at once, and she did not seem to be able to handle it. Why did you disobey the king's orders several times? Christian, it is not doing you any good to do that. I think you understand that too. After Anfey got into big trouble, in order to ensure Christian and Naya's safety, Yolanthe had sent Steger, the dean of the Magic Academy, to see them. Of course, Meyerich moved away so he did not ask these questions in front of Anfey. It was too boring to study magic. I liked the adventurous life I had with Anfey, Christian said casually. Christian actually did not tell the truth. Anfey was grateful for what Saul had done for him. He had to take everyone to run away to protect the students and family of Saul. Christian had stayed at Saul's house for about 10 years. He built relationships with Saul and his peers. He had an even stronger sense of responsibility than Anfey. He was afraid Steger would take him away for his own safety. He would never forgive himself if that happened. Therefore, he refused to see Steger and chose to be with his peers in that difficult time. Meyerich went quiet for a while. Young people usually have their own opinions. It does not matter what I tell you. Okay. We should go out now. Meyerich slowly stood up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 228, Lies. Chapter 228, Lies. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Even though the feast at the manor of the city lord did not have enough preparation, there was still a lot of people present. The merchants were not as politically powerful as the nobles, but they were just as rich, if not more so. The cooks they brought were some of the best, and even the maids seemed more sophisticated. Erder knew that he wasn't used to situations like this, so he invited some peddlers to lighten up the mood. It was a rare opportunity to sit down with the famous General Meyerich for dinner, and for the merchants it was a great honor. All the merchants were trying to please Meyerich as much as possible, hoping for some future benefits. Halfway through the feast, Blavi and Rizka arrived in the city as well. Rizka asked Anfey about what had happened, and after learning everything that had taken place, Blavi wanted to go find the Marquis and end the conflict once and for all. Blavi had matured a lot since they first left Sacred City, but he was still quick to anger. Back in the city, he was the only one that dared to speak against Zita. While everyone was enjoying the feast, Erder was very busy. He was walking around and making sure everything was running smoothly. When all the guests had returned to their chambers, Erder was too tired to do anything else. He was very happy, however, because this proved that everything he had done so far was right. Anfey, like Erder, was tired as well. He began meditating after only a few hours of sleep. For some other people, this might have been overworking, but he enjoyed the process. Meditating had become part of his life. An artist may spend hours in front of a canvas, and a mathematician may spend months over a single equation. People may think they were overworking themselves, but for them it was enjoyment. Anfey meditated until almost midnight when he heard commotion outside. He frowned and walked to the door. The door next to his opened as well, and Meyerich walked out slowly. What was surprising was that when Meyerich walked, he was limping slightly. What happened? Anfey asked in shock. A master swordsman like Meyerich was almost always healthy. The only thing that could affect him was aging. It's all right, Meyerich said, shaking his head. Don't worry about me. He had been meditating the entire night, trying to find the way into the sacred state. It was his life goal to be able to leave behind mundane things like the squabbles between the merchants. However, he could not find the sacred state, and his body was sore because of the prolonged meditation. Before Anfey could say anything else, the noise outside got louder. The two men glanced at each other and headed outside. The courtyard in front of the mansion was filled with people. Most of the people there were members of Meyerich's guards. Some of the guards looked terrified, some looked bewildered, some looked enraged. Most of them were arguing about something. What happened? Meyerich asked. His voice wasn't loud, but it was enough to calm the crowd. There's Anfey, someone in the crowd suddenly called loudly. An old man in a yellow robe appeared. The muscle on his face was twitching due to rage, and he was pointing at Anfey with shaking fingers. There was a wound on his neck. The bandage was ripped off, and blood was seeping through the cut. You are such a vile man, the old man said through clenched teeth. Vile. He wanted to lunge at Anfey, but was stopped by two swordsmasters behind him. Who is this? Anfey asked, frowning. What are you doing here, Marquis Joser?
Meyerich asked. What am I doing here?
Ask him, the Marquis spat angrily.
I am asking you,
Meyerich said calmly. He was a soldier, but he wasn't unfamiliar with politics. If he had looked at Anfey at that moment, he would put him into a disadvantageous position. Other people may be fooled by the Marquis's words, but not Meyerich.
The Marquis grew angrier.
Meyerich had clearly picked a side in this conflict, and did not care if he was a Marquis or not. He hadn't lost his mind, however, and knew that he was no match for Meyerich. He turned his gaze to Anfey and shook his head.
I told Sneferu to go invite the general to a feast yesterday. Did I mean harm? Did I? I invited him because I respected him. What did I do to prompt you to murder my men?
Anfey stared at the old man, but did not say anything.
Come on, come kill me.
If you are brave enough to kill my soldiers, you should be brave enough to kill me right now, the Marquis said with a hoarse voice. If you can't tolerate me, sure, kill me.
Be my guest. But answer my question. Why kill so many innocent men?
Meyerich's guards cleared a path for a group of swordsmen. They carried a dozen litters bearing dead bodies and set them down in front of Meyerich and Anfey.
The first body was Sneferu.
He was half naked, his bare chest filled with scars. What killed him was a large slash across his chest and abdomen. His entire chest was slashed open, and the wound was blackened. The other bodies all had similar injuries. All the wounds were blackened as if done with fire.
Look at him, the Marquis said, crouching down next to Sneferu. Look at him. Do you see his scars? He risked his life for the Empire, but what did he get in the end? He didn't die on the battlefield in glory. It was because of me.
The Marquis's voice broke, and he shook his head. The swords master next to him whispered something into the Marquis's ear. How can you do this? The Marquis pushed the swords master aside and asked loudly.
Anfey was still standing there quietly. Now was not the time to speak. He had to find a flaw in the Marquis's story before saying anything. Meyerich's guards looked at Anfey.
Their eyes were hostile. They knew why they were in Violet City. It was no longer a secret that Anfey had a feud with the Marquis, and Anfey was the only person who could cause wounds like those. Erder was telling the merchants about the strange sword Anfey wielded, and it was no longer a secret.
The guards didn't care if Anfey had a feud with the Marquis.
In fact, they would even help him. That was why Meyerich led them to Violet City in the first place, but Anfey should not have touched Sneferu. The man had been their friend and companion until only a month ago. Having him killed by his supposed ally was too much for the guards to take. This is all my fault, the Marquis said, shaking his head.
I should have never asked Sneferu to join my guards.
I wanted to help him, but I killed him. The Marquis pounded the ground with his fist, leaving bloody smears on the dirt. The swords master next to him had to restrain him.
You have to give us an answer, one of the Marquis's men demanded. Yes, an answer, the other men called. Even a few of Meyerich's guards joined in. It was easy to rile up people's emotions. It was very hard to control a crowd.
Anfey looked like a lone rock in the middle of the sea as the crowd surged and closed in on him. With a flash of light, Susanna appeared next to him. Christian, Rizka, Blavi, and Naya all appeared as well. Even Hui Wei was standing behind them, clutching something in his hand.
Hagen was distributing his potions. Be quiet.
Meyerich called, his booming voice echoing in the night. The crowd stopped and stared at the general. You say these men were killed by Anfey, Meyerich said.
Do you have any proof? Proof? Sneferu is the proof. These men are the proof. I am the proof, the Marquis called. He pointed to the wound on his neck and cried, I saw him with my own eyes. I was with him all night last night, Meyerich said calmly. He couldn't have done this. The Marquis laughed.
General Meyerich, he said, I know why you are providing an alibi for him.
He is Lord Saul's student, is he not?
Lord Saul is your old friend.
Compared to the court mage, which is a retired soldier?
I am not surprised by your decision.
Meyerich's guards froze, then turned to look at the general.
They had all trusted Meyerich, but nothing was absolute, and their trust in Meyerich had just been shaken.
Anfey walked up and said calmly, Don't worry. Let me take care of this.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 229, Amazing Fighting Skills. Chapter 229, Amazing Fighting Skills. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
Anfey slowly walked up with sincere and sweet smiles. His eyes looked calm and clear. Whenever Anfey was in danger, he would not lose himself in panic. The tenser the situation got, the calmer Anfey would become. He knew he had to save himself, because no one would suddenly come to help him. Enemies would not go easy on him either. "Did you say I came to your house to kill you last night?" Anfey asked in a low voice. Marquis Joser spit on the floor with hatred. He answered Anfey with this gesture of contempt. "Do you mind telling us what happened last night in detail?" Anfey kept his sincere and sweet smile on his face. "There is nothing more I can tell you." Marquis Joser looked sad and resentful. "I am not here to cause you trouble. I know what I am doing now does not go in line with the laws in the Empire. Anfey, I only want to ask you one thing. Who gave you the right to kill people? You say I killed your people, but I say I did not. What is the point of this argument? If you could describe what happened last night in detail, everyone here could be our witness. I think they could give us a fair judgment." Marquis Joser's mouth twitched. The more a person talked, the higher the chance he could get caught lying. Marquis Joser understood that too. Since Anfey had given his reasons to retell what happened, he could not refuse to talk about it anymore. Refusing to tell what happened the previous day could make others doubt him and put him at a disadvantage. Marquis Joser looked at his supporters out of the corner of his eye. "Yesterday Marquis Joser, Snefuro and other few people were still talking in the study after we all went to sleep." A supporter answered for Marquis Joser. He looked like he was trying to recall what happened yesterday. "We suddenly heard Marquis Joser calling for help and screams from others. We immediately grabbed the weapons to run to the study. There was blood everywhere in the study, everywhere. Master Snefuro and other companions laid on the ground in blood. A few people were trying to protect Marquis Joser." "What happened after that?" Anfey asked. "After that? You ran away like a criminal." "There was nothing after that," the supporter answered in anger. "Which floor was the study on?" Anfey asked calmly. He tried to hold in any curse words. Erder told Anfey before that Marquis Joser's four-story house sat on a large piece of land. It was famous around Violet City. "Third floor," the supporter said. "Which floor was your room on?" Anfey asked. "First floor," the supporter answered. "Okay. Did you say I was scared away by you?" "I got it," Anfey said casually. He gathered his internal forces in the blink of an eye, and the force was covering his whole body. He had rarely fought with full force after he restarted practicing his internal force. There were two reasons for that. First of all, he did not want to act like he was so different than others. Second, he wanted to be more familiar with the magic and combat skills in this world and incorporate them into his own combat skills. Well, skills were acquired through practice. Now it was his time to fight and see. "What do you mean?" the supporter asked loudly. "You guys, be careful." Anfey did not look any different. Only his eyes got brighter. "Let's start." Anfey suddenly ran out as fast as a flying arrow. He did not even need acceleration to reach that speed. Marquis Joser trusted the person most who had answered for him. He was also the Marquis's most powerful and loyal follower. He was still trying to think about the answers he gave about the locations of the study and his dorm. He worried there was some loophole in his story. They did not get a chance to talk about this question. He did not have time to think before he gave his answers either. It would make people doubt him if it took him too long to answer such a simple question. In the blink of an eye, Anfey was within 3 yards of that follower. The guy had a pretty quick response. The light radiant from combat power had covered his whole body. He pushed Marquis Joser behind him with his left hand as he pulled the sword out with his right hand. He swung down at Anfey's head. Actually, he looked down upon Anfey's impulsive acts. There was no unarmed combat in this world. Combat power could counter the strikes in most cases. If this were unarmed combat, they would not know who would win without hundreds of strikes. If both parties had swords, the fight could end very soon. Anfey could not beat mages with bare hands since the mage's shield was not just for decoration. The Marquis' supporter thought it was nothing different than committing suicide to run like Anfey. A magic combat twin discipliner? He hoped Anfey could fight him with his flaming swords. The dead bodies on the ground were killed by a magic combat twin discipliner. It would only help them to prove Anfey was the killer. As the sword was about to hit Anfey's head, Anfey suddenly slid away. His move was swift and elegant. Meyerich and Susanna stood in the back, watching him with eyes bright. They paid more attention to how Anfey fought. That supporter put more force on his wrist to change the direction of the sword and tried to slay Anfey from the side. Anfey immediately hit his wrist.
The guy snorted at Anfey even more. He did not think Anfey could make any damage with that strike. Even if he just let Anfey hit him without any counter-strike, it would be hard to get hurt with the protection of combat power. He thought he was going to slice Anfey in half. Anfey was a lot less powerful than he thought. Anfey's strike could not even be described as a hit. It was more like laying a hand on his. The follower did not know that move was called putting a hand on in martial arts. As there was no contact between the two hands, Anfey kicked his left leg into the follower's elbow while his hand was holding onto his opponent's wrist. Anfey did not have to use too much force to hold his opponent's wrist. It was good enough as long as the opponent's arm did not swing. That follower's arm was bent inwards. There were cracking sounds and screaming right away. Combat power could greatly increase people's defensive power. Anfey had experienced it a long time ago when he fought hard with Susanna underwater. However, having combat power was not everything. If people could run and attack with combat power, it meant their joints were not protected by combat power. Anfey seemed to find the weak points of swordsmen. Anfey kept moving forward. He ran to the next swordsman. That swordsman thrust his sword at Anfey's chest like a vapor. As the sword was only 1 yard away from Anfey, Anfey suddenly flew into the sky like a flying butterfly among the flowers. In the blink of an eye, he lined up with that swordsman, vertically. The swordsman was on the ground while Anfey was upside down in the air. The swordsman had never seen any skill like this. He immediately swung his sword up to counter Anfey. As the sword was above him, Anfey grabbed his wrist. This time, Anfey put a lot more strength on the grip. Anfey flipped over and landed behind the swordsman. He had calculated their height difference before he made the attack. He chose to squat a little to put his back tightly against that swordsman's lower back. He pulled the swordsman's wrist hard. Everyone at the scene saw clearly that swordsman's arm swung backwards like a windmill's blade. It swung more than half circle. That swordsman started to scream loudly in pain. He sounded more like an animal howling than a human screaming. It only took Anfey a very short time to beat the two swordsmen. It startled the onlookers. Most people fought in a certain way. If there were no other references to help them think in a different way, most people rather believed in themselves. People tried to imagine how much fighting ability they could have if they had to fight with bare hands and what would happen if they fought with weapons. It was undeniable there was a big difference in between fighting with bare hands and with weapons. Anfey was able to beat two swordsmen with bare hands in the blink of an eye. One of them was even an intermediate swordsman. Anfey would be unbelievably powerful if Anfey fought with weapons. Only Myrich and Susanna could tell Anfey did not attack with much power, but they were still startled by Anfey's fighting ability, because they saw some fighting skills they had never seen or imagined before. They both were masters on how to control and use powers, but they were not as good as Anfey in terms of skill. They both got to see a totally different and new area by watching Anfey fighting. Marquis Joser was shocked and kept stepping back. A junior swordsman would never understand how powerful Anfey could be. He thought his peers were beaten because Anfey attacked them with surprise. The swordsman had gathered his combat power and stepped out. He thrust his sword at Anfey's throat. Marquis Joser had told them to try to kill Anfey. He thought he could make it happen and get rewards from Marquis Joser. Anfey moved his body sideways to dodge. He timed it perfectly. If he was a little too fast, the junior swordsman could change his moves. If he was a little too slow, he could get hurt. At the moment they passed each other, Anfey held his right foot out and kicked backwards like a little kid playing a game. The swordsman got kicked on his right ankle. It did not seem Anfey kicked that hard, but that swordsman's right foot was kicked into the air. Almost at the same time, Anfey stepped forward with the momentum and stepped on that swordsman's left foot. That swordsman's body continued to move forward with the momentum while his left foot was held by Anfey's foot. The swordsman fell on his face while his right foot was still moving forward. He did not know how dangerous a position he was in. Anfey put his hands on the swordsman's shoulders and pressed down hard as he flipped from the right side of him to the left. That swordsman smashed hard onto the ground with his hip. The quality of combat power was important to swordsmen. There were no contortion skills in this world. People's bodies got stiff and muscles got tight as soon as they turned 20. The swordsman was over 40 years old. It was easy to imagine what happened to that swordsman. He rolled his eyes as he gasped. He opened his mouth and was ready to scream when Anfey held his neck as if holding his lover. He pulled backwards. That swordsman felt the back of his head touch his left leg. He could not stand the pain and passed out. He did not even have the time to scream before he passed out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 230, Fruitless Works. Chapter 230, Fruitless Works. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. There were very few men who would dare to tempt a lion.
After seeing Anfey defeat 3 men so easily, the Marquis' men split into 2 halves. One half did not want to keep fighting, and was backing away from the fight slowly.
The other half charged at Anfey, waving their weapons. Anfey twisted his body and avoided a swordsman's attack. He kicked the man in the knee, and the swordsman fell to the ground with a scream. A swordsmaster jumped into the air, his sword was covered in combat power and pointing at Anfey. Anfey did not have enough time to lower his leg, and it was difficult for him to change his position. He turned around and made his body parallel to the ground. He let himself fall, and right before his body hit the ground, he pushed himself up with his arms. The swordsmaster passed over Anfey, who hit the man with his shoulder. The swordsmaster crashed into the ground. He had combat power, and the fall would not harm him much, but it was very embarrassing for him. Another swordsmaster charged. Anfey grabbed his wrist and threw the man away from him. The swordsmaster crashed into the ground and tumbled into the crowd. The only thing Marquis Joser wanted was to accuse Anfey of murder and ruin his reputation.
He did not want to have a physical conflict with him. Except for the 2 swordsmasters, he left the other more powerful men behind. He was a poor old man in distress, not someone seeking vengeance. The only reason he brought the swordsmasters was because of the slim chance there may be a possibility they could take Anfey down. However, he knew it was almost impossible because of Myrich's presence. Now, the 2 swordsmasters were defeated, and the only ones remaining were the swordsmen.
If the swordsmen had the advantage, they would not lose.
Now, however, the swordsman had no chance of winning. The Marquis began backing away, cursing Anfey and regretting his decisions. He knew that he was the target, and he had hoped his men could stall a little longer so he could get away. The Marquis was right, because Anfey's target was him. The Marquis was only a few steps away from disappearing into Myrich's guards, and he had to catch the Marquis before he disappeared. If he hadn't been fighting the Marquis' men in front of a crowd, they would have been dead already. Now, however, Anfey needed to get the trust of the guards. He knew that if he killed the Marquis' men, he would put him and Myrich into an even more difficult situation. Anfey knew he could match Myrich or Susanna in speed, but he was faster when he was not going in a straight line. Myrich smiled as he watched Anfey jump through the crowd. A few moments later, Anfey appeared in front of the Marquis, avoiding every attack.
"Stop," one of the swordsmen bellowed. He did not want to fight, but he couldn't just let Anfey hurt the Marquis. He would never find another employer then. Anfey did not look at the man. He kicked the swordsman and the man's body flew back, crashing into the crowd. Anfey turned to the Marquis and grabbed the old man's shirt, lifting the man into the air. The Marquis' face flushed, but he did not say anything. He kicked at Anfey, but his feeble attacks did not affect Anfey at all. Anfey's hand on the Marquis' neck tightened. "You're scaring me?" Anfey asked, smiling. He looked at the Marquis and frowned. "If I wanted to kill you, none of these men can stop me." The men around the Marquis did not say anything. One of the swordsmasters was trying to pull his sword out of the ground, but his right arm was broken. When he finally pulled the sword out, he tried to charge at Anfey with the sword in his left hand, only to be stopped by 2 nearby servants. If he could not defeat Anfey using his dominant hand, what more could he do using his non-dominant hand? Anfey loosened his grip and the Marquis fell to the ground. The servants gathered around the old man. Some were helping him up while the others dusted off his clothes. A few others approached Anfey with swords in hand. "What more do you want? Where do you think you are?" Myrich bellowed suddenly. He walked forward slowly, looking at the crowd. After seeing Anfey defeating the Marquis' men so easily, Myrich's guards remained silent. If Anfey could defeat so many men so easily, the Marquis' accusation could not stand. In order to become a knight, a man must undergo intense training. He must be educated on not only combat skills, but also on how to speak and act. Knights were all very knowledgeable and experienced. The knights in Myrich's team were even more so. There might be a few reckless ones, but most of them knew how to distinguish right from wrong. "I think you must be mistaken, Marquis," Myrich said. "If Anfey wanted to kill you yesterday, I don't think you would be alive to today." The Marquis frowned and stood still, but did not say anything. He did not respond to Myrich, but did not claim Anfey committed those murders, either. "I assure you, Marquis," Anfey said with a smile. "I will investigate and give you an answer. Your men's deaths will not be unanswered." Anfey could tell that Myrich did not want to touch the Marquis, at least not yet. The Marquis glanced at Anfey, but did not say anything.
He tried hard to plant the murders on Anfey. He bribed 2 patrol guards and found a few bodies where the last fight happened. Then he hired a 2-disciplined swordsmaster and instructed him to leave suspicious but distinct wounds on bodies of Sneferu and a few other men he had killed. He had ordered the swordsmaster be executed in order to hide all evidence. He never imagined that the swordsmaster would turn himself into an element bomb like a dying mage. The swordsmaster blew himself up, but injured several of the Marquis's men in the process. The Marquis only had a few swordsmasters working for him, and the explosion injured 3 of them. Usually, hard work was rewarded with a good result. The Marquis had hoped that he could find a balance, but the information he gathered and the reality were completely different. The Marquis just wanted to find the man who told him that Anfey was a 2-discipliner with fire magic and strangle the man. His mind was too clouded now, however, to remember anything.
"Erder," Anfey called.
"Yes, my lord?"
Erder said as he jogged over. "Inspect the bodies."
"Yes, my lord," Erder said. He glanced at the Marquis before walking over to the bodies and began inspecting them. He was the sheriff of the city, and had seen plenty of murders.
He wasn't a stranger to bodies.
After inspecting a few bodies, Erder frowned. These bodies were almost identical to the one in the city morgue. The body was sliced open with a flame sword, and the wound was cauterized without leaving a drop of blood. The muscles along the cut were burnt and blackened.
If Anfey did not seize the Marquis, it would be very hard for him to prove his innocence.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 231, Mysterious Power. Chapter 231, Mysterious Power. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. After checking every dead body on the ground, Erder slowly walked back to Anfey.
"Master, the wounds on each body were the same.
They must have been killed by the same person."
"Whom, Marquis Joser?"
Erder turned to look at Marquis Joser. "If you do not have anything urgent, I would like you to go to the police station with me.
I know you are not in the best mood right now and probably need to get some rest.
I hope you can understand this is our procedure. I need to keep records." Marquis Joser lowered his head and went quietly.
Without knowing how long had passed, he lifted up his head again.
He did not look as sullen as before. He even had an apologetic smile on his face. "Master Anfey, I am so sorry. I am getting old and my eyes are not as good as they used to be.
Yesterday when that assassin came in, he knocked out the only candlestick in the study.
I will ask punishment from the king myself.
It was my fault for this whole misunderstanding." No matter whether his excuses were reasonable, Marquis Joser did apologize in front of everyone.
Anfey and Erder looked at each other without saying anything.
Meyerich had more right than they did to pass judgment in this situation.
Unexpectedly, Meyerich was really direct.
In other words, Marquis Joser was not important enough for Meyerich to hide his true feelings toward him.
Meyerich walked up to Sneferu's body. He looked at it for a little while and sighed. He waved his hand. 2 knights hurried over and lifted Sneferu's stretcher. "Take Sneferu to the camp. I will host a funeral for him."
Meyerich glanced at Marquis Joser and snorted at him. He turned around to walk to the garrison residence. He did not know if Anfey had killed those people, but he knew Marquis Joser killed Sneferu. Sneferu had followed Meyerich for the past 20 years. He was neither a capable person nor very flexible and smart. He had been a lower-level official, but they did build a strong bond between them.
Meyerich wanted to kill Marquis Joser right then and there. How could he show forgiveness to the Marquis? Marquis Joser did not seem to hear Meyerich's snort.
He still had a smile on his face. He turned around and slowly walked to the gate of the garrison residence.
His movement looked a little stiff. "Stop. Do you want to leave like this?" Naya yelled.
Naya would argue with people when she did not have any reason to argue. It was easy to imagine how she would act when Anfey was set up by others. She did not think Marquis Joser was important. She was rude to Marquis Joser and also showed disdain toward him. Marquis Joser paused for a second and then continued to walk to the gate. His followers carried the wounded ones out of the garrison residence.
They followed after Marquis Joser and left dead bodies on the floor. "You, stop." Naya was getting really mad.
She jumped off the steps and was about to run after Marquis Joser.
"Naya!" Anfey and Christian yelled at the same time. "Ha!" Naya said. "It's okay, Naya." Anfey shook his head. Susanna also jumped off the steps.
She grabbed Naya's hand and said quietly, "Go back, Naya."
He is a marquis of the empire. Don't make troubles. What about the marquis? A marquis could set others up? Naya was not happy about Marquis Joser. Have you seen Anfey being taken advantage of before? Susanna smiled. Right, he has a devious side to him. Naya looked like she just realized it. Naya was mad. The patrolman came in and glanced at Erder for instructions. Erder had asked Marquis Joser to go to the police station, but Marquis Joser was walking out now. Obviously, he did not take Erder seriously. It made the patrolman angry. Erder shook his head slightly. He was only giving Marquis Joser a hard time before. If Marquis Joser did not want to cooperate with him, he could not do anything to him unless there were secret orders from Sacred City. Let's go back. Anfey stared at Marquis Joser's back. He knew this was not over yet. According to his previous way of taking care of business, he would not have allowed Marquis Joser to go back to his residence. Unfortunately, he would have to adjust his rules as situations changed. He could not do anything to Marquis Joser in public. Meyerich walked into the living room and looked like he was deep in thought. He paced back and forth and looked at Anfey like he had something to say. However, he did not say anything. Rizka and others had gone back to their dorms to pack up. The captain and two assistant captains from the bodyguard squad looked guilty. They timidly walked in. Every military unit had their own characteristics. These characteristics were decided by their generals. Meyerich was not as strict as Barry. He did not pay too much attention to details. He had made a big mistake in not controlling the subordinate knights. Those three captains prepared for the worst as they walked into the living room. You guys need to leave now, Meyerich said peacefully. General? Those three captains did not believe what they heard. The three captains looked at each other excitedly as they received amnesty. They bowed and retreated from the living room. Uncle Meyerich, it should not be this easy, Anfey reminded Meyerich in a low voice. The Marquis Joser and his companions should not have the ability to stir up the bodyguard squad. I know. Meyerich nodded. That is why I am putting this issue away for right now. I got it. Anfey smiled. He knew Meyerich was pretending to let this issue go, but he actually would secretly continue the case later. He would secretly figure out who was helping Marquis Joser within the bodyguard squad. Meyerich looked cold. Anfey's vision was more short-term than Meyerich's. Meyerich's thinking was a lot more sophisticated. His bodyguards were the best of the best. They were trained to be future generals. They had been tested on their loyalty and fighting ability. They had passed those tests, otherwise they would not have been qualified to join the bodyguard squad. What happened today posed threats to Meyerich. Marquis Joser was a fallen marquis. How could he have the influence to control a bodyguard squad? There must be someone behind the marquis. There was a difference in perspective between Anfey and Meyerich. Anfey thought he had made an enemy of Marquis Joser. He also thought Marquis Joser wanted to target him to take revenge. Meyerich had more sophisticated ideas. Anfey, did you use the fighting skills that old man in your village taught you? Meyerich suddenly switched the topic. Yes, Anfey said. He might be the most powerful swordsman in this world. Unfortunately, I could not see his skills in person, Meyerich said. He used to say, no matter how good you think you are, there is always someone out there that is better, Anfey said. What do you mean? Meyerich said. He thought only a fool would think he was the best. He believed when a person reached a certain level, he usually could see many more powerful people. It was similar to the endless sky and endless sword skills, Anfey said. Sword skills? Meyerich was in thought for a while and then smiled. Anfey, can you come and help train the knights in my palace guards? Uncle Meyerich, my sword skills are not very good for soldiers to practice. Anfey shook his head with a smile. Of course, I will do it for you if you think it definitely would help those soldiers. Why do you think it would not help them? Meyerich asked. The victory in a war mainly depends on which party was braver. Sword skills are not like that. In fact, Panchon spears were used for the soldiers to fight in war. However, no matter whether it was from his family rules or from his own point of view, he would not teach others Panchon spear skills. Anfey could only play stupid right now. Meyerich gave it a little bit of thought inside. It is unfortunate that would not work. Anfey. Why did he not teach you combat power? Maybe because I was too young back then, Anfey said. Has anyone taught you combat power? Meyerich asked in surprise. Anfey tried to recall, but he shook his head. No, no one taught me. Did Ernest teach you combat power? Meyerich asked. I think Anfey does not have to learn combat power, Susanna suddenly said. Why not? Meyerich turned to look at Susanna. Because there is a mysterious power inside Anfey, Susanna said. How do you know? Christian asked. Susanna blushed. She just felt that way, but could not give specific reasons. She had hung out with Anfey for so long. She could clearly feel Anfey was different than regular swordsmen. When swordsmen attacked their enemies or protected themselves, they had to perform combat power. No matter what Anfey was doing, even eating or sleeping, he was in an abnormal state. No matter how powerful a swordsman was, he could not use combat power all day and night. What is that call? Samadhi? Anfey, did you get that mysterious power by doing samadhi? Meyerich asked. Yes, Anfey said. You have so many mysteries, Meyerich said bitterly. He had sat the whole previous night as Naya had shown him how to do samadhi. He did not feel anything. He wanted to ask Anfey about it but also felt awkward doing so. He had such a strong desire for power that he could not control his curiosity about Anfey's power. He was in such a dilemma. Anfey shrugged and smiled without saying anything. He planned to play stupid. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 232, Heavy Thoughts. Chapter 232, Heavy Thoughts. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. The Marquis had gone quiet ever since he left. Erder sent his men out to gather some information, and learned that the Marquis fell ill and was bedridden. Anfey, on the other hand, chose not to further the conflict. Even though he knew that leaving the Marquis could result in troubles, he was in a difficult position right now. He needed an excuse if he wanted to do something so he could justify his actions. He could not act as recklessly now since he had accepted the responsibility as the new city lord. Most young people enjoyed having fun and living in the moment, and the oldest in the group was only around 25. When they had nothing to do, they would take the time to explore the city. Since Anfey would be in charge of the city, they felt like they needed to get to know it better. Since Meyerich would leave them in a few days, everyone was staying out late and enjoying their time in the city. Most did not return until well after dinner time. Meyerich moved back to the army camp so the young people would not feel pressured to behave. The cooks hired for the feast were still working at Anfey's mansion, so no one had to worry about meals. The delicious dinner just reminded everyone how hungry they were. They chatted amongst themselves as they ate. Rizka, however, did not eat much. He was playing with his napkin and glancing at Anfey. Halfway through dinner, he suddenly said, "Anfey, let's build a magic school here." The chatter died down, and everyone turned their eyes toward Rizka, confused. A magic school? Anfey asked. Yes, Rizka said excitedly. A school just for commoners. Who's going to be in charge? Naya asked. Everyone glanced at each other, but did not say anything. No one was powerful enough or had enough experience to be a teacher. They made a good mercenary group, but not teachers at a magic school. I'll do it, Rizka said. I may not be powerful, but I'm enough to get them started. Easier said than done, Rizka, Christian said. Are you going to be the only teacher there? We don't have the money to hire other people, that's for sure. Everything is harder at the beginning, Rizka said. We may not be able to hire teachers, but everyone sitting at this table can qualify as teachers for beginners. We aren't qualified as teachers, Christian said, shaking his head. Plus, a magic school isn't something that can be built in a day. We don't even have the money or the land. Anfey's the city lord. If he says yes, all that can be solved, Rizka said, turning to Anfey. Rizka was a commoner, and he had experienced a lot of hardship when he first started learning magic. He had always wished magic study was more accessible for people like him. He tried to hide his wish, but now that Anfey was the city lord of a large city, he saw the chance of making his dream come true. Yes. Hagen suddenly slapped the table and said. Rizka just reminded me. I have an idea. Hagen jumped up, waving his hands and almost knocking the table over. Let's eat first before we talk any further, Anfey said as he picked up his fork. Hagen had the strangest and the most unpredictable ideas. No one knew alchemy better than Hagen, but when it came to other things, he would be forgetful and absent-minded. Especially when he was making new potions. The time it would take for him to process other information and questions was hilariously slow. Hagen sat down gloomily and ate his meal in silence. It seemed like he wanted to finish his meal as fast as possible so he could talk with Anfey. Hagen was fast, but Anfey finished faster and left the room as soon as he was finished.
Even though the food was delicious, Anfey came from a world where some of the best culinary systems exist. The food here paled in comparison. As soon as Anfey left the dining hall, Hagen chased after him and grabbed his arm. "Anfey," he said, "wait. I need to talk to you." "Anfey, do what you say about the school?" Rizka appeared and asked. "Your thing can wait," Hagen said. "It's not something that can be done in a week. My thing has to be done now or else it would too late." "Rizka, let me think about it," Anfey said. "I will get back to you." "All right," Rizka said, disappointed. "What is it you want to talk about?" Anfey turned to Hagen and asked. "Isn't your mansion under construction?" Hagen asked. "Can you change the blueprint and add an alchemy lab?" "An alchemy lab?" Anfey repeated. Hagen nodded. "Anfey, if you are going to add an alchemy lab, might as well add a magic lab," Rizka added. "Magic and alchemy are two very similar things, you know. If we can build the labs in close proximity, it can be beneficial to both sides." "Rizka's right," Hagen said, nodding. "Let's build 2 labs." "Where do you want the labs?" Anfey asked. "I've seen the place," Hagen said. "It's too small. Let's build it underground." "It's too small?" "Of course it is. I will build the world's largest alchemy lab." "Are you serious?" "No way," Anfey said quickly. Alchemy labs and magic labs were both liabilities, and Hagen wanted to build the world's largest? If something went wrong, the entire mansion would be gone. Plus, there was an underground labyrinth that could potentially be the tomb of an ancient queen. The news of this underground labyrinth could not get out. Anfey wanted to support Hagen, but his plan was too ambitious. He knew alchemy would be beneficial to his future plans, but right now he could not approve Hagen's plans. "Why not?" "I'm doing this for the team's sake," Hagen said. "You're the only alchemist here," Anfey said. "Why do you need the biggest lab in the world?" "Wait until I come back from Sacred City." Anfey looked at Rizka and Hagen, then turned and went upstairs. Hagen frowned and turned back to Rizka. "Hey," he said suddenly. "I have an idea. Let's go find Naya." "Naya?" Rizka asked. "Why? Haven't you noticed?" Hagen asked with a smile on his face. "Anfey is scared of her." After some observation, Hagen noticed that the only person that could make Anfey hesitant was Naya. If someone in the team was being stubborn, Anfey would scold them, but he would ignore Naya's wrongdoing. After learning who Naya was, Hagen knew he had found the reason. If he needed someone to talk to Anfey, Naya was the best bet. "He's not scared of her," Rizka said, shaking his head. Naya was similar to him in age, but they all treated her like their little sister and they would try to satisfy her needs. "That's called scared," Hagen said. "Are you going or not? Do you still want the lab and the school?" Rizka smiled and shook his head. He did not know how Hagen came to this conclusion, but his words were very tempting. After learning that Anfey was to be the next city lord of Violet City, the city became very attractive to the team. A lot of people found themselves trying to decide if they wanted to stay in Violet City or return to Sacred City to keep studying with Saul. Everyone liked being around someone successful, but even though the city was Anfey's, everyone knew Anfey could not have achieved what he did without the team's help. Anfey would be the decision maker, but the city was as much theirs as it was Anfey's. "Are you going or not?" Hagen urged. He had never really talked to Naya, and he needed someone Naya knew with him. "Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Rizka asked. "How so?" "We are doing this for everyone's sake." Just then, Naya and Susanna walked out of the dining hall, chatting. "Naya, wait up," Hagen called when he saw her. "Rizka and I need to talk to you." "Me?" Naya asked, curious. She had never really spoken to Hagen, and did not know why Hagen would want to talk to her now. Rizka sighed, but Hagen was already talking to Naya, and there was no stopping him now. The only thing to do now was go with Hagen and give the plan a try. "Susanna," he said as he walked over. "We need to talk to Naya. Can you maybe?" I know, Susanna said, smiling. "I'm going to look for Anfey anyway. You guys talk. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 233, Troubles for Talented. Chapter 233, Troubles for Talented. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. "What is the matter? Why so secretive?" Naya asked. "Naya, we were talking about the Magic Academy.
You heard about it as well, I think, Riska said. Don't you think you should ask Anfey about the Magic Academy? Naya asked. I have asked Anfey, Riska said bitterly. Anfey said we would talk about it later. Then just wait a little bit, Naya said. Naya, I am doing this for everyone, Riska said. Hagen thought Riska did not know how to negotiate. He walked up and pulled Riska aside. Naya, don't you want a magic sword that stores and releases combat power as you wish? Don't you want armor that could stop any magic attack? Don't you want a pair of shoes that could help you experience what it is like to fly in the sky? Hagen said. What? You can make all of them? Naya asked. Not now, but I definitely could make them in the future, Hagen bragged. Naya, alchemists are different than mages. Even the stupidest mage, as long as he masters the principles of elements, he could increase his magic power through meditation. For me to increase my ability, I have to repeat my experiments. That is why I want Anfey to build an underground lab, a free space for me to do the experiments. I think I will become an alchemist soon. Okay. Naya showed no interest in it. Anfey did not want to do it. Hagen forgot to look at Naya's face as he talked excitedly. He continued talking without paying attention to his audience. I really do not know what he was thinking. Naya, you know Anfey better. It is better if you can go and talk to him. Can you ask him to consider building the lab? We have been together so long. We all know him the same. It is going to be the same no matter if you guys or me go to talk to Anfey, Naya said. No, it is different, Hagen said. Okay. I will talk to Anfey when I get a chance. Naya nodded, but she did not look like she took it seriously. Obviously, she had not learned to hide her real thoughts. Naya was stubborn and naive, but who does not have weak points? With his experience and wisdom, Yolanthi could easily tell what Naya was thinking, but he still treated her as his own daughter. Of course, he had his own reasons for that. Naya, being the daughter of Archmage Saul, enjoyed a high position. Many people tried to use young and naive Naya to influence upper-class people when they could not convince Yolanthi and Saul to do so. Naya could pass their messages by a joke or a comment. Yolanthi knew what those people were doing. Naya never commented on anything political. Even when Yolanthi tried to tease her and asked her to comment on the government officials, Naya just laughed and ran away, or just avoided answering the questions by talking about who had treated her well and what they had gotten her for her birthdays. Some people might be innocent, but they were only stubborn in the areas they were familiar with. If there was something big happening, they would choose to be quiet or avoid the issue. Some people were naive but thought they were mature. They were cautious about little things, but gave their opinions impulsively on big issues, trying to manipulate others to prove their maturity. Naya belonged to the previous sort. After the hard lesson she got at Lagan City, Naya had never interfered with Anfey's decisions. She maintained the same perspective in life. No matter whether the conversation was about building the lab or Magic Academy, Naya had no knowledge in those areas. She never had any intention to talk to Anfey about it. She chose to brush Hagen aside. Are you an alchemist? Meyerich's voice came from behind. Yes, General Meyerich. Hagen was shocked for a second before he turned around. Do you want to build a lab? Anfey did not agree. Meyerich slowly walked up. There were fewer and fewer people wanting to be alchemists. Only powers were appreciated in this world. Being powerful was the best way to survive in this world, while alchemists only helped others to be powerful. Alchemists were respected, but almost everyone wanted to be a mage. The requirements to be alchemists and mages were almost the same. Anyone who was qualified to be an alchemist could be a qualified mage as well. It was hard to make people switch to alchemy, since no one just wanted to help others become powerful. Yes, General Meyerich. Can you talk to him and convince him to build a lab? Hagen said with a sad face. Hagen was asking anyone available, without considering if they could help or not, but it was not his fault. He just dreamed of having his own lab. Join me. Whatever Anfey could provide you, I can as well. I also can give you what he could not give you, Meyerich said with a smile. Uncle Meyerich, what are you doing? Naya pouted and looked at Meyerich in anger. Not only Meyerich understood the importance of alchemists, Naya did too. Naya and others had been talking about building a few steel puppet warriors the previous day to protect the garrison residents. Without Hagen, they could not do it. Sorry, I cannot join you. Hagen was shocked for a second before he firmly shook his head. Why not? Meyerich asked. I do not like to be constrained with rules, Hagen said. I can provide you absolute freedom, Meyerich said. Sorry, I still cannot join you, Hagen said. Meyerich smiled. He did not quite understand the young man in front of him. Hagen had just complained about Anfey, but turned out to be his fan the next second. Meyerich could tell Hagen's determination not to join him from his look and attitudes. Where is Anfey? Meyerich asked quietly. It would not change anything, even if you talked to Anfey. Hagen got worried. I am not his slave. Even if Anfey agrees with you, I will not join you. I have the right to choose who I am going to join. You misunderstood me. Meyerich waved his hand. I would not force you to join me if you do not want to. I am just looking for Anfey for something else. Hagen heaved a sigh. His thoughts returned to his lab and he forgot Meyerich was still there. He looked Naya and asked, Naya, when are you going to talk to Anfey? Naya had changed her opinion of Hagen. What a good man. She hesitated and said, Don't worry. I will talk to Anfey soon. Awesome. Hagen was so happy to hear it. Only Naya in the whole Legion could make Anfey change his mind. Now Naya agreed to talk to Anfey, which made Hagen think he was halfway to convincing Anfey to agree to build him a lab. Anfey went upstairs. Black 11 had been waiting for Anfey where they had previously agreed. Anfey looked tired and slowly took a seat. Black 11 passed him something like a scroll book. Anfey flipped a few pages and fell into thought. He continued to read. As he was halfway through the book, someone was knocking on the door. Anfey was shocked for a second and said, Come in please. Meyerich pushed the door open and walked in. He glanced at Black 11 first and laid his eyes on Anfey. He scanned Anfey up and down. It looked like he did not know Anfey. Anfey had already stood up. Uncle Meyerich, what is wrong? Is Heart of Nature with you? Meyerich asked. Heart of Nature? I don't have it. Anfey was really confused about what Heart of Nature was. Didn't Archdruid Bruzeriano give you the Heart of Nature? Meyerich looked shocked and in disbelief. Bruzeriano? Uncle Meyerich, are you talking about this? Anfey took the tree leaf from his shirt. Meyerich slowly walked up to Anfey and held the tree leaf with both of his hands. He looked perplexed and seemed to be recalling something. There was some hatred, some sadness in his eyes. After a long time, Meyerich took his hands back. Anfey, is Bruzeriano doing well? He is doing good. Anfey could tell there was something wrong with Meyerich. He tried to ask, Uncle Meyerich, are you a good friend of Bruzeriano? Something like that. Meyerich smiled. Why are you asking? Are you curious about it? Kind of. Anfey smiled like a silly boy out of habit. Anfey had earned Saul and Ernest's trust with this kinds of smile. Back then, no one knew about Anfey, so he left impressions with his facial expressions. But by now, Anfey had achieved so much, so who would fall for his smiles? Meyerich heaved a slight sigh. Go back and ask your master. He would tell you if he is in good mood. Anfey smiled bitterly. He had not thought about how to talk to Saul when he got back. He definitely had no interest in the stories among Saul and other top powers. You have to protect the Heart of Nature well before you see Bruzeriano again. Do you understand? Meyerich said. Is this the Heart of Nature? Uncle Meyerich, what can the Heart of Nature do? Even if Anfey did not get to know the stories of those top powers, it would be helpful to get to know the functions of the Heart of Nature. We could not communicate with the Heart of Nature, but Bruzeriano can. Meyerich smiled. I can tell you though that the Heart of Nature could protect you from any magic if you are under an attack of anti-magic. Of course, it could only protect the areas the leaf covers. This leaf is only this big. What could it cover? Anfey put the leaf on his body to see. It depends on which part of your body is more important to you. There was a playful smile on Meyerich's face. Anfey, have you seen the statue of the Goddess of Nature? No, Anfey said. You should check it out when you get a chance. All the statues of the Goddess of Nature have the Heart of Nature on them. You will understand the function of the leaf, Meyerich said. Black 11, standing by them, almost laughed out loud after being shocked for a second. He obviously had seen a statue of the Goddess of Nature before. Since I know you have the Heart of Nature, I think others know about it as well, Meyerich said, shaking his head slightly. You guys go get some rest first. Let me set things up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 234, The Courage to Let Go. Chapter 234, The Courage to Let Go. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
Meyerich led his men out of Violet City at the crack of dawn. At the center of the guards were the carriages carrying Anfey and his friends. After learning that Meyerich was leaving the city, many people gathered to send him off. This may seem like a testament to how beloved Meyerich was, but in truth the people of Violet City were simply scared. They had just experienced a brutal war, and many of the people were still terrified that the Shansa armies would return.
Meyerich's presence reassured them.
On the other hand, Meyerich had always had a good reputation.
The people of the city did not want to see someone like him go.
Anfey frowned and turned to Erder.
"You should go back now," he said. "I won't let you down," Erder said sincerely. Anfey blinked, then smiled. He was surprised that Erder could tell what he was thinking, and smiled because he had made a juvenile mistake. "All right," Anfey said. "I trust you."
He nodded at Erder again and turned towards the carriage. He was worried about Erder. It wasn't that he did not trust the man. He worried how Erder would fare when he was away.
If Marquis Joser could publicly challenge Anfey, what would the man do to Erder?
If the Marquis was serious about this fight, Erder would have no chance of winning. Even though Anfey still did not consider this world as his home and all his decisions were made to benefit himself, Erder and he shared a secret. He was worried that Erder would use that secret to exchange for his life. After seeing Erder's determination, however, Anfey realized he was overthinking the situation.
Being totally in control of everything was not always a right move.
He needed to have the courage to let go and let things happen. The labyrinth beneath the mansion may not be a treasure trove, and even if it was Erder who discovered it first. If Erder wanted to tell someone else about it, Anfey had no right to say otherwise. It was better if he could be more relaxed instead of worrying what was happening in Violet City all the time. Next to him, Naya jumped onto the carriage with Meyerich's help. She looked at the crowd and sniffled. She did not want to leave this city. After all, she was a very emotional person. Meyerich lowered the curtains on Naya's carriage. His movement was very natural and did not consider whether this was appropriate or not. He had been taking care of Naya ever since she was young. Whenever Naya fell asleep at his place, it was he who carried her to a bed. When Naya was in trouble, it was Meyerich who vouched for her. Like Yolanthe, Meyerich treated Naya like his own daughter. Meyerich had one daughter, but she was blind and insecure, and almost never left her home. Naya was her only friend, and the only one that could make her smile. Meyerich was very grateful for Naya because of this. Naya was a very emotional person, and her moods would change very fast. She and Shelley began arguing about something only a few minutes after Naya disappeared into the carriage. Anfey lifted the curtain to see what was happening, and saw Shelley looking at him, pouting.
"She's bullying me," Shelley accused. "She's leaving," Naya said quickly.
She wasn't afraid of Anfey, especially with Meyerich present. She was just worried that it would ruin her image if the words of her bullying a child got out.
"You were," Shelley said. "What are you looking at?" Naya scolded.
She frowned at Anfey and pulled the curtains down.
Fine. I was joking, all right? Here, have what you want." "Anfey," Meyerich called and waved at him.
"What is it, Dot?" "I ordered 3,000 of my men to come here from Blacania City," Meyerich said.
"To keep the city safe."
"The general was my student and I had already told him to get acquainted with Erder." Meyerich paused for a moment before continuing,
"Don't worry. As long as they're here, the Marquis can't do anything."
"Thank you so much," Anfey said sincerely.
He had realized that all the important players in Mayho Empire's court were used to political intrigue.
Not only Yolanthe, but even Meyerich kept surprising him.
Whatever plan he came up with, Meyerich had already executed it.
The familiar people tended to the strangest, but this was the only thing Anfey could do. He did not know Saul, and he was not brave enough to know Saul because he was afraid Saul would see through all his secrets instead. Judging from what he knew about Meyerich and Yolanthe, Saul would not be a simple man, either. Thankfully he did not spend a long time with him, else he might have figured out what Anfey was hiding.
"Don't thank me," Meyerich said with a smile. "I'm just looking out for my friends." "I can't forsake all formality," Anfey said, grinning. "Will you return to Sacred City with us?" "Yes." "Why, do you think it's inconvenient?" No, of course not. I'm just worried that something may happen on the way there."
Anfey knew that there must be a reason Meyerich was accompanying them back to Sacred City, or else he would not be so persistent. They would not have time to go retrieve the treasures they left behind. On the other hand, this may be a good plan. The rest of the team knew about the treasure as well. If they tried to retrieve it without telling Saul about it, it might damage their reputation.
Ernest said you're a clever one, Meyerich said.
He's not wrong. But sometimes you are not all that smart.
What did I do wrong?
You thwarted the necromancer's plan, which is good, but you don't need everyone knowing your name.
They do?
Of course, it's not all your fault. Slambria is famous for having a loose tongue, Meyerich said with a sigh. Nothing stays a secret with him.
Will necromancers do anything?
They're with the evil mist, Meyerich said gravely. You don't know how terrible those people are, Anfey. His Majesty had been ruling for decades, but still rarely leaves Sacred City.
Do you know why? Is he worried about assassination attempts?
They can achieve anything as long as they want to, Meyerich said, shaking his head. His Majesty isn't scared, but there is no need to risk everything.
Does that mean we have to stay low?
There's no use staying low when your enemy is the evil mist, son, Meyerich said with a sigh. You are already a target, but I don't know what they will do to get to you.
Me? Aren't they overreacting a bit?
You were the one that foiled their assassination attempt on Saul. You were the one that killed their men in Sacred City, and you were the one that thwarted their plan in Country of Mercenaries.
Annunciata is one of the 5 elders of Evil Mist, and it was you who led Slambria to her. Why wouldn't they target you? Those necromancers are pure evil. I couldn't have just let them turn people into zombies.
Anfey did not regret destroying the necromancer's plan the way he regretted killing Philip's grandson.
The necromancers were evil and should be destroyed. Their actions threatened the safety of Moramach and people living there. It was better to gain an upper hand than to wait until the threat became too real.
Your words are meaningless to me, and even more so to them, Meyerich said.
The only solution is your weapon. Anfey shrugged.
He agreed with Meyerich on this matter. He, too, often resorted to violence to solve the problem.
If that old fox is willing to give you Heart of Nature, then... Meyerich's voice trailed off. What does that have to do with Evil Mist?
Heart of Nature can cancel out most side effects of death magic and would be very helpful. Besides, Bruzeriano is an archdruid, and he can sense Heart of Nature at all times. Which means he can easily find you as long as you are wearing the heart, Meyerich said. He paused and glanced around.
Maybe he's observing us right now.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 235, How many millions died that Caesar might be great? Chapter 235, How many millions died that Caesar might be great? Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
As the legion was slowly getting ready to depart, Anfey returned to his own wagon. He quietly leaned against the wagon, recalling what had happened.
Christian was talking with Rizka and noticed Anfey lost thought. He asked with concern, Anfey, what's wrong?
Nothing, I was thinking about what has happened.
Anfey heaved a deep sigh. Meyerich just told me those necromancers had targeted us for revenge.
I was not careful enough.
If I could do everything over again, I think I could do it better. It is already history. Why are you still thinking about it?
Don't worry about it, Rizka said. No, that is not right. You will make the same mistake again if you do not learn from it, Anfey said.
Anfey, you are too cautious.
You will get tired really quickly, Rizka said.
Anfey smiled without saying anything back. Life was never easy for Anfey.
Anfey, we are going to see our professor tomorrow. You had better think about what you are going to say to our professor, Christian said, smiling.
What? Tomorrow? Anfey was startled.
He was not ready to see Saul yet. He became very worried when Christian told him he would be seeing Saul the following day.
Anfey knew Christian never joked about anything important, otherwise he probably would think Christian was joking with him now. What is wrong with that? Didn't Meyerich tell you? Christian was surprised too. No. Did our professor come already? Anfey asked.
No, he did not come.
Christian shook his head. Didn't Meyerich tell you Evil Mist has planned to ambush us on the way?
Yes, he told me about that, Anfey said.
Christian thought about it and smiled.
Ha, Meyerich must want to see you make a fool of yourself.
Maybe it is because you always look like nothing could bother you and never seem concerned about most things. Get to the point, Christian. Tell me what happened, Anfey urged. Meyerich spread the news that we are going back to Sacred City on purpose. We did travel west on the merchant route.
This will make Evil Mist believe they have enough time to get ready to attack us. If we were going back to Sacred City on the merchant route, it would at least take us 20 days. They are not rushing to attack us right now because we travel to this place. Christian pointed at the carpet. Here we are only about 10 miles away from Blacania City. We will change direction to go to Blacania City. Before the war started, the magic array was destroyed by the spies from Shansa Empire. Now it has been fixed. We also secretly sent a large amount of magic crystals from Sacred City, which should be enough to send us back to Sacred City by magic array. Anfey smiled bitterly. If Christian could describe the plan in such detail, Meyerich must have told him everything but left Anfey out. Meyerich must have some evil intentions towards me, Anfey thought to himself. Will all of us be sent back to Sacred City? Anfey asked. Christian shook his head. It is impossible to send all of us back. It would take too many magic crystals. Only 5 people will be sent back, you, me, Naya, Susanna, and Shelley. It would use about half the magic crystals they sent, or possibly more. It is too far from Blacania to Sacred City. If we are all sent back through magic array, all the magic in stock in our empire would not be enough. Anfey opened his mouth, trying to say, can I go back by myself? This question would make others doubt his intentions. This question was on the tip of his tongue, but he asked another question instead, will Rizka and others stay in Blacania City? That is not too safe for them. Christian looked at Anfey like there was something wrong with him. He thought Anfey was a smart and cautious man, far better than he was. Therefore, he was willing just to be his assistant. At that moment, Anfey seemed so naive about the issue. What danger? Anfey, those necromancers hate you. You are in the most danger, and then Naya. If they could catch Naya, they could blackmail our professor. Rizka and others will go back with Meyerich. Without you and Naya, do you think people from Evil Mist would attack Meyerich's bodyguards with a high cost? Rizka nodded in agreement, he is right. Anfey, we will be in danger if you are with us. Christian has reminded me of things we should be careful of. Don't worry. We will be fine. But, what if Evil Mist would still attack you? Anfey said. They do not have a reason to attack us. Christian felt there was something wrong with Anfey. Anfey, our king is so fond of you. Rizka looked jealous. The reason Susanna and Shelley could be sent over by magic array is because of you. Anfey sighed and leaned back against the wagon. Anfey, you do not look like you want to go back to Sacred City, Christian said in a low voice. It is not like that. But, it's just too soon, Anfey said. If it is too soon for you, it would be really soon for Evil Mist. I think they will be so disappointed when they find out you are already in Sacred City. Anfey did not know how to respond. At that moment, he had no time to think about how to learn from his mistakes. He recalled his time with Saul and the stories he had told Saul. It was easy to lie but a lot harder to have the lies make sense in the future. Usually, people could not tell when someone was lying right away. People usually realized they had lied when their lies did not make sense later on. Saul had cared and loved Anfey. Anfey respected Saul from the bottom of his heart. All of these were facts. But their bond had not grown strong yet by the time Anfey had to escape with Saul's family and students. It was fortunate for both of them that they could build their teacher-student relationship. Predestined relationships could change at any moment. People could bond one day but dislike each other the next. Anfey did not want Saul to dislike him. The Legion traveled neither too fast or too slow, just at the right pace. They stopped to take a break around noon. They did not look rushed. They could have traveled a few miles more before taking a break. Meyerich's bodyguard squad suddenly accelerated and turned toward the road to Blacania City. 10 miles was not far. Very soon, Blacania City, also nicknamed Never Fallen City, appeared in front of everyone. Anfey lifted the curtain to look out. As a military fortress, the buildings in Blacania City looked simple but grand. Tall city walls were like high rising cliffs. At each corner of the walls was a parapet. There were many holes on the walls of the fort where soldiers fought their battles. There were 5 mage towers in the city. They looked like gigantic swords thrusting at the sky. The war had ended only a short time ago, but Blacania had cleaned up the city and its surrounding areas well. However, when there was a breeze, a slight smell of blood was still in the air. Anfey overheard talk among Meyerich's bodyguards that the number of casualties was more than half the total number of soldiers who stayed at Blacania City. Shansa Empire had an even higher rate of casualties. Their generals had similar talents and leadership abilities, but the invading party was always in the disadvantaged position. Shansa Empire retreated in a very short of time and did not get a chance to bury their soldiers' bodies. They left this duty to their enemy. The spies from Meho Empire took advantage of this and spread rumors in Shansa Empire, blaming Edward VIII for his inhumanity.
There were many bodies buried under the plains around Blacania City.
As the saying went, how many millions died that Caesar might be great? Of course, this saying referred to the benefits to the leader. It should not be so costly for a person to be famous. But to a real general, this kind of justification sounded ignorant, and it was just the criticism of writers.
Most wars were not fought to make anyone famous.
They were fought for survival or freedom. To the people who were fighting for freedom, dying for their beliefs would worth it.
The city gates slowly opened. Myrich's bodyguard squad passed through without any hesitation.
They moved towards the center of the city. In a little while, the bodyguard squad stopped at the garrison residence.
Blacania City did not have a city master.
The garrison had military officers and administrators in charge of everything in the city. This used to be the house of the commander of the Roaring Death mercenary group, Barry. Now it became Myrich's temporary home. Myrich tapped twice on the wagon wall and said, "You are here.
You can get off now."
Anfey lifted the curtain and jumped off the wagon first.
He looked around and saw Myrich. Myrich still looked energetic and hospitable with his smiles. However, he looked a little cunning in Anfey's eyes. "Uncle Myrich, why did you not tell me that we are going back with magic array?" Anfey half complained and half asked. "Didn't I tell you this morning that Evil Mist was going to take revenge on you?" Myrich said.
"But, you did not tell me that we are going back to Mayho Empire by magic array," Anfey said.
"Time is very tight."
"I only had the time to tell you the beginning of it," Myrich said. Anfey did not know how to respond. Some people could easily shake off their responsibilities, or even push them on others.
Anfey was not too happy that Myrich had a negative view in him. "Where are we?" Naya jumped off the back of the wagon.
She looked around in curiosity. Obviously, like Anfey, she had not been told what was going on.
"This is Blacania City. Naya, let's go inside." Myrich smiled. Susanna jumped off the wagon after Naya.
She walked next to Anfey as she was used to doing. Women usually like to unconsciously rely on their men to protect them. Susanna did not stand next to him because she relied on him for protection, as some women might. She did not need anyone to protect her.
She just liked to stand next to Anfey. "Don't just stand there. Follow me." Myrich walked to the garrison residence first.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 236, New Powers. Chapter 236, New Powers. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Myrich's mansion had an outer courtyard and an inner courtyard.
The high walls and tight security had isolated the mansion from the outside world. In the middle was the mansion, where the general took care of important business.
Anyone who tried to enter by force would either be captured and imprisoned or killed.
The transmission portal was located next to the mansion. The portal was the only way the general and the emperor could communicate when the general was away at war. The portal was right next to Myrich's residence in order to prevent any information from getting out. It was also the innermost part of the mansion, and it would be difficult for intruders to fight through every level of security check. This was done in most cities to prevent security breaches.
Everyone knew the importance of securing information.
Anfey did not know when Myrich began putting the plan in motion and how he had sent his orders. Myrich's men were very efficient, however, and the portal was already activated by the time they reached it.
Even a common person could sense the magic surges coming off of the portal.
The crystal in the middle turned from a solid mass into pure energy, and was floating in the air above the portal like mist.
"What are we doing here?" Susanna asked quietly. "We're going to Sacred City. Sacred City? We're teleporting everyone?" Susanna asked, shocked. This was such a lavish way of transporting people.
Transporting across such a long distance would cost thousands of magic crystals.
It would be more riches than a normal family could ever dream of.
"No, just a few of us."
"What about Shelley?"
"Shelley's coming with us, of course. She's my sister too, and I won't abandon her," Anfey said with a smile.
Susanna frowned but smiled nonetheless.
She did not know if that was the truth or it was Anfey trying to please her, but it didn't matter.
As long as Shelley was safe, Susanna was happy. "Are we using the portal?" Naya walked over and asked. "Will I see Father again soon?"
"Of course," Myrich said, glancing at the mages around the portal.
"Are you happy?" "Yes," Naya said excitedly. "Of course. You're the best."
She squealed and hugged Meyerich. The runes around the portal slowly lit up as the mages began chanting. One of the mages took away the protective dome over the portal, and the magic surges became several times stronger. The energy above the portal rose upwards. The energy did not disperse in the air, like it should have, but instead lurched towards the people standing around the portal. Anfey frowned, but did not try to avoid it. He knew that energy like this would not harm him. As the energy came closer and closer, it began to condense. It finally became a thin column and crashed into Anfey's chest and disappeared. It was as if something was absorbing the energy. Everyone frowned and stared at Anfey, confused by the strange occurrence. What just happened? Meyerich asked. Nothing, Anfey said. He moved his arms and smiled. Really? Really? All right, Meyerich said. He looked at Anfey, who did not display any signs of discomfort. He turned to Naya and said, "Come stand here. Laura had been asking about you. Don't forget to visit her when you're back." Of course not, Naya said, smiling. I miss her a lot, as well. Laura was Meyerich's daughter and Naya's good friend. Anfey closed his eyes. He had already realized that the Archdruid's gift could absorb the forest's energy and become one with nature. That was why he could see things that were far away from him. It was the heart of nature that absorbed the energy just then, but compared to the energy in the forest, this energy was much more powerful. In the past he could only see the ants, but now he could see the details on the ants' bodies. In the past he could only see shapes of people, but now he could see the details of their features. Everything became so much more clear and bright, and all the colors became more vibrant. Anfey had never experienced anything like this. It was as if he had always looked at the world through fog, and could only see it clearly with the heart of nature. As Naya was walking over to the portal, her ears suddenly moved. In the past, Anfey would have never been able to spot something like that. Meyerich was watching Naya, and as he blinked, Anfey saw his eyelids wiping away dirt from his eyes. Susanna sighed, and Anfey could see the shape of her breath and how it blew a few tiny bugs away. It was hard to describe what it was like to see the world in such a detailed and clear way. Not only could he see more clearly, Anfey could feel things more acutely, as well. Before he could further enjoy this sensation, however, it began to fade. Before the power completely disappeared, however, Anfey saw one of the mage's eyes gleam suspiciously. Naya! Anfey bellowed suddenly. Naya was already stepping onto the portal, but jumped back and turned to stare at Anfey. The others around him were frightened by his sudden shout as well, but Meyerich and his men only looked at him. What's wrong? Christian asked. Naya, get away from that portal, Anfey said. He turned and walked to the suspicious mage. Whenever Anfey becomes serious, no one would try to object. Naya stepped away from the portal and rejoined the group. Susanna's hand was resting on the hilt of her sword and observing the changes in the surroundings. Unlike everyone else, Susanna did not grow up in Sacred City and did not treat Meyerich as the absolute authority. She was alert, and suspecting everyone except for her friends. Anfey walked over the mage and stared into the man's eyes. Compared to other parts of the body, it was the hardest to lie when someone looked into one's eyes. Excuse me, my lord, what can I do for you? The mage asked. Christian, check the portal, Anfey said without moving his eyes away from the man. Me? Christian asked. He was only a junior magister, and it would be difficult for him to check on a portal. Christian did not even have the experience, and it was almost an impossible task. What do you mean, my lord? Another mage interrupted and asked. Clearly, Anfey was suspecting that something was wrong. This directly affected their reputation, and it was unacceptable for the mages. Nothing, Meyerich said. His words are mine, and you will obey him. Meyerich did not know what was happening, but he trusted Anfey. He was familiar with Saul, and knew Saul's students very well. After reuniting with Saul's students, he realized how mature they had become. They had been on their own for the entire time, and did not have any contact with Saul. The only person that could lead them and guide them was Anfey. Meyerich would never ignore Anfey's opinions. Anfey's nervousness made Meyerich uneasy. Realizing that Meyerich was taking Anfey's side, the mage lowered his head and stepped back. Mages were widely respected wherever they went, but nothing was absolute. Meyerich was far superior to the mages. He had no right to defy Meyerich's orders. Did you hear him just now? Meyerich bellowed. Check the portal. The mages all jumped up and began busying themselves with checking the portal. Some retrieved books from their rings and compared the ones in the book with the one in front of them. However, no one found anything wrong. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 237, Terrifying Puppet Spell. Chapter 237, Terrifying Puppet Spell. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio.
General, there is nothing wrong with the magic arrays, a mage reported to Meyerich as he glanced at Anfey. He wanted to see Anfey make a fool of himself. Check it again, Meyerich demanded before he even turned around to look at him. The worst thing a leader could do was to change his ideas all the time and never hold firm in his position. When a leader listened to someone and believed in him, and then later started to offer different opinions on the same issue, the leader would doubt him. If the leader could not make his own judgment from the information given, he could be taken advantage of and misled by others.
Meyerich was an excellent general. He would not be indecisive. Since he believed in Anfey, he would not contradict him easily.
The mages looked at each other and then checked the magic array again, because they knew they could not disobey Meyerich's command. Anfey and the suspect looked at each other for a while, but he did not find anything suspicious in that mage. The mage looked at him confused. He seemed to sneer at Anfey. Everything seemed normal about the mage. Someone else might doubt himself and think he had made a mistake, but not Anfey.
Anfey was very determined and confident. He never second-guessed himself. Anfey slowly turned around and walked to the magic array.
After the magic array started, it would slowly suck the magic crystal's energy to keep the magic array running. It only took a little while to see some smog above the magic array. The smog was getting thicker. When Anfey walked only 5 yards away from the magic array, he saw exactly what he expected. The smog seemed to be blown away by the wind and moving towards Anfey. Anfey knew the heart of nature was sucking the energy. Anfey slowly closed his eyes and got into samadhi state. He suddenly started to see his surroundings clearer. Anfey focused all his attention on that suspected mage, looking for anything unusual. Anfey scanned the suspect from head to toe and from toe to head, but he did not find anything unusual.
Anfey turned to check the magic array.
Suddenly, he saw an amazing new world. An invisible but clearly sensed energy was moving among all kinds of spells. The whole magic array was divided into 16 sections. The energy stayed in each of the sections without interfering with each other. All the energy merged onto 16 points. Anfey had never learned about magic arrays before, but he started to get the hang of how a magic array worked. Those 16 points were the hinges for the door to the space. Anfey believed if he could continue to be able to see the magic array, he could build a magic array on his own. General, there is nothing wrong with the magic array, a mage turned around and told Meyerich. This time, Meyerich did not respond.
He only turned to look at Anfey. Anfey was totally lost in the thought. He did not hear anything around him. It was people's nature to want to have control in life. For instance, seeing the snowflakes falling, people could not help holding their hands out to catch them and watch them melt in their hands. Seeing beautiful flowers, some people would sniff, touch, or even pick them. People were just passerbys in the world, but wanted to prove their existence or leave their footprints. When they were touched or sentimental, most people would have the desire to do something. To the people in that world, magic arrays were just magic arrays, but Anfey had a sense that magic arrays were integrated circuits. Watching the energy slowly moving in order, Anfey subconsciously used his ability mastered in the evil abyss. He used his mental power to communicate with that power. The magic array suddenly shined with white light. The mages who were still checking the magic array were all startled by it. Anfey could clearly sense the energy oozing out of the spells. He immediately stopped using his mental power once he realized what he did to the magic array. He also woke up from his thoughts. What happened? The mage who reported to Meyerich before said, wide-eyed, the magic array itself had shown there was something wrong by running at a crazy speed. Meyerich turned to look at the suspected mage with a scolding look. What else do you want to say? The mage smiled bitterly. Master, I was not feeling well yesterday.
I did not come and instead rested at my daughter's house.
You can check on it if you do not believe me. I did not start the magic array. I had nothing to do with it. Anfey looked vicious. He looked at Susanna first and then blinked at her. He turned to give Christian a look and then walked slowly to the mage who was arguing for himself. He did not find anything unusual before, but as the mage talked more, Anfey could see what was wrong with him. The vision Anfey had with the heart of nature had not totally disappeared yet. Anfey still could clearly see the air coming out of his mouth. It seemed normal. When the air passed through the throat, the air constantly changed the position of the throat muscles and tongue. By changing the position of their mouths, people could make sounds. The problem with that mage was that he only breathed out. Normal people had to breathe in intervals to get oxygen for the body.
It was not possible to keep talking without breathing air in. Anfey stood in front of that mage again. It was easy to figure out what was wrong him once he found something unusual on him. That mage's chest was moving slightly up and down, but there was no air passing through his nose and mouth.
The chest movement was only to prove he was normal.
That mage could not completely stop breathing in unless he was a Samadhi practitioner as Anfey, or had reached the level that he could breathe through his skin.
"What is your name?" Anfey asked quietly. "My name is Thor, Master." The mage looked respectfully at Anfey. Anfey nodded. He noticed another unusual thing about the mage. The mage in front of Anfey neither breathed in nor had any pulse. Judging from every angle, the mage in front of Anfey must be dead. Anfey felt it was amazing and could not make sense of it. Anfey moved his body sideways. A bright white sword radiant passed over Anfey's shoulder. With a metallic whooshing sound, Susanna's sword thrust into the mage's throat. The mages around the magic array were startled. They had noticed Susanna slowly walking up to Anfey, but they did not expect her to kill the mage. They were worried and angry when they saw their fellow getting killed for no reason. Christian had stood in between. He did not mean to fight with mages. Neither could he. He had to stop the altercation before Meyerich could say something. Susanna pulled her sword out with a backhand move. The mage held his throat with one hand and stumbled back with shock and anger. The way he looked definitely got compassion from the others. "Stop it." Anfey pointed at him and raised his voice on purpose. "Your blood should have oozed out when you were stabbed in the throat. You neither breathed in nor had any heartbeat. In other words, you have been dead." The mage slowly fell to the ground with one hand on his throat. He looked like he was in a spasm and kept twitching his legs as he opened his eyes wide. He looked like he could not die in peace. Two mages with hot tempers had already started to chant. Element surges started to get tense. However, all these activities stopped after Meyerich cleared his throat. The world seemed to become quiet. "Anfey, what happened?" Meyerich walked over. "He has been dead." Anfey shrugged. Things were more than he could imagine. He thought the mage would resist after he was found out. Who would know he played his original role, dead on the floor? It was not easy for Anfey to convince others to believe him. "Dead?" Meyerich said. "Yes, I have said before that he neither breathed nor had any heartbeat." "What was he if he was not dead?" Anfey said, walking forward. "Anfey, stop." Hui Wei rushed out behind Blavi. "What is wrong?" Anfey asked. He must have been created by a necromancer with puppet spells if he did not breathe or have a heartbeat for a long time. Hui Wei had rushed next to Anfey and grabbed him to stop him from getting any closer to that mage's body. "It is too dangerous. We need to get away from him." T. A mage was so enraged that his eyes turned blood red. "Thor chatted with us this morning. How could he be a puppet?" "Right. If he were a puppet and we did not sense it, wouldn't General Meyerich sense it?" another mage said. He was smarter, knowing to use Meyerich's reaction to prove his point. What if he was a servant of death created by masters with puppet spells? Hui Wei refuted. All the mages were startled by what Hui Wei said. Low-level puppet spells could only change the target's body. Advanced-level spells could be divided into two extremes. One was to make the body of the target become more powerful. The target could even have some counter ability for magic and combat power. The other was to avoid making any change to the body of the target and only intervene with telepathy and mental power. A perfect servant of death would look no different than a regular person, have the basic magic and combat power skills, or even get married and have kids. It would be hard to notice anything wrong with servants of death among people. Meyerich suddenly looked seriously concerned after hearing about servants of death. Servant of death was the tamest puppet spell among other spells of necromancers, but could also be the most terrifying one. A long time ago, there were two necromancers who had successfully turned half of the city into servants of death in a year. A servant of death could slowly turn his family into servants of death in an unnoticeable way. It was impossible to keep track of who got affected by this spell. Later, people found out by an incident. Back then, the Church of Light was powerful and influential. Two traveling priests performed magic of light to try to convert people, but the people on the street attacked them like crazy. One of them was torn into pieces while the other one luckily got away. This incident got the attention of the Pan-continent, and Church of Light became famous afterwards. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 238, The Secret of Spirits. Chapter 238, The Secret of Spirits. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. This is impossible, one of the mages stammered. People who know how to do this kind of magic are long dead. Not everyone agreed with his comment, however. Necromancers were very hard to kill, and despite the numerous attempts to eliminate necromancers, they thrived. There were always a few necromancers that would hide away and recover in some remote corner of the world. When there were enough believers in their religion, there would be another attempt at eliminating necromancers. Every time, the Church of Light would announce that they had eliminated all evil, but it was never the truth. Everyone had forgiven this, however, because it was better to have the church in charge than the necromancers. Meyerich walked over slowly. This time, Hui Wei did not try to stop him. Puppets were not powerful and could not harm a gold knight, unless there was a necromancer lurking nearby. Hui Wei turned and whispered something to Anfey and Susanna. Anfey nodded, and Susanna jumped up onto the small tower next to the transmission portal. The tower was only 10 feet tall, but it was enough to give her an advantage. Meyerich looked at the man, then kicked the man's hand away from his throat. His expression grew cold at the sight. There was a large gash on the man's throat, but there was hardly any blood. Meyerich knew very well what this indicated. Burn the body, Meyerich ordered, taking a few steps back. He glanced at Susanna, then walked away from the man. He was trying his hardest not to let his emotions show. The mage really had been turned into a puppet, which meant that the transmission portal was unsafe to use. What if Naya had stepped into the portal? Meyerich did not want to think about it. Susanna and Shelley's deaths would be easier to deal with, but if it was Naya, Christian, or Anfey who was harmed, the consequences would be too great. It would put his ability in question, and he would not be able to face his old friends. This could potentially have destroyed his future. As soon as Meyerich turned around, the mage's body began to change. The man's light green eyes turned to gray, then his eyes dissolved into puddles of water, and his body began to bloat. Meyerich swept around to face the man. There were two types of warriors, swordsmen and knights, and neither needed weapons to be powerful. Susanna once almost kicked Anfey to death when she was weaponless and choking, and Meyerich was so much more powerful than she. Meyerich stepped forward, crushing small pebbles under his feet. The mage was thrown back by some invisible force. Meyerich swung at the man, and his combat power swallowed the mage's body. A loud crack ripped through the air, and the unstable air current caused by the combat power swept across the courtyard like a raging storm. The transmission array burst into light and was under a transparent magic dome. It was the protective dome placed onto the array. Christian released a protective spell first, and Rizka and Blavi followed suit. They had already preparing themselves when they saw Susanna drawing her sword. Mages tended to use three kinds of defensive magic. There were shielding, protective domes, and keikai. Shields were only used by one person and were the strongest. Protective domes and keikais were both used for large groups of people, but not as powerful as shields. Of course, one could not compare shields released by a junior magister to the keikais released by an archmage. Usually, mages would use shields when they were in danger. Previously, Christian, Rizka, and Blavi would not use a keikai either, but after everything they had been through together, they learned how valuable friendship was. The mages standing around the transmission array, on the other hand, choose to protect themselves first. Meyerich's figure was obscured by the current, and the only one that was not protected by magic was Susanna, who was standing on the tower. Unlike the people on the ground, who were stumbling, she was standing straight and unmoving, as if she was nailed to the tower. Her eyes were bright and filled with admiration for Meyerich's power. Anfey was in the worst shape of all. He wasn't close enough to Christian when he released the keikai, and instead had jumped into the air and was blown away by the current. He grabbed at the air and landed on a wall nearby. After a few moments, the current died down, and Meyerich turned towards his guards. He might have caused the violent currents, but he did not have any scratches on him, and his clothes were still immaculate. His eyes were cold. Anfey stayed on the wall, staring at Meyerich. He had grabbed something he imagined must have been a spirit. This was the second time he had came in contact with a spirit, but when he tried to communicate with it, it struggled against him. He could feel how terrified the spirit was. He felt a momentary warmth, then the spirit melted away. Close the array immediately, Meyerich instructed sternly. He turned to the group that was still waiting to use the array and said, "Stay here. Don't go anywhere." "Don't worry," Anfey said as he rejoined his friends. "Naya, stay here and don't do anything, all right?" Meyerich turned to Naya and said. He was worried about her. "I understand," Naya said, nodding. Meyerich turned to the mages standing nearby. If one of them was turned into a puppet, he had to inspect the rest of them as well. "Go home and rest," Meyerich said, "for now.
The mages glanced at each other and turned to leave. The mage who was trying to protect the puppet seemed especially defeated. Thankfully no one affiliated with the church was present, or else he would be a suspect. The mages guild would not protect him if he was suspected of being a necromancer. After the mages left, Meyerich sent some of his men to escort Anfey and the group to their rooms. However, no one was in the mood to rest, and everyone gathered in Anfey's room to talk about what had just happened.
Anfey, Blavi asked eagerly, what did you catch?
He was very curious, but did not want to ask when there were still strangers around.
Nothing, Anfey said. He wasn't exactly lying. The spirit did disappear after he caught it. Then what were you going to catch? Christian asked.
He worded his question much more cleverly. A spirit, Anfey said. He had changed his mind and decided to disclose more information to his friends. Necromancers were targeting them, and he knew very little about them. He needed to talk to his friends so he would be more prepared. Beings from the evil abyss were things that existed in the place between life and death.
Each spirit had its own thoughts and personality.
There were betrayals, hatred, and murders, but there was also cooperation, trust, and friendship.
The spirits there were not unlike humans.
Death magic, on the other hand, was only one branch of magic, and products of death magic did not have any emotions.
After 2 encounters with spirits, Anfey was nervous that someone was trying to achieve the same thing Jaeger was trying to do. Someone was trying to build a tunnel between the evil abyss and the living world, and he could not allow that to happen. He knew very well what lives in the abyss, and how terrible the thing was. Nothing can compare to a spirit king when it comes to murders and killing. A single spirit king has enough power to crush every life in a 30-mile radius. Only those who had achieved sacred state could defeat a spirit king, but those people were nothing more than legends. A spirit? Hui Wei asked, shocked. You know about them? Anfey asked.
No, Hui Wei said, shaking his head.
But I've read about them.
How did you discover them?
You will find out later, Anfey said, shaking his head. Hui Wei, how much do you know about spirits? Does it have anything to do with necromancers?
I don't know, but I know that puppet earlier was a failure, or else you wouldn't have discovered it so easily. It seemed like those necromancers have not mastered the art of creating puppets yet, but... Which means they are actively practicing it, Christian said slowly. This one may be a failure, but the next one may not be. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 239, The Threat of Having a War. Chapter 239, The Threat of Having a War. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Hui Wei opened his mouth and tried to respond to Christian.
He swallowed whatever he was trying to say after he looked around.
Anfey saw Hui Wei's reaction, but did not say anything. Anfey, didn't you say you want to catch Aramans? Did you get them? Naya asked out of curiosity. No. Anfey shook his head. He looked upset and disappointed. He still could not figure out how Aramans disappeared. Naya heaved a long sigh.
We used to have such a very peaceful life. We did not have to worry about anything.
I don't know what happened this year. Troubles have come one after another. It is so annoying.
After Naya finished talking, everyone smiled bitterly.
Naya was right.
They had peaceful lives in Sacred City before. They only had to focus on practicing magic. Since they escaped from Sacred City, they kept running into all kinds of trouble. It seemed like they had experienced a whole life's worth of troubles in a year, just one after another. Anfey, it is all your fault, Naya suddenly complained with a playful tone.
What did I do? Anfey asked.
Since you came to my house, all kinds of troubles have been finding their way to us.
You have jinxed us.
Naya's words sounded a little harsh. If she had not been smiling or people did not know her personality, her words could have caused conflict between her and Anfey.
My princess, I do not want to run around every day either. I don't think you should blame me. Anfey did not know if he should laugh or cry. He was a very forgiving person.
He did not take Naya's words seriously.
I am blaming you, Naya said. You cannot blame Anfey for that, Blavi said. It was Maris. He was too devious. Maris and Melendez set Anfey up.
After they were kicked out of our professor's house, they even took Zita back to cause troubles for us. If Anfey and others did not fight back, we would probably have been killed.
Oh, right, did Maris die?
I was too nervous and forgot to check on him, Rizka said.
He should be dead.
I saw Zita thrusting his sword hard at him. There was no way he could survive from it, Blavi said.
Zeta was so cruel. He actually aimed at Anfey after Maris.
I bet Maris did not think Zeta would kill him to attack Anfey, Riska said.
Ha ha ha, why couldn't he think of that? Blavi snorted. Zeta was so devious.
There was nothing he dared not do. He felt he had Philip behind him.
Blavi hated Zeta with passion. As Sol's student, he was popular among young men. No one thought Zeta would attack him without any concern and almost killed him without giving the consequences any thought.
It was such a humiliation for Blavi. He would never forget it.
Blavi was right.
Zeta was the worst one among the 4 troubles in Sacred City, Riska said.
4 troubles? People just made that up.
Stop spreading rumors, Christian said, standing up immediately and glancing at Naya since she was one of the 4 troubles.
What Christian said made some sense.
The so-called 4 troubles were just 4 unrelated people who had been lumped together. There was no reason behind it.
It just sounded fun.
It spread from mouth to mouth, and now everyone knew about it.
In fact, Naya only liked to play some pranks.
She had nothing in common with the other 3. She was an angel compared with the other 3 troubles.
4 troubles? Who are they? Naya asked in curiosity.
Everyone was caught off guard by her question.
No one thought Naya had never heard of this saying.
However, thinking about it again, it did make some sense that she did not hear about it before.
No one would pass this information to Naya.
If they did, they were just looking for trouble themselves.
People like Zeta, Christian tried to change topic right away. Zeta had given us so much trouble.
When I saw Anfey beating Maris and Zeta, I felt great. If it were me, I would have fought them as well. Yes, if I were not restrained by the anti-magic bracelets, I could have helped Anfey to give them a lesson, Riska said angrily.
I did not get to see it. Blavi looked upset. He had been in a coma and did not get to see that awesome fight.
Anfey's sword skills were already very good back then. It was awesome to see Anfey's foot sword fight with Zeta. Feller said with a smile.
Did he fight with his feet?
Blavi opened his eyes wide open. He tossed the sword up and kicked the shaft. The sword shot at Zeta, Feller said.
Anfey was good with the sword. Didn't you notice even Ernest and Meyerich were interested in his sword skills?
Christian commented with a smile.
Hold on. We should talk about necromancers right now. Why are you guys talking about me?
Anfey helplessly waved his hand.
They were really off topic.
You guys can continue your talk.
I am feeling a little sleepy. Naya stood up with a playful smile. Naya's personality was just like this.
No matter what difficulty she was facing, she still could smile as long as she had someone to rely on. Her personality was not bad. She was optimistic, which kept her healthy and could help her live a long life. Anfey, on the other hand, could not be optimistic. He had been thinking that problems were way serious than they should have been. In everything, he used to plan for the worst. He did not want to act this way, but life forced him to.
Okay, you guys should go have some rest. Riska and Blavi, can you be on watch for the first half of the night?
I will take over for the second half, Anfey said in a low voice.
Sure. Riska and Blavi nodded together. Everybody started to walk out. Anfey gave Christian a look to ask him to stay and then he called, Hui Wei, can you stay for a second?
Hui Wei shrugged and walked back. He took a seat on a chair.
There were only 4 people left in the room. Anfey signaled Susanna to close the door and said quietly, Hui Wei, do you want to tell us something?
Hui Wei hesitated for a second before he started speaking. I talked about servants of death on purpose.
I was trying to help you out back then. In fact, those necromancers cannot make servants of death.
I think it was a new puppet spell instead of servants of death.
Why do you say this? Anfey asked.
Because I know some of the history of the puppet spell of servants of death. There was a terrifying agent in the blood of servants of death. The servants of death could not turn regular people into their same kind until they put their blood into a regular person's bodies.
Once this kind of agent disappeared, they could not make any servant of death anymore. Anfey and Christian looked at each other without saying anything.
Christian, you made necromancers sound too terrifying. In fact, necromancers could be very weak, Hui Wei said with a smile.
I have a wide range of interests. I want to know a little bit about everything. I spent some time on death magic before.
Luckily, I was able to pull myself out from it before I committed myself to death magic.
I did not make necromancers sound terrifying.
You are making them sound too simple, Christian said with a shake of his head.
What do you mean? Hui Wei did not sound too happy.
You only obtained very superficial knowledge of death magic, but you have not turned into one of the necromancers.
You do not really know about them, Christian said. Do you know about them? Hui Wei asked.
I think you could tell Meyerich was very nervous when I mentioned servants of death.
Do you think he worried about one or a few puppets? If you think that way, you are so wrong.
He was worried about the habit of necromancers.
Habit?
Anfey and Hui Wei asked at the same time. When death magic had just appeared, kings from different countries were very fond of it, since death magic could create many cheap but loyal soldiers. However, because of the characteristics of death magic, as necromancers got stronger, kings started to see death magic differently.
They started to fear it.
When people started to dislike death magic, necromancers felt they were used and dumped by those kings.
They could not bear with it.
Instead, they killed people to vent their anger. They became the enemies of the whole pan-continent, Christian said.
Do you know the habit of necromancers whenever they were defeated?
The surviving necromancers would hide in the areas where no one would find them. They would restore their abilities. When they felt they could fight against the whole pan-continent, they would come out to make some small troubles to test what countries on pan-continent would respond to them, Christian said.
20 or 30 years ago, was there any necromancer on pan-continent?
Hui Wei thought about it and answered, no.
Now many people know about a necromancer called Annunciata.
What they did not know was that Annunciata had been making trouble here and there 10 years ago. Our professor talked about her before as well.
This time Annunciata dared to create many zombies in the Cross Valley. Do you know what it means?
Before Hui Wei could even answer his question, Christian continued, necromancers only pick a fight when they think they are a match with the whole pan-continent. It means the war against the dead would start soon.
Is it that serious? Hui Wei asked.
Time will tell, Christian said. Right now, one of the two high priests of light has gone to Meiho Empire and the other to Shanxia Empire to try to mediate the war. The Pope will meet with the nobility in Elazin Empire.
Are they there only to mediate the war? In fact, many people have noticed the threats from necromancers, but they just do not know which areas necromancers would target first.
That is why Meyerich was so nervous after seeing the puppet. A regular puppet spell is not that great, but more and more necromancers showing up would be an issue, a serious issue. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 240, Nightmares. Chapter 240, Nightmares. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio.
When Anfey ended his meditation, the sky was already filled with stars.
He gathered his things and left the room.
He reached the window on the top floor by the stairs, and jumped onto the windowsill.
He jumped up and pulled himself onto the roof.
Blavi and Rizka, who were chatting on the roof, turned and looked at him.
Didn't expect to see you here, Rizka said with a smile.
I'm full of surprises, Anfey said.
He glanced around and said, nothing's amiss, I presume? Everything's going pretty well, Blavi said, nodding. You see, over there and there? There are guards everywhere. You don't even really need the two of us here. Better to be careful. Just pretend you're here for fun. You're by yourself? Blavi asked, curiously. Where's Susanna?
Shuli had a nightmare and Susanna's with her, Anfey said with a smile.
You two should get some rest. I got it from here.
After spending so much time together, everyone knew that Anfey was always energetic and rarely needed rest.
Blavi and Rizka nodded.
They released a levitation spell and disappeared into the building.
Anfey sat on the roof quietly and stared at the courtyard.
The innermost building was where Meyerich and some of his most trusted men lived. The building there could not hold a dozen more people, and it would be inappropriate if they requested the knights to prepare rooms for them.
Meyerich may not care, but the knights would.
Anfey decided it would be better if they just stayed in a building off to the side.
The innermost courtyard was the most heavily guarded place in the entire city. The anima pagoda there were essential to connecting the mage towers, and the transmission array was the only way this city could communicate with Sacred City. People who lived there were the most important people in the city, and it was logical how heavily guarded this place was. 24 magic lamps lit the inner courtyard, and teams of guards patrolled it non-stop. Soldiers were much more serious and disciplined than normal people, and did not chat like Blavi and Rizka had been just moments ago. They went about their business in silence and did not talk to distract each other. Anfey felt his eyesight was getting better. He was a few hundred feet away from the knights, but he could still see each and every man. He talked about the spirits with Christian and Hui Wei, but the more they talked the heavier the mood became. Christian and Hui Wei both became very worried after their talk.
They were still young, and were ambitious enough to aspire to great things. They were worried not only for themselves, but also for the entire world. It was understandable, since young people tended to have grand ideas and dreams. Even if one was only working a small and insignificant job, everyone still had the dream to achieve greatness. The older a man got, however, the less idealistic he would become. Some people would even forget about their initial dreams. Suddenly, Anfey spotted someone walking out of the inner courtyard. He was dressed in common clothes and did not appear special. Anfey wasn't sure where he had seen the man before. He looked familiar. The guards did not pay the man much attention, and when he left the inner courtyard, he suddenly lifted his head as if he sensed someone observing him. He looked towards Anfey and their eyes met. Anfey saw the man's shock, and knew that he had recognized him. The man lowered his head and quickly passed by under the building. Anfey? Why are you here by yourself? Feller? What are you doing up here? I wanted some fresh air. It's 3 in the morning. Feller smiled and sat down next to Anfey. I don't know what's wrong with me, but every time I fall asleep, I have nightmares. I can't sleep like that, Adot. Aren't you a little too old to be spooked by nightmares? You don't know, but the dreams were so real, Feller said, shaking his head. Almost too real. There you are, we've been looking for you, Feller. The door opened and Sante and Zubin appeared. Why are you looking for me? Feller asked. Do you have any ale left? No. Why would I? I left unnecessary things at Moramatch. God, I wish we were staying at an inn, Sante muttered. I don't even want to leave my room here, let alone find ale. Why aren't you two asleep? Anfey asked. Had a nightmare, Sante said, shaking his head. He turned to Feller and said, Did you really leave ale at Moramatch? Really? Anfey frowned. He knew it was normal for Shelley to have nightmares, and Feller's nightmare must have been a coincidence. Now that he learned Sante was having nightmares as well, he was growing suspicious. Zubin, he said, did you have a nightmare as well? How did you know? Zubin asked, frowning. Anfey jumped up and said urgently, Quick, wake everyone up. What? What happened? Quick, do as I say. I will explain it in a bit, Anfey said. He ran towards the edge of the roof and jumped off. He knew exactly where Shelley and Susanna's room was, and it was easier this way. He grabbed their windowsill and knocked on the window. Who is it? Susanna asked, alarmed. Me, Anfey said. Wait, Susanna said. After a few moments, Susanna opened the window. She was wearing a white nightgown. She grinned after seeing Anfey standing on the windowsill like a thief and asked, What are you doing? Is Shelley still having nightmares? Anfey asked as he jumped into the room. She is, Susanna said, nodding. I would spend half an hour putting her to sleep and she would wake up crying after a few minutes. I don't know what spooked her so much. She frowned and shook her head. Grab her, and let's go look for Naya. All right, Susanna said. She moved over to the bed and gathered Shelley into her arms. Shelley frowned and murmured something. Anfey pushed open the door and knocked on Naya's door, which was directly across the hall. He waited for a few minutes, but there was no response. Anfey knocked again, harder, but there was still no response. Anfey frowned and pushed the door open. Naya was lying quietly in her bed and was asleep. Her thin quilt was thrown aside and her nightgown was rolled up to her thigh. The little unicorn woke up and shook its head. Seeing it was Anfey in the room, it jumped up happily and walked to his side. Anfey did not care that he was in Naya's room without permission and did not try to entertain the unicorn. He walked over and shook Naya. Naya groaned and opened her eyes. Seeing that it was Anfey who woke her up, she rolled her eyes and waved her hand. Go away, for goodness' sake, she said. Get up now, Anfey said. Why? Naya asked. Are there necromancers here, Dot? No, but you still need to get up immediately, Anfey said, hiding a grin. Fine, Naya said with a sigh. She sat up in her bed, then suddenly let out a shrill scream. Anfey jumped back, and the unicorn looked at Naya, confused by her sudden action. Susanna appeared with Shelley in her arms. Shelley was shaking, and looked like she was crying. She must be having nightmares again, and a nightmare so terrible she could not wake up. Otherwise Naya's scream would have awakened her. Susanna! Naya called. He's violating my privacy. Naya covered herself with the quilt and said angrily. She would obey Anfey's orders, but he must respect and trust her. Now she was too angry to do anything. Naya, calm down, Anfey said quietly. Are you having nightmares?
What? No, Naya said angrily. Anfey looked at her and frowned. He remembered that Naya appeared very peaceful in her sleep, and did not look like she was having nightmares. Zubin and Blavi burst into the room. They thought that something must have happened after hearing Naya scream and came to her rescue. Seeing Naya, who was sitting in her bed with the quilt around her body, and Anfey, who was standing next to her bed, the two of them turned around and left the room without saying a word. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 241, Infected. Chapter 241, Infected. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey turned around and looked at Susanna helplessly. It seemed that whatever he said was not good enough. He was relying on Susanna to explain for him. Susanna slowly walked over and signaled Anfey to take Shelley from her arms. She leaned her head to signal Anfey to leave first. Anfey walked to the door with Shelley in his arms. The little unicorn followed him. The magic beast's intelligence was limited, plus the little unicorn was only a year old. The little unicorn only knew there was conflict between Anfey and Naya, and Anfey was defeated. However, the little unicorn had no idea why they had the conflict. The little guy walked up to Anfey and turned around to snort. The little unicorn looked very close to Anfey. It seemed that the little guy was trying to comfort Anfey. As Anfey stepped out of the room, he saw everyone gathering in the hallway and chatting in groups. Christian walked over to Anfey. Anfey looked at Christian with a serious look and asked quietly, "Did you have a nightmare as well?" "Yes, I did. I have asked Feller to look for Meyerich and ask Meyerich to contact the Mage Union. If it is nothing else, it should be necromancers messing with us," Christian said with a frown. "Anfey, did you have nightmares?" Hui Wei joined their conversation. "No, I did not have any," Anfey said. "You are so special," Hui Wei said with a smile. "It seemed that Naya did not have a nightmare either," Anfey said. "Really?" Christian looked surprised. "Naya's telepathy is nothing to necromancers. Her telepathy could be ignored, but how could she not be affected?" "Are you saying everyone's nightmares are because of telepathy magic?" Anfey asked. "Yes. Telepathy attacks are necromancers' best tricks. Don't underestimate this kind of magic. If a person has nightmares for a long time, it would only take 1 or 2 months to have a mental breakdown," Christian said. "If this is the case, I think I know how to deal with it," Anfey said. "You?" Christian asked. "Are you doubting me?" Anfey smiled. Compared with the monarchs and the evil abyss, this kind of nightmare telepathy attack was nothing more than kids' tricks. Anfey played a role as social butterfly among all the monarchs, but his telepathy was a lot more powerful than those Ahriman's. Anfey never forgot to practice his telepathy no matter where he was because he believed capability was everything to a person. "No. I just feel weird about it," Christian said, shaking his head. A mage's ability mainly depended on his magic power and telepathy. If Anfey dared to say he knew how to deal with telepathy magic, he must know how to do it. Compared to his weak magic surges, his understanding of telepathy was awesome but a little weird to everyone. Shelley is not having a nightmare. Look, she is having a sound sleep. Hui Wei kept his voice low. Anfey was shocked for a second and looked down at Shelley. Shelley quietly rested on his shoulder. She wore a smile on her face, even with tears still on her face. Without knowing when, the fear and anxiety on her face had disappeared. "That is not right. Shelley has been having nightmares. Susanna had asked me to be on watch with her at night, but later at night she had to see Shelley," Anfey said. As Anfey finished talking, they heard heavy steps downstairs. Meyerich walked upstairs with over 10 knights behind him. There was a middle-aged man with a gloomy face. His eyes were a lot wider than usual and his pupils were very small. If he looked at anyone, the person would feel really uneasy. With his gloomy face, he looked really terrifying. The middle-aged man scanned the hallway and was lost in thought for a while with his eyes slightly closed. He slightly nodded to Meyerich and said in a low voice, "There is a trace of infection. It must be a piece of cake for you to deal with it, right?" Meyerich smiled. "It is a piece of cake." The middle-aged man smiled too, but not too happily. His gloomy face with a not-so-pretty smile would have the effect of scaring any naughty kid. When kids cried a lot at night, parents would ask someone who looked scary to scare the kids to go to sleep without crying. This man definitely had that ability. "Are we doing it here?" the middle-aged man asked. "Is that okay?" Meyerich asked. "It's fine," the man answered as he walked up. Blavi and Sante could not help taking a defensive pose. To be honest, the middle-aged man was neither ugly nor scary,
but he just looked so gloomy, which made Blavi and Sante nervous.
The middle-aged man took 2 steps forward and saw the little unicorn at Anfey's feet.
He was shocked for a second.
Is that a unicorn?
Yes,
Myrich said. Then what is the point of asking me to come? Don't you know unicorns have purification ability, the man said. Did you say unicorns have the purification ability? Myrich asked.
Of course. The middle-aged man was rude. He did not look nice either. He even rolled his eyes at Myrich. His pupils looked like they suddenly disappeared. He looked very scary. Anfey suddenly realized why Naya did not have nightmares and why Shuli was sleeping so soundly.
It was all because of the little unicorn. Are you the master of that little unicorn? The man turned to look at Anfey. That little guy seemed close to Anfey. It was not hard to guess the relationship between Anfey and that little unicorn. You could say that, Anfey nodded. Can you sell the little unicorn to me? You do not have to worry about the price.
As long as it is not too outrageous, I can pay any price you ask, the middle-aged man said. No, Anfey answered with a firm tone. He felt so helpless. He had been back for just a few days. There were already so many people interested in the little unicorn. He could not simply lock the little unicorn up. Even dogs needed to be taken out for a walk. The little unicorn was such a proud magic beast that he could not take being locked up. Stop it. Our king has been waiting to see this little unicorn, Myrich suddenly said with a firm face. Anfey felt shocked. With Myrich's power, if he had to press the middle-aged man by referring to Yolanthi, it was obvious that the middle-aged man was a difficult person to deal with. Am I that kind of person? The middle-aged man shrugged with his hands out. Myrich, do not scare us with your gloomy face. We have been friends for many years. Anfey and others just looked at each other, wondering who that middle-aged man with the gloomy face was. It was hard to deal with a guy like him. It was just because we have been friends for so many years and I know you well, Myrich said. He did not look mad or excited. Hey, Myrich, you asked me to come to help you. Why are you talking to me with this kind of attitude, the gloomy man said. I did not ask you to come to help me. You heard a necromancer had released infection and came over on your own, Myrich said. You are so devious, the man yelled. You are ridiculous, Myrich responded immediately. That middle-aged man's eyes looked brighter, and the brown pupils contracted into a dot. He stared at Myrich without blinking. He looked like a vicious wolf, ready to eat a person. Myrich was not scared by him at all. He kept calm. After a while, the middle-aged man was defeated first. His pressuring pose was totally gone as well. He sluggishly waved his hand. Never mind, never mind. I will let it go this time, since we are friends. It sounded insulting to others, but Myrich's bodyguard squad kept quiet and their faces did not change at all. Myrich smiled instead. Hey, are your people all here? It seems that you have somebody missing, the middle-aged man asked, turning to Anfey. Christian looked around and said, Naya and Susanna are still in their room. So is Doris. I knocked on her door to wake her up, but she is not here yet. Blavi, can you go and check on her? Naya? Which Naya? The middle-aged man suddenly looked nervous. Not the Naya you know. She is his sister, also named Naya. Myrich pointed his chin at Anfey. Is Naya your sister? The middle-aged man pressed Anfey. She is my sister. Do you know her? Anfey did not know the reason Myrich had to lie about it, but he helped Myrich anyway, since he felt closer to Myrich than the middle-aged man. No, I don't know her. That middle-aged man waved his hands. Blavi came back with Doris. Doris was dressed, but she yawned with bleary eyes. Obviously she had gone back to sleep with her dress on after Christian woke her up. The man paused for a second and nodded at Myrich. He walked up to Doris and said, Miss, have you experienced anything weird in the past few days? Me? Doris struggled to open her eyes to look at the person who was asking her questions. With one glance, she totally woke up. She stepped back with her hands held out in front of her chest. She looked like she was ready to chant. Doris, don't be nervous, Anfey said immediately. Doris finally realized everybody in Anfey's legion was around her. Myrich was there too. She finally felt not so nervous, but she did not answer the question right away. She walked around the middle-aged man and moved over against the wall to be away from him. She heaved a long sigh when she finally walked up to Anfey. She even patted her chest to comfort herself. The middle-aged man still maintained his gloomy face.
He did not get mad or annoyed by Doris's rudeness. Doris, think about it. Did you experience anything weird? Anfey asked for the middle-aged man. He knew something must have happened to her. No, Doris said. Think about it, Anfey said. Doris had her head tilted to try to recall anything unusual. Something might have been weird in Violet City. What happened? Anfey asked. One day I went out with Blavi and few others, but I got lost. I saw a homeless man lying on the sidewalk and asking for food. Nobody even looked at him. I felt bad for him, so I bought 2 loaves of bread for him. He must have been starving. He grabbed the bread from my hands and scratched me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 242, Marquis Joser's Revenge. Chapter 242, Marquis Joser's Revenge. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Let me see your wound, Anfey said. It's all right, Doris said, holding her hand out. Usually when I scratch myself, it takes a few days to heal, but this one disappeared that night. Anfey looked at Doris's hand, and it was smooth, without any sign of injuries. Do you have an idea? Meyerich asked. The middle-aged man nodded and retrieved a bottle of light blue potion from his dimensional ring. He handed the potion to Meyerich and said, "This may hurt a little, but it won't last. Keep her with the unicorn. It should be beneficial for her. If this not enough, I need more materials so I can make a few more bottles." Meyerich held the bottle in his hand and smiled at the man. I would say thank you, but I think we are past that stage now. Say it anyway, the man said. I like the sound of that phrase. What am I supposed to do with you? Meyerich asked with a smile. Doris frowned and looked at the 2 men. She clearly did not realize Meyerich was talking about her. Hagen, on the other hand, knew exactly what the potion was. He pushed to the front and asked, "Are you an alchemist, sir?" No. Then how did you? I am an arch-alchemist, mind you. And first and foremost I am a mage. Hagen stared at the man in shock. He had never met anyone like this man. He was asking for the man's occupation, not his title. The man was either very pretentious or liked riddles. Are you an alchemist? The man asked. Why yes, Hagen said. He wanted to fool the man, but he was only an alchemist with no title. I won't waste my time here, then. I will give you the recipe for the potion and you can make it. Thank you, Hagen said sincerely. He bowed to the man gratefully. Unlike other occupations, alchemist's strength lay in knowing as many recipes as possible. For Hagen, the man wasn't just giving him a recipe. He was helping him grow as an alchemist. The man smiled and found a magic scroll. He tapped the scroll and the magic on the scroll disappeared. Strange runes appeared around and on the scroll, then he handed the scroll to Meyerich. Hagen stared in shock. It was not easy to make magic scrolls, and it was even harder to wipe away the runes on magic scrolls. The man was able to do it so easily and so fast, it was almost impossible. Like the way Susanna looked at Meyerich, Hagen looked at the man with reverence and admiration. We are done here, then? I have to go to Violet City, the man said and stretched. Why? Meyerich asked. The Marquis there invited me. I don't have anything anyway, so I agreed. The Marquis? Meyerich asked, frowning. Why is he asking for you? I don't know, the man said, shrugging. Oh yes, he mentioned that he's being threatened by something. He didn't happen to cross you, did he? Meyerich snorted. He's trying to pitch you against me, he said coldly. He's asking the wrong person, then, the man said with a smile. I would never do something so stupid. The man clasped Meyerich's shoulder and smiled. How about this? I go, and I act as a spy for you. I will live with him and tell you all about that guy. Anfey looked at the man and suppressed his urge to laugh. When he first met the man, he was very suspicious of him. He felt unease when the man offered to buy the unicorn, but judging from the way he talked, he was clearly someone who did not care much about mundane conflicts. The man had offered to teach Hagen the potion recipe and picked Meyerich's side in the fight against the Marquis, and was obviously a good person. You aren't afraid that the Marquis is going to kill you? He's not good enough, the man said. Even if he finds out I'm a spy for you, he won't do anything. The man smiled and turned his gaze to Hagen. Keep it up, kid, he said. You're good. Us alchemists are respected. Forget about Marquis Joser. You see this famous general here? Even he has to respect me. Meyerich rolled his eyes but did not say anything in objection. Why yes, Hagen said, nodding. I will heed your advice. Anfey heard voices behind him, and knew that it was Susanna and Naya. Naya had quite the temper, and it was hard for anyone to calm her down. Did you know why I endured you for so long? Meyerich asked. Why? Because I like a good show. A good show? Where? The man asked, glancing around. You'll see in a bit, Meyerich said, grinning. As soon as he finished his sentence, Susanna appeared. Her hand reached for her sword when she saw the man, because even though he appeared very common, she still saw him as a threat. Naya appeared after a few seconds, and her eyes met the middle-aged man's. The man's face suddenly became very red, and tried to shield his face with his right hand. He waved his left hand, and a powerful magic surge ripped through the air. Thick smoke appeared and obscured his and Meyerich's figures. People around could not see Meyerich, but they could hear him laughing uncontrollably. The smoke dispersed and the man was gone. Meyerich stopped laughing, but his expression was strange. His hands were clenched, as if he was trying to control his emotions. Was that him? Naya asked, her voice shaking. Like the man, her face was flushed as well. Yes, Meyerich said. His voice was hoarse, and he turned to walk away. Anfey did not know what happened in the smoke, but he knew that the man must have played a prank on Meyerich before he disappeared. Meyerich did not want to embarrass himself in front of the youngsters, and that was why he left so quickly. What should we do, then? Susanna asked quietly. She was trying to comfort Naya earlier, and did not know what had happened outside. It's solved, Christian said with a smile. It's solved? Susanna asked, shocked. Anfey had been so worried only minutes earlier, but now it was already solved? Anfey nodded. See? He gestured towards Shelley, who was already deep asleep. She did not wake up to the commotion earlier, but she was clearly more calm now. Susanna let out a sigh of relief. Hagen suddenly jumped up and called, wait. The recipe. The recipe. Meyerich. Wait up. He screamed loudly, earning glares from all the knights in the room, and chased after Meyerich. Hagen's cries did not wake up Shelley either. She only murmured in her sleep and snuggled against her sister. What happened? Susanna asked. How did they cure her? The unicorn did, Anfey said with a smile. Everyone glanced at the unicorn. Everyone had heard that unicorns had purifying abilities. Surely nothing bad would come from being with the unicorn. Come here, Naya said. She crouched down and waved at the unicorn. Come here, dear. She did not care what Anfey called the unicorn, she had always called the unicorn dear. The unicorn only glanced at her, but did not go to her. It walked around Anfey and stayed farther away from her. The unicorn was only a magic beast and was not very intelligent. It would only remember a recent event. From the unicorn's point of view, it was on Anfey's side, and Anfey had just been defeated. It did not want to get close to Naya. Come here, Naya called again. She narrowed her eyes angrily, get over here now. The unicorn snorted but did not move. Fine, Naya said. She stood up and stomped on the ground. Fine. You are teaming up with him to take advantage of me now, huh? Everyone frowned and looked at Naya and Anfey. If Anfey tried to take advantage of Naya, why was Susanna so calm? Did you know that man? Anfey asked. He sensed Naya's mood, and wanted to change the topic. And no. Naya said. Really? He ran away as soon as he saw you, Blavi said. I know what I said, Naya said. I don't know him. Why are you teaming up to bully me? Naya asked angrily. She waved her hand and disappeared into her room again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 243, Poison Wine. Chapter 243, Poison Wine. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey sat properly in front of a desk, tapping on the desk with his finger. Something had been bothering him. There was a saying that, to know one's own strength and the enemy's is the sure way to victory. Anfey knew nothing about necromancers, while they seemed to know a lot about magic and combat power, the two main fighting powers in this war. They did not fight wars against the dead for nothing. Jaeger left a dark magic book to Anfey after his death. He actually used the magic in that book to call Anfey into this world. Anfey thought he would learn a lot from that dark magic book if he could study it. However, both Yolanthe and Meyerich suggested that he destroy the dark magic book. Could he ignore their opinions?
The reason Yolanthi did not destroy the book himself was to show respect for Anfey. What would happen if Anfey was not strong enough and was tempted to practice dark magic? He probably would destroy himself. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Anfey looked up and asked, "Who is it?" "It's me," Hagen answered from outside the door. "Come on in." Anfey let out a slight sigh. He rubbed between his forehead to make himself look less tense. Hagen pushed the door open and cautiously looked around before he walked in. He closed the door behind him. "When did you, an alchemist, turn into a thief?" Anfey smiled. "Do not even mention it. I almost got into big trouble." Hagen looked scared as he remembered. "What happened?" Anfey asked. "Didn't you ask me to put the chemicals in the wine and ask Doris to drink it?" Susanna saw me putting the chemical in the wine. She thought I was joking with someone and did not say anything. When Doris had the wine and screamed from the pain in her stomach, even rolled screaming on the floor in pain, Susanna was mad and dragged me out and interrogated me. Hagen sat across from Anfey, sighing. Luckily, Susanna knew me before, so she gave me a chance to explain. If she had not known me long, she probably would have strangled me with her bare hands right there. "Where is Susanna?" Anfey asked. "She went to take care of Doris." Hagen suddenly stared wide-eyed at Anfey. "It is all your fault." Doris saw Susanna interrogating me. She must think I want to hurt her. What am I going to do? "We all understand why you did that." "You can explain to her later," Anfey said. "It does not matter if they understand me. Doris does not. How could it be the same?" Hagen was getting mad. "How could it be different?" Anfey asked. "It is just different," Hagen said. Anfey looked up and down at Hagen in surprise. "Hagen, do you have a crush on Doris?" "Stop it. What do you mean by having a crush on her?" Hagen refuted. His next statement sold him out though. "I am already over 20. Even if I have a crush on her, so what?" I did not say anything. "It is normal. If you are interested in men, that actually would be a problem," Anfey said. "I am straight." Hagen put his head on his arms on the table with a troubled look. He sighed, "My happiness, dot." The door to the room was suddenly pushed open. Hagen sat up on a condition reflex. It was Susanna. She suspiciously glanced at Hagen and turned to look at Anfey. "Anfey, did you really ask Hagen to torture Doris?" "It was not torture." "It is." Hagen hurried to explain. "You, shut up." Susanna yelled at Hagen. Hagen immediately shut his mouth up. He was such a good soldier. "I did ask him to do it." "Susanna, it is my fault that I did not tell you beforehand," Anfey said. "You saw that master alchemist last night." "Oh, right, Hagen, what is the name of that master alchemist?" "I do not know." "I never knew there were master alchemists in the world," Hagen said, shaking his head. "Let's call him that guy." Anfey thought a little bit and said. "You and Naya were in the room and did not see that guy saying Doris was the origin of the infection. That guy gave some chemicals to Meyerich and asked us to find an opportunity to have Doris take it. He also said it would be painful at the beginning, but Doris should be fine soon." "I see now." Susanna slightly nodded. "Poor Doris. Susanna, how could you act like this?" Hagen was not quiet for long before he jumped up in anger. "What is wrong with me?" Susanna asked. "How long have we known each other?" "Huh? How long have you known Anfey? Why did you not believe me when I explained to you? You almost choked me to death. Why would you believe Anfey when he explained it to you?" Hagen interrogated Susanna. "I did not put much strength into it." Susanna blushed a little. "How much strength do you want to put into it? Would you call it putting strength if I died?" I could not breathe. "I am so disappointed, so disappointed." "Is this how you treat your friend?" Hagen said. "Sorry, Hagen, it was my bad. Don't be mad at me. Why don't you hit me to make you feel better?" Susanna said seriously. "I hit you? You must be kidding me." Hagen peeked at Anfey. Even if Anfey had not been there with them, he would not have dared to hit Susanna. "What can I do to make you forgive me?" "I will do whatever you ask me to do," Susanna said. This request got Hagen. He stood there without saying anything. If he asked too much, it would asking for insult. If he did not ask much from Susanna, he would not let his anger out. "Hey, Susanna, you are here. What happened to Doris?" Christian walked in as they heard his voice. It wasn't hurting her that much anymore when I left. Susanna peeked at Hagen. She was so mad that she said she wanted to kill Hangan with her own hands.
Anfey!
Hagen yelled desperately. Okay. I will explain to Doris. I promise you I will make everything clear. Okay?
Anfey said.
It will be too late anyway even if you can explain everything to her.
Hagen sluggishly sat down. Doris is a nice girl.
She would not hate you for that.
Do not worry about it, Christian said smiling. Is it enough for her not to hate me? Hagen rolled his eyes at Christian. What do you want from Doris then? Christian said. You do not understand, Hagen said. Okay, Hagen, maybe you should not have any hope for Doris. Maybe you just see the result beforehand. It is a good thing for you. Are you the best guy in our legion? Anfey deliberately looked at Christian. Christian was really handsome and had some royal sense to him.
In terms of appearance, Hagen was just a stone, while Christian was a pearl.
Anfey, are you comforting me now? Hagen was mad.
If they were peers and had similar levels of power, Hagen might have jumped on Anfey.
You had a crush. Susanna looked like she did not know if she should laugh or cry. Hagen, I do not think Doris would like you. What do you mean? Hagen was alerted to something and asked. Doris likes someone, but it is not you, Susanna said. What is it then? Hagen turned and laid his eyes right on Christian.
He suddenly felt a threat.
Could it be him? No, Susanna said. Then who is it? Hagen clenched his hands into fists. He looked like he wanted a fight. It is not you. Susanna's words were even more hurtful than Anfey's. How do you know? Doris told you about it? You are not lying to me, are you? Hagen looked at Susanna suspiciously. When a girl likes someone, her eyes always follow him. I am a girl, so I know it. Susanna looked a little sad. No, I need to ask her in person. Hagen suddenly stood up, rushing out of the door. Hagen! Anfey called. This Hagen must be crazy. He just made Doris drink the wine with chemicals in it. Doris had been in so much pain. If he wanted to tell her right now, what result did he think he would get? Never mind. Susanna stopped Anfey.
It is better for him to know it as early as possible so he would give it up.
I just hope he will not make too much trouble. Christian frowned and hurried to the door.
At that moment, Sante and Feller walked in past him. Christian said to them, Sante and Feller, can you go to Doris's room and get Hagen back?
What happened? Sante asked in surprise. Stop asking questions. Go. Hurry. Christian said. Anfey quietly pointed at Christian's back. Does Doris like him?
You must have lied to Hagen. If they had to pick a person in the Legion to be the perfect guy, it would surely be Christian.
Besides his family, appearance, and ability, Christian's personality was attractive.
He was gentle, polite, and got along with everyone.
He always made people feel good.
No, stop guessing, Susanna said.
Fine, I will not guess. Susanna, why don't you talk to Doris and tell her to stop worrying about it? Can you give her the chemicals from now on? There will be a problem. Would Hagen not be willing to work after he gets to know that Doris does not like him? Anfey asked. No, Hagen is not that kind of person, Susanna said. Oh? Anfey said. Hagen could be sad one moment and laugh the next moment. He will be fine in a day, Susanna said.
It sounds like someone made Hagen cry a lot.
Anfey smiled. You did not make him cry last time, did you? Susanna playfully rolled her eyes at Anfey and refused to answer this question. Susanna, what personality does Von Merge have? He left without telling us. It is not too polite, Anfey said. When they were talking about Hagen and Susanna, Anfey thought about Von Merge.
He had not found anything suspicious on Von Merge, but Von Merge had always left him with an uncomfortable feeling. He used to be very outgoing. Later he was hurt and his ability dropped a lot. He was very depressed, even though he always wore a smile on his face.
Susanna shook her head. Anfey, I do not want to talk about him. Let's talk about something else.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 244, Trap Within a Trap. Chapter 244, Trap Within a Trap. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Sir, what are you doing here? Christian asked, shocked. A few seconds later, Meyerich appeared by the door. He waved his hand and instructed his men to stay outside. Prepare yourselves, he said as he walked into the room. We are leaving the city immediately. Us? Anfey asked. Yes. You, Christian, Naya, and Susanna. Shirley should be fine if she stays with me for a while. She would only slow you down. Don't worry, Susanna. As long as I am alive, no harm would come to your sister. I will deliver her to you myself in 2 months' time. Anfey, Christian, and Susanna glanced at each other. Wouldn't that be too much trouble? Susanna asked quietly. Why would it be? We don't know where the necromancers are hiding, and if we leave the city we would surely be targets. The 4 of us can't really do much. There's no necromancers in the city, I can promise you that, Meyerich said. I looked into that man from earlier. Nothing's wrong with his family. He left the city a few days ago to meet with his lover in another town. His family said they began noticing changes after that. What about the townspeople there? Nothing wrong with them, either. His lover's missing, though. I think it would be best if we stay here, Anfey said quietly. I'm not afraid of the necromancers, but this is too risky. The necromancers cannot sense you, Meyerich said. The only person they can find is Doris. I'm planning on stopping her treatment so we can attract the necromancers. Maybe that will buy you some time. The coordinates for the transmission array had been changed, but people from the Mages Guild cannot change it. Which means the puppet is not responsible for it. No, since he wouldn't have the power to change the coordinates. Sir, are you sure that there are no necromancers in the vicinity? This city was built to withstand war. You are underestimating it. As long as the 4 mage towers are up and running, the entire city will be under surveillance. Nothing can escape. We can find the necromancers even if they are hiding underground. All right, Anfey said. Christian, what do you think? Christian shrugged and smiled, but did not say anything. I wish you can stay for a bit longer until the danger passes, but this is an order directly from His Majesty himself, Meyerich said. Black 11 and Blood 20 will go with you to help you communicate with Hurricane. Anfey nodded. All right. We will prepare ourselves and leave tonight. No, you will leave by noon. I don't know why you like the darkness so much, but I assure you the necromancers like it way more than you do. You mean we are leaving in broad daylight? Of course not. I have prepared disguises for you, and you can dress up like a team of new recruits. No one will suspect a thing. All right, Anfey said. He pushed himself up slowly from his chair. He did not understand Meyerich's motive or why he wanted them gone from the city so fast. Christian and Naya would be with him, however, and he knew that no one would try to do anything to them. Meyerich returned to the courtyard when Anfey and Susanna headed off to pack. There were 2 men waiting for him back in his room. One of them was sitting while the other paced around the room. The man who had been pacing walked up when he saw Meyerich and asked, "Are they leaving?" Meyerich nodded. His Majesty has approved of your plan, which places you under my jurisdiction. I have to tell you this, though. If anything happens to those kids, I will not forgive you. Don't worry, Slambria said with a smile. No harm will come to them. If you and Bruzeriano are just traveling with them, the necromancers will not do anything. But you want to use them as bait, so who's to say nothing will happen, not? I swear on my life that I will revive them if something happens. You trust me now? Meyerich snorted but did not say anything, and appeared visibly more relaxed. As long as Slambria promised to keep the kids safe, Meyerich could rest easy. Plus, Saul, Stager, and Ernest are all on their way. Do you think anyone would actually try to hurt those kids when they're with the 5 of us? Slambria asked, shaking his head. We can take on all the necromancers the evil mist can find and then some. You are a church's man, Slambria. You should not talk like that. I just want to give life again to those 2 tangled up with death, Slambria said. He turned to and looked at Bruzeriano and said, Say something, old pal. The general clearly does not trust me. What? Bruzeriano asked. Slambria sighed. What's with you lately, he asked. Are you losing your mind? Is age finally getting to you? Shut it, Bruzeriano said with a frown. He turned to Meyerich and said, Are you sure they can activate the heart of nature? Meyerich and Slambria glanced at each other inside. I've already told you a dozen times before, Meyerich said. I saw it with my own eyes. Anfey can use that thing. Interesting, Bruzeriano said, and slumped back into the chair again.
In Sacred City thousands of miles away, Yolanthi was sitting on his throne. He played with his scepter and his eyes stared at the old servant in front of him.
"Don't worry about Naya anymore, Your Majesty," the old man said.
"She is under the protection of 5 of the most powerful men in the world. Those men can take on the Magic King himself if necessary."
"You think I'm worrying about Naya's safety?"
Yolanthi said with a chuckle. "I know that Your Majesty has always treated Naya as a daughter," the old man said.
"I can be selfish too, you know."
"You mean?" "I'm worried about my own safety," Yolanthi said.
He tapped his fingers against the throne.
The old servant looked up as 2 dots of light appeared in the fog surrounding his body.
"Barry is to the north, and you are the only person here.
The majority of Hurricane's force is with Saul, and we can't fool the evil mist for long.
What do you think they will do when they learn that I am in such a vulnerable position? They dare to come to Sacred City? There are very few things the evil mist are afraid of," Yolanthi said quietly.
"If the evil mist is targeting you, Your Majesty, surely they would leave Naya alone."
"Should we order Saul to return in secret?" "No need for that. They want to see my ace, and I'm letting them," Yolanthi said. The old man did not say anything. "Say, do you know who the greediest people in the world are? Merchants?"
"No, necromancers," Yolanthi said.
"Humans love life and fear death, and everyone wants immortality. I am no different.
But like most people, I would not trade my soul for it.
I'd rather die than turn into a hideous ghoul."
"Necromancers prolong their lives, but they have forgotten what it means to be alive.
They don't understand that to be alive is to let go sometimes." Yolanthi paused for a few seconds and sighed. "Those poor things.
They wanted everything, but in the end they will lose everything.
I've always thought they would come for me. Should we really show them our ace, Your Majesty? Isn't this a rushed decision?" "No," Yolanthi said quietly.
He closed his eyes slowly.
"The necromancers are getting stronger, I can feel it.
We need to deal a quick and debilitating blow, so they will move on to other nations. I am the ruler of Manhwa Empire, and I am only responsible for my people.
It's not like the other nations would come to our aid, anyway."
"Unless the church is powerful enough," the old man said.
"But I would go to their aid.
Even if the church does not support it, I will help. I would rather have the necromancers attack another nation and we join forces with that nation, than having the necromancers attack my nation and fight alone. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 245, High Profile. Chapter 245, High Profile. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. "Anfey, aren't we a little too high profile?" Naya looked around and asked anxiously in a low voice.
Naya and Susanna had always hidden themselves in the wagon, but now they dressed up and rode on horses at a moderate speed, which made Naya feel uneasy.
Naya and Susanna obviously looked stunning. Christian looked handsome.
Compared with Christian, Anfey was less handsome, but he was still better looking than most people.
Anfey would definitely be considered the second best looking one in the Legion.
2 handsome men and 2 beautiful girls on tall and handsome horses caught the attention of many pedestrians.
Some people even kept looking back at them when they had walked past. The people on foot made way for them as they approached.
This world did not have any rules for roads, so people just walked anywhere they wanted to.
Anfey and his group did not have any trouble riding on the street though.
Susanna took out her senior swordsman badge, which she had not worn for a long time at Anfey's request. She even hung the badge at the most obvious place on her clothes.
Actually, this badge was the reason people were making way for them. The appearance of Anfey and his group were different and gave different vibes.
If one of them was a senior swordswoman, the other 3 could be even better than her.
This created an impression.
No one would want to have any conflict with 4 senior powers.
"This is good," Anfey said casually. "Good? Are you letting necromancers know where we are on purpose?" Naya asked. "Do you think they would not find us if we left quietly?" Anfey refuted. "But..." Naya pouted. "Didn't you tell us to do things cautiously? Look at what you are doing now. This time it is different." "Men and women are equal," Anfey said. "What? What do you mean by men and women are equal?" "Anfey, what are you talking about?" Naya did not get it at all. "Isn't Punk City right in front of us?" Christian nodded. "Let's take a break at Punk City," Anfey said. "Anfey, it is only afternoon," Christian said. "It is too boring if we keep traveling. Let's walk around the city and take a break."
"It will be fine," Anfey said.
Is this really okay, Anfey? We should follow Myrich's plan and travel quickly.
We should rest at Buenos City today, otherwise we will not be able to reach Bowman territory in 3 days, Christian said.
Listen to me. We are taking a break here, Anfey demanded. Black 11 and Appa should already be in Buenos City by now. Are we really resting here?
They would have rushed to Buenos City for nothing, Christian said.
That is fine. We can get to Buenos City tomorrow, Anfey said.
Christian helplessly rubbed his forehead.
He did not know what Anfey was thinking about.
It was obviously just a one-day trip, and Anfey wanted to spread it into 2. As they talked, they approached the city gate.
Punk City was on the border of the war zone.
Shansa Empire's military did not have the ability to continue to invade towards the west because of a lack of supplies. This only affected people in Punk City a little bit, so Punk City did not suffer too much damage.
The people around Punk City looked quite differently than in Violet City. The difference was obvious. 7 or 8 guards at the city gate saw Anfey and his group. They hurried over. From the way Anfey and his group dressed, they should be important people. Naya even wore her real Saul family dress.
In addition to the magic surges from that leather armor, even the hairpins had magic. It must have been made by some mage who was so bored that he even wanted to spend time making such a magic item. Master, welcome to Punk City, the head guard at the city gate said with a smile. The rest of the city guards had asked other pedestrians to move to the side to make a path for Anfey and his group. The rest of the guards stood on both sides of the gate to make sure their honorable guests were not bothered.
Anfey nodded with a smile. He glanced at an announcement on the announcement board out of the corner of his eye.
It said that the city would collect a toll for 1 month in order to rebuild the city after the war. It was signed by the city master, a Viscount Nana, at the bottom of the announcement.
Ha!
It's him, Naya said in surprise from the back. She had seen that announcement as well.
Do you know this city master? Anfey asked.
Yes, but I am not sure if it is the same person, Naya said.
This name is rare. It must be the same person. Naya, do you know his background?
Christian said. He was a servant of my father. There was an accident in a magic lab one time. He rushed into the fire to try to save magic crystals. His face was turned and he became blind in one eye. Our king had bestowed on him the title of nobility for his bravery. He was sent to another state to be a government official. He did something good later on and became a viscount, Naya said excitedly. He came back to see my father every year no matter how busy he was, but I never saw him.
How could you never see him if he came back every year? Anfey asked in curiosity. He did not want to see me even when I was little, Naya said. Why? It got Susanna's curiosity as well.
My father told me he was afraid that I would be scared by his face, Naya pouted.
Why did he do that? I was never a chicken, . As Anfey talked about the city master with Naya, the guards at the gate almost fainted. They knew the look of their city master. The lead guard gave others a look, and 2 other guards squeezed themselves through the crowd and disappeared onto the street. He is a good man and knows to think of others, Anfey said and smiled. Right now Naya could be scared, but she probably wouldn't be scared by that city master's face. Anfey, we should go in now, Christian said in a low voice. The crowd was getting bigger and bigger. It was unknown how many eyes had fixed on them, which made Christian feel very uneasy. This is for the toll. Anfey tossed a gold coin to the guard. Master, you. The lead guard looked worried. He did not know if he should take the gold coin or not. If he took it, he was worried that he might get punished by the city master or not have enough change to give back. The toll was only 10 bronze coins. How much change would he have to give back? Anfey waved his hand with a smile to tell the lead guard that he did not need any change. He passed through the gate first. Susanna and the others followed him on the horses. A guard came over, looked at the gold coin in the lead guard's hand, and said quietly, "Boss, shouldn't we go have some drinks tonight?" "No." The lead guard pushed him. It would be entertainment for everybody if he took them out for drinks. If something happened, he would be responsible for it. Only stupid people would do things like that. If the city master had been a servant in that girl's house, it would be an issue if he took their toll. Instead of waiting for the city master to punish him, he decided it would be better to give the gold coin back. The lead guard pushed the other guard hard and made him hit yet another guard. One's nose was bleeding while the other one held the back of his head, screaming in pain. Anfey did not notice the bloody incident he had caused with the gold coin. He casually looked around the city. Christian caught up from behind and said, "Anfey, where are we going?" "The best hotel in the city," Anfey said. Do you know which one is the best one? Christian asked.
I don't know, but he should know.
Anfey called loudly to a boy, "Hey, kid, stop."
Kid was a negative word.
Any young boy fell into this category.
As Anfey called, about 10 young men stopped at the same time.
They all looked at Anfey, confused.
Anfey picked an older kid about 15 years old.
He tossed a gold coin to him. "Take us to the best hotel. It will be yours." The big kid took the gold coin and looked it over for a while. He first shined it on his shirt and bit it with his teeth. When he realized it was an authentic gold coin, he was thrilled. He carefully put it away and signaled Anfey. He turned around and ran fast, straight ahead of them. "Anfey, it's so wasteful."
"That is a gold coin," Susanna said in a low voice.
"Why don't you try it? It feels good." Anfey passed a gold coin to Susanna. "What?" Susanna said.
"Try it," Anfey tried to encourage her.
Susanna looked around and tossed the coin.
The coin fell on a homeless man who was lost in thought. That homeless guy had been jealous of the other lucky boy and did not expect any fortune to fall on him anytime soon. He hurriedly picked up the gold coin, stood up and walked away without taking his begging sign.
"Nuts, nuts. You both went nuts,"
Christian rubbed his forehead and said with a bitter smile.
"This is nothing," Naya snorted.
"I tossed out a handful of gold coins on my 18th birthday."
"A handful?" Anfey was thinking about how doable it would be. "Okay, Anfey, stop it. Don't make any trouble."
Christian whipped his horse's hind quarters. The horse whinnied, went up on its hind legs, and rushed forward. After a while, the four of them came to a hotel named House of Mages. The older kid stood in front of the hotel door, breathing heavily. He looked like he was tired, but very happy at the same time. His parents worked very hard for a month for only a gold coin and a few silver coins.
A gold coin was a lot of money for him.
Anfey jumped off the horse and smiled.
"Thank you, kid." "You are welcome, master." That kid looked even politer than Anfey.
After saying that, he ran down the street. He looked like he was going to tell his family the good news that he had earned a gold coin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 246, Unlikely Heroes. Chapter 246, Unlikely Heroes. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio.
2 young servants hurried over and took the horses to the stable.
Anfey looked around and observed the inn.
There was very little decoration, and even though the door was tall and imposing, the inn did not come off as a luxurious place. There was a line of runes carved onto the doorframe, and each rune was gilded and shone under the sunlight.
"Christian, can you read those?"
"No," Christian said, shaking his head.
"Those are ancient. Hui Wei should know them." "Too bad he's not here," Anfey said inside. "Come on, let's go check this place out."
This inn was called Home of the Mages, and was a combination of an inn and a bar. The first floor had a large bar, and the people there were much quieter than the mercenaries. There were multiple conversations, but people kept their voices low so they did not to disturb others. Compared to the clamor and the madness often seen in bars in Country of Mercenaries, this was a big change. Back in Country of Mercenaries, the bars were dim and there would be people dancing on the tables. Here, magic lamps lined the wall and lit up every corner of the bar.
People kept to themselves and did not cause any trouble.
A few mages turned and saw Anfey and Naya walking in through the door. Naya was beautiful enough to make the men ignore the fact that she was not a mage, but the women all rolled their eyes at her apparent ignorance.
Everyone's expression changed when Susanna appeared through the door.
Senior swordsmasters were rare, and what was even rarer was such a young swordsmaster. Swordsmen preferred their swords, and mages used their minds and tended to be more cautious than swordsmen.
Of course, there were idiotic mages and brilliant swordsmen. "Would you like rooms or drinks, my lords?" the owner of the inn walked over and asked. "2 of your best rooms," Anfey instructed. "2?" Naya asked, frowning. "That's enough. I'm staying with Susanna." "What?"
"I'm not gonna stay with Christian," Naya said, frowning. Her voice attracted attention of a few mages sitting nearby.
Christian frowned.
He knew that Anfey's behavior today was too strange, even for him.
He had to ask what was going on. "You can stay in our room if you want," Anfey said. "The 3 of us."
He suddenly ducked and barely moved out of the way of Naya's kick. His reflexes were much faster than a normal person's, but he still did not see Naya movement. Naya lost her balance and stumbled, almost falling to the ground. Susanna reached over and grabbed her arm, helping her stand still.
The owner frowned and did not say anything. The mages around them all frowned. Swordsmen were just that.
They were too coarse and too unrefined.
Naya may be beautiful, but she clearly lacked a mage's grace. Calm down, Anfey said, grinning. Calm down. Aren't we friends? Let's talk peacefully. Are you trying to get to me? Naya asked angrily.
She narrowed her eyes, then gathered herself.
Fine, all right. We will see what happens when we're back in Sacred City. Naya may have been young and naive, but she was not stupid.
She already had a plan to deal with this.
What? Anfey asked, feeling uneasy.
I'm going to tell everyone you made me sleep in the same bed as you, Naya said with a smirk.
Christian's eyes widened, and Susanna froze.
Since she was the daughter of Saul, Naya's words were more credible and more powerful than all three of them combined. She could make people believe her.
Stop joking around, I'm just kidding.
Anfey explained hurriedly. He did not know if Saul would have believed Naya, but he knew that Prince Grandon would. Even though he knew that the prince was not an idiot, he was young.
Young people tended to be more irrational and sensitive.
He did not need a prince hating him.
Naya smiled when she heard Anfey's panicked explanation.
She ignored him and turned to the inn owner and said, "Have you prepared our rooms yet?" "Third floor," the owner said hurriedly, handing her a set of keys. "Hope you enjoy, my lady."
Naya, I'm sorry, all right? I'm sorry about that. Anfey was scared.
He knew that Naya was not afraid to do as she said and would tell everyone he forced her to sleep in his bed.
Too late, Naya said with a giggle.
She followed a maid and began walking up the stairs.
Susanna, can you talk to her?
I don't need my reputation tarnished, Anfey said. He was hoping that another woman could get to Naya easier. Susanna looked at Naya, then she turned to Anfey and smiled.
You deserve that, she said. Then she laughed and followed Naya. Christian. Anfey turned and said. You see that? They do not appreciate my effort at all. She's not wrong, you know, Christian said. You do deserve it.
I can help you with other things, but you've got to solve this by yourself.
You asked for this. Christian laughed and felt more at ease.
Anfey had been acting strange all morning, and he felt a strange pleasure seeing Anfey at a disadvantage.
Anfey sighed and smiled. He wasn't worried about the money. He was going to stay with Christian and have Naya and Susanna share a room. Do you need an extra room, my lord? The inn owner asked. No, it's fine, Anfey said. We only need 2. He glanced around the lobby again and began going up the stairs. After Anfey disappeared, one of the mages frowned. You see those people? She asked with a scowl. I say they are some country bumpkins who have never seen the city.
I don't know, her friend said.
Did you see that swordsmaster? I can sense it.
She's different from the others.
And the mage. I think they're different. I don't think they're common people.
That other guy seemed familiar, another mage said, frowning. His name sounds interesting as well.
What was it again? Wasn't it Anfey?
The guy that got a Medal of Mars, one of the mages suddenly said. The mages around the man suddenly became very lively. Some people thought a man like that couldn't be a hero, but others thought it must have been him, because it was such an unusual name. There was a senior swordsmaster, and the other 2 with Anfey must be powerful as well. Only a team composed of the most powerful could create such a stir.
After a few minutes, another group of men walked in. The leader was tall and lean.
His face was covered in scars that twisted his features. Such a terrifying man seemed out of place in the lobby of this inn. He had a child with him, the child that had accepted Anfey's coins. Normally, such a face would spook a child, but the boy seemed completely at ease next to the man. The mages in the room all stood up and greeted the man politely.
Viscount Nana, the owner of the inn, called and walked over. The man waved his hand and said, Was there just a group of 4 here? Yes, the owner of the inn said. My lord, are they fugitives? No, Nana said, shaking his head. They are my friends. Where are they?
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 247, A Bet. Chapter 247, A Bet. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio.
Anfey looked at the maid in the front, and the maid nodded at Anfey.
Anfey raised his hand and knocked on the door. Susanna's voice came from the room. Who is it? It's me.
Open the door, Anfey said.
You are really coming. Okay, Susanna, go open the door. Naya was laughing in the room.
The door was opened with Susanna's smiling face.
Anfey helplessly shook his head. Let's talk inside. In the room, Naya was laying on her side on the bed, interestingly looking at Anfey. Since Naya was here, what would Anfey do to Susanna?
Besides that, Anfey had behaved very well. No matter to the female slaves or the princess from Shansa Empire who was no less beautiful than Susanna, Anfey had kept a distance from them.
Naya thought it was the strong point of Anfey. Now Naya knew Anfey was just joking about it. What made her really happy was that she beat Anfey.
Naya, stop, think before you talk, otherwise you are causing trouble.
Do you understand? Anfey tried to reason with Naya. That was the main reason he was in Susanna's room. I will say whatever I want to say. Naya did not care about it. Anfey, let's talk tomorrow.
She is really proud of it now and cannot listen to you, Susanna said, smiling.
Yes, I am proud of myself, very proud. Naya had an attitude.
She shook her head to try to piss Anfey off. Anfey realized it was a big mistake to come in and decided to give up on convincing Naya after giving it some thought.
He gave Naya a dirty look. Naya did not just let Anfey do it to her. She gave him an even dirtier look. She obviously did not want to lose. Susanna was laughing at the two of them. She totally trusted Anfey. No matter what Bulls Carat Asterisk T Anfey said, it would not lessen her trust in him. When Anfey beat her and hung her on the tree with only a piece of cloth on her, she thought she would be raped. After Anfey proved it was just a misunderstanding, he quietly left the pond without any hesitation. If a man like Anfey was not worth trusting, she really could not find another man to trust. Anfey felt upset after he left Susanna and Naya's room.
He saw Christian leaning against the doorframe, smiling.
The maid was watching the room as well. Anfey got even more pissed.
He knocked into Christian's shoulder on purpose as he walked by and then he walked to his own room fast.
Christian held his chest and closed the door behind Anfey. Anfey, do you think you have better fighting skills than me? Do you think you could do that to me because of it? You did it on purpose, . I did.
Anfey sounded like Naya in the other room.
He sat down on the luxury soft chair in the room. No wonder it was a VIP room.
The decoration in the room was great.
It was elegant and fancy. Okay, Anfey, I am not playing with you.
Christian took a seat across from Anfey, smiling.
Now can you tell me the truth? What do you want to do? I did not want to do anything. Meyerich asked me to do it.
Anfey composed himself and said calmly.
What do you mean? Christian asked in surprise.
With Meyerich and Blacania's military, no matter what kind of threats we are going to face, they could totally protect us.
When the magic array is fixed, we will be sent back to Sacred City by magic array, right? Anfey said. Christian slowly nodded.
He told me it was our king's order to send us back immediately.
We had to go back immediately. Does our king need us there that urgently? Would he want us to risk our lives to be on the road? It does not make sense, Anfey said. Christian went quiet for a while and nodded. I have thought about it for a while.
I think there is only one possibility, that is, our king is going to kill us.
Anfey smiled.
We are the bait for alluring necromancers to come out of the dark.
Why did Meyerich stress that we have to get to Bowman territory in 3 days and return to Sacred City with the magic array there? Christian asked.
He wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Anfey found himself a comfortable spot on the soft chair, lying sideways.
Anfey smiled.
If necromancers appeared in 3 days, we could just fight them. If necromancers did not show up, we could go back to Sacred City safely to give Meyerich a piece of our minds.
What you said made some sense, Christian said. Not just made sense. It is a fact, Anfey said. But, why are you prolonging it on purpose? We definitely can get to Buenos City today.
Christian found another reason to be suspicious.
We have to fight with necromancers. Anfey looked determined and cold. Because I do not want to live under the threat of necromancers.
This was the truth from the bottom of his heart. He had offended them, so he did not care to offend them more. If Yolanthe dared to risk them, he must have prepared well for the fight. Anfey thought to himself, why not let the conflict explode? With the help of Yolanthe, the war with necromancers would give them a definite answer. If they lost the war, he probably would be dead, so he would have nothing to worry about after his death. If he won, necromancers would stop for a while, which would buy him time to grow stronger. His apparent carelessness on the previous day's trips was meant to send a message to necromancers, a message that he was picking a fight with them.
Why didn't you tell me earlier? Christian gave Anfey a bitter smile.
You made me worried for so long.
I thought there was something wrong with you.
I think Meyerich was more worried than you, Anfey said.
He seemed to see the worried look on Meyerich now.
Suddenly, there was a knock on the door.
Christian was still talking about necromancers with Anfey when he heard the knocking.
He unconsciously gathered his magic.
Anfey slowly stood up. Don't get nervous.
No matter how powerful a necromancer is, he would not dare to knock on my door.
I will go get the door. Anfey opened the door and saw two swordsmen outside the door. He had never seen them before. Before Anfey got the chance to speak, one of the swordsmen said politely in a low voice, "Are you Master Anfey?" "Yes, I am. How can I help you?" Anfey said. "Our city master would like to see you. Can you come with us?"
"He is on the second floor now," one of the swordsmen said.
Anfey thought about it for a little bit and nodded. "Okay, I have two companions here. I am going to ask them to go with me. Please do not bother them."
Two swordsmen said worriedly in a quiet voice with their hands shaking in the air. Obviously, they were told to only invite Anfey before they came to see him.
Okay.
Anfey had known that their city master must be a servant of Saul, otherwise he would not want to see Anfey in such a timely manner and avoid seeing Naya and Susanna.
When Anfey passed Naya and Susanna's room, he tapped lightly on the door.
Those two swordsmen were so scared that their faces looked pale.
They could not sense that Susanna quietly stood next the door inside the room, but Anfey did.
If he did not give her a signal to tell her he was safe, no one would know what Susanna, a senior swordswoman, would do to them.
Anfey waved his hand to signal them to keep walking.
Those two swordsmen waited for a while and saw nothing happening in the room. They heaved a sigh of relief and walked to the staircase with bitter smiles. After they walked to the second floor, the two swordsmen opened the door of a room and stood on the both sides of it.
Anfey walked straight in without knocking.
In the center of the room, a person in a long gray gown quietly stood there. Even though Anfey was aware of who he was still a little shocked by his face.
It was indeed a little scary.
Scars covered his face. They looked like many worms crawling on his face.
There were also many bumps on his face. When his face was burned and lost skin, the facial muscles grew without any constraint and caused those bumps.
His nose and mouth were crooked. They looked like a sideways triangle.
It just did not look right.
I hope this face did not scare you. The person's voice was very coarse.
Are you Viscount Nana? I heard about you from Naya. Anfey smiled.
The person did not respond to him, so Anfey switched to a different topic.
Naya? She still remembers me?
The coarse voice started to shake.
No matter whether it was Anfey or Christian, they could not understand why Nana was so excited. To be more specific, Entos was not the first student of Saul. Nana was.
When Nana was 5 years old, his parents passed away.
Someone took Nana to Saul's house. Unfortunately, Nana was talented with neither magic nor combat power.
He was similar to Erder from Violet City.
There were many people like them in this world. Not everyone could become a swordsman or mage.
After Nana got more mature, he identified himself as a servant, helping with errands to show his appreciation for what Saul had done for him. It could be said that he had watched Naya grow up. When Naya was 3 years old, Nana was in a fire. Later, he received royal titles and left Sacred City and never saw Naya again. Of course, she remembers you.
Anfey smiled. If you want, I will call Naya down. No.
Nana shook his head and said with self-deprecating humor, my face, I used to hate looking at mirrors. Every time I wanted to smash the mirrors, but I had to look at them.
After a long time, I finally got used to it. Why? Anfey asked.
If I could not bear with my own face, I do not have the right to ask others to bear it.
My master told me so before. Nana smiled. Anfey and Christian could not help looking at each other.
Even though Nana had been a city master for a long time, he still called Saul as his master. His loyalty to Saul seemed to never end.
You actually are paying too much attention to your looks. Naya never thought it was that important.
She has been mad that you have been avoiding seeing her, Anfey said quietly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 248, Strategizing. Chapter 248, Strategizing. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio.
Nana smiled but shook his head and avoided asking the question he had wanted to ask.
How is Lady Naya doing?
I heard you killed Zeta and left Sacred City, and I was really worried about her. I can't leave this place, though, or else I would have tried to help you. Now that you are here, safe, I can finally relax.
She's doing well, Christian said with a smile.
She had suffered a bit with Zeta, but that's about it.
Nana clicked his tongue and said angrily, Zeta should have died a long time ago.
I don't blame you. I would have killed him as well if I was you. It was invigorating, Anfey admitted, but it was not a wise move.
That doesn't matter, Nana said. Some things are necessary. Zeta was the one that broke into your home. You have the right to do what you did.
I heard Philip had asked His Majesty for justice several times, but it's clear whose side His Majesty is on.
Especially clear, now that you are made a baron. Not yet, Anfey said with a smile.
I don't care about titles anyway.
It's hard to find people like you nowadays, Nana praised him.
Well, since you are here now, feel free to stay as long as you want. Make yourselves at home here.
We're just passing through, actually.
We wouldn't have stopped here if you weren't the city lord here, sir.
Passing through?
Yes,
Christian said with a smile. We have to leave tomorrow. Master is still waiting for us in Sacred City.
I'm not going to ask you to stay, then, Nana said, nodding.
You clearly have more pressing business. Are you sure you don't want to meet Naya? Christian asked.
I thought I had prepared myself when I came, Nana said, shaking his head. But it appears I'm not ready.
Maybe next time.
Here, this is just a small present I prepared for Lord Saul and Naya, but I don't have time to go to Sacred City.
Christian, I trust that you can deliver it for me?
Of course, Christian said. He accepted the box gingerly.
You can open it as well, Nana said. Go ahead.
Take a look.
Can I?
Of course.
Christian opened the box slowly.
Inside was a small statue of a woman, carved from gold. She was sitting on a large black agate, and was holding a lyre in her hands. The statue was very well made, even the woman's features were realistic.
See the mirror on there? Try to touch it, Nana instructed.
Christian poked the mirror with his fingers carefully, and the statue gave off some faint magic surges. The statue began to move, her hand moved back and forth as if she was playing the lyre. Music accompanied her movements.
This is incredible. Christian gasped.
He had seen a lot of strange gadgets, but one like this was a first. Hopefully Naya will like it, Nana said with a smile.
I'm sure she will love it, Christian promised. He closed the lid of the box slowly, and the music disappeared. I won't keep you any longer then, Nana said. He stood up and looked at Christian and Anfey. I left a few swordsmen downstairs. I've talked to the mages here as well. They will assist you if you have any needs. Thank you, Christian said. That's considerate of you. I can't come tomorrow, and don't tell Naya that I've been here. What should we say about the gift?
Tell her that I had it delivered, Nana said.
He stopped by the door, turned around and said, You need to be careful. There are all kinds of people in this city. I don't want to see you guys get hurt.
Don't worry, Christian said. We have a senior swordsmaster with us.
Nothing will happen.
Still, you need to be careful, Nana said.
It's better to be safe than sorry. Christian and Anfey wanted to see Nana off, but Nana had insisted that they stay inside.
He was very insistent, and Christian and Anfey did not follow him out.
After Nana disappeared, Christian glanced at the box Nana had left.
He flipped the box around, hoping to find the trick.
Let me see, Anfey said, holding out a hand. Have you ever seen something like this? If you haven't seen it, where would I find something like this? Anfey took the box and played with it for a few moments. Let me hold it for you for a few days, he said. I want to figure this out.
No, Christian said, trying to grab the box.
Why not? Anfey asked. It's not like I'm keeping it. Fine, Christian said and rolled his eyes. All right, let's go. Go where? The city, of course. With Susanna and Naya. The city? Do you have a death wish? It's night and surely there are necromancers out there. It will be suspicious if we don't do anything. Fine, Christian said with a sigh. Christian straightened his clothes and followed Anfey upstairs. Sometimes it feels like you can see what's behind you, he said to Anfey.
It's not that I can see what's behind me, Anfey said, waving the box in his hands.
It's that you're bad at this. If I had used magic. You think you can get me? You underestimate me, Christian said. I will use a gravity spell first, then use a petrifying spell, then I'll push you with a flame wave. Christian began laying out an elaborate plan to take the box away from Anfey. Even though his plan sounded like a good one, he did not tell Anfey that in fact the petrifying spell was useless. In theory, the spell was more powerful than the sting of a manticore, but practically, it took too long to use and no one wanted to waste that much time to only petrify an enemy. Nothing a meteor can't defeat, Anfey said, pushing open the door of his room. He tossed the box into the room and closed the door behind him. As if you know how to do that, Christian snorted. Don't break it. Don't worry. That's much more durable than it looks. Anfey walked over and knocked on the door of Naya and Susanna's room. I'm just saying. The muffled sound of Naya's voice could be heard even outside the room. Anfey smiled. Susanna, Naya, we're going out. Wait a second, Naya called. I'm not talking to you, Anfey said. Which ear did you hear me talking to you with? Naya snapped. All right, Anfey, shut up, Susanna said. Naya, hurry up. Why is she so loud? Anfey asked. Not everyone's as quiet as Susanna, you know, Christian said. Anfey looked at Christian, then said, Call me curious, Christian. Do you like Naya? You're mad, Christian said, frowning. Like I've said, call me curious. Do you like her? She's like my sister. So you've never liked her? Why do I have to like her? Christian asked with a frown. What's wrong with you today? Nothing, Anfey said, shaking his head. Having Naya was essential to gaining Saul's support. He completely trusted Christian, but he did not know how ambitious Christian was and wanted to find out. The door to Susanna and Naya's room was pushed open, and the two girls appeared, Naya in red and Susanna in white. What do you think? Naya asked happily. Christian and Anfey looked at the two girls and smiled. When the two were standing next to each other, Susanna appeared quieter. For some reason, this made her appear more attractive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.